There are so many Euler methods, they have to stop expecting you to remember them in exams.
Is this how it's going now? Beforehand you'd interrupt my outros, and now you're going to interrupt my intros.
You don't tell us the exact moment or how long to be quiet.
Exactly. I was saying to you guys, we're just about to start the show, but that is no hint whatsoever.
No, but you don't give us enough information to change to modulate our behaviour around Robin.
I've got Habib saying, "Yeah, I'm just telling everybody on the street." I mean, take the hint.
Do more than hint, Robin, or else it's not our fault.
Okay, shut up. I'm doing an intro.
There you go.
Good morning, America. Good afternoon, Europe and Australia, as it's not a school night, you know. Welcome. Are you tired? Have you got little bits of crust in your eyes? You've got a teddy bear right now. You're all wrapped up in a duvet. Yeah, I would be too. Should go to bed, but, you know, listen for a few more hours, maybe. So, howdy. How are you doing, guys, now that you've completely ruined my intro?
Fantastic. How are you doing?
A minute into the show and the intro. My God. I mean, I give up. Really. Is this what Saturdays are going to be like?
Okay, show's over. We're done.
Yeah, that's
shortest.
Thanks for coming, guys. Thanks. It's been great.
Shortest open house ever.
It's been great.
Right, let me get the chat up there. You know, we can't have those guys left out as well. Let's add a window capture. Get rid of that thing there. So it's going to be current year first quarter chatter today. So bring all the stories that you can think of, Rick. All the stories that you can think of that has happened. I mean, you know, do you remember what happened in January? It's been quite a busy one, hasn't it? Really.
Oh yeah. A lot of things have been happening, and I don't think we've had. I think we had only like 2 open houses where we didn't have actual topics on that week that, you know, to talk about.
Or I just got up really late.
So yeah, maybe we could talk about happenings this week.
Yeah, let's track back.
Like I mean, we're talking in the pre-show stream about the whole thing with the that dragon cancer and the drama around it.
Conrad says blame Canada. I don't think you can blame Canada for this.
I don't know. Justin Trudeau.
Oh, yeah,
Canada.
I quite enjoyed the...
Okay, let's do mild dramatic reading. This is the blog from the that dragon cancer guy. And he's basically quoting somebody. Says, "Do I need to take my videos down? Sucks having someone else making revenue off my videos. Are you guys planning on releasing copyright claims for John's music in your game or on YouTube videos?" And he says, "I'm sitting here this morning paralyzed as to what to say in response to this." Rather dramatic start. The last few months since we released that dragon cancer, have been pretty incredible. The mainstream culture, the gamer culture, and others have all embraced our story and have been willing to listen to our hearts, as we release a project that we spent more than 3 years on. We're talking about Joel and sharing their own stories of loss and bringing comfort to each other. In every regard, the reach of our work continues to confound us. However, there is one side of this that I've been afraid to talk about in public. And that is this. Our studio has not seen a single dollar from sales. That Dragon Cancer has created by Studio of 8, and for many of us it was a full-time effort that involved thousands of hours of work. This huge effort required taking on investment, and we decided to pay off all of our debt as soon as possible. But we underestimated how many people would be satisfied with only watching the game instead of playing it themselves. And so, yes, Let's Play person, I agree with you. It does suck to have someone else making revenue off your work. We paid John to create music for our game because we understand that he needs to be paid in order to spend time creating that music. If someone else uses his music without permission, we also believe he should have the right to determine the consequence. And if there is revenue being drawn from that use, we believe he should be compensated. We feel the Let's Play culture adds value to this medium, and for gamers that are more expansive and replayable gameplay. It can directly benefit developers, even knowing that some who streamed our entire game refused to directly encourage people to support us. We still sat on the streams and talked with streamers and videos and viewers. We watch the playthrough videos and we see the value that this community is adding to our work through sharing themselves. Let's Play culture is vibrant and creative and really cool. However, there is a flip side for the developers whose content you build your work on top of. Despite infringing on developers' copyrights, it can especially benefit those who make competitive or sandbox games. However, for the short, relatively linear experience like ours, for millions of viewers, Let's Play recordings of our content satisfy their interest, and they never go on to interact with the game in a personal way, and we intended for it to be experienced. I'm going to stop at this point here, and I'm just going to paraphrase what that person's just said. Although it's really nice for everybody to know about our stuff, we were really hoping that they'd buy more.
Yeah.
That's what he's said. Okay? Now, obviously he'd like people in a personal way to experience it, but what he's really saying is we'd like more sales from it. If you compare the millions of views that the entirety of our game on YouTube, our sales as estimated on Steam Spy, you can hopefully see the disparity. We've seen many people post our entire game on YouTube with little or to no commentary. We've seen people decompile our game and post our soundtrack on YouTube. We've also seen many Let's Players post entire playthroughs of our game, posting links to all of their own social channels and all of their own merchandising, and leaving out the link to our site. All of this to say, we have removed all of our content IDs from John's music. If anyone receives flags for ad revenue share, you should be able to re-upload in a few days without the flag. We do not intend to make copyright claims or to force anyone to take down their videos. We simply intended for John to be able to draw some income from the original soundtrack to our game that he poured his heart into. I'm going to paraphrase this bit again. Although we'd already paid John for his music, and we were going to actually take that revenue for the game. Because once you've actually paid someone to make music for you, the person who's made the music doesn't own the actual copyright.
Well, Robin,
They removed the copyright though.
was that the deal though? Because it's very common, especially in a lower end budget, to essentially offer royalties as part of the actual compensation rather than all up front.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that either way, those royalties aren't just going to John.
Oh no, but they also did work themselves, you know.
But what I'm seeing here is somebody who's playing very well with their words. All we are asking in return is that you honour our work, the work you build your livelihood on top of, and acknowledge that when you do it, there is a real cost to developers. For us, the cost it costs us an ability to continue to share this game through translation into other languages and bring it to new platforms, along with starting new projects. If a fraction of those viewing a Let's Play or Twitch stream of our game left us a $1 tip on our website, less than the cost of renting a movie, we would have the available funds to continue work to create for the benefit of the gaming and Let's Play community. We have allowed our content, the fruit of our sweat and our tears, to be used by Let's Players and to your fans for free to create content with, and you are drawing a small amount of ad revenue from our content. We are asking that you return the favour by creating Let's Play videos that don't rebroadcast the entirety of our content with minimal commentary, but instead use portions of our content as a context to share your own stories and start conversations with your viewers. We encourage that you link to our site and directly encourage viewers to support our work financially through buying the game or donating $1 or $2 to our studio if they believe that what we did has value. A small act will allow us to continue to work. Right, I have a small rebuttal to this. If you go to the Kickstarter page, you'll see that they have around 6,000 people that have backed that game. 6,000. Those people all got the game. Those were the people that wanted that game. If you have a look to the Let's Players and the millions of people that have viewed them, those millions of people that were viewing those Let's Players, they didn't come for the game. They came for the Let's Player. So you actually got a lot more exposure for your $15 game. And if you have a look at your sales, you'll find that if you drop the price down to $10, suddenly you actually get a lot more sales. Think that through.
Well, yeah, that is the thing. Essentially, they're saying that if even a fraction of the people that watched gave them $1, they'd be fine.
Sell it for $1 then.
That begs the question: why aren't you charging $1 then?
So, I'm not going to sort of like kind of go, oh, let's be honest. You got 6,000 people to fund your game, guys. So those 6,000 people paid you to make that game. Now, if you're going to make a game with 6,000 people, say, giving you an average say of $10 or whatever, let's say $10 each. That's what? $60,000 to make a game. You spent 3 years on. I've had a look at this game, and if you can get through that game in less than an hour, I think it is, an hour and a bit. Yeah. 3 years?
Well, yeah, that's the thing about the free market, like the philosophy of the free market, if you will, which makes it sound a bit crazy, but never mind. If you work and are not productive, you don't just go, oh, well, I put the effort in. It's like you could have put a huge amount of effort in, pissing your name into the snow. It doesn't mean that what you made is worth people giving you money.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's a rather unfair comparison. But
I still think that the computer comparison holds up.
How do you mean?
Like, you go to an Apple store, you buy a MacBook, and you create content and make. Let's say you've been super famous and make a lot of money. Do you think that you should have to pay Apple more money because you used their product to elevate yourself?
That is a bit. I mean, it's a good point, but it's a bit apples and oranges, isn't it? Because we're talking about intellectual property here. The computer is not part of what product you're producing, whereas the intellectual property is a component of the product you're producing.
Well, you're also talking about reviews at this point, and reviewers.
Yeah, reviewers are something else. Like I
wouldn't necessarily say so. A let's player is a very.
I'm seeing the thing.
Okay. I don't really think. Okay, let's plays can be critical, but most of them are just focused on the personality of the person that's let's playing and them having the experience. Like when I watch, let's say, Jesse Cox play, I just want to watch Jesse Cox play. I'm watching his let's play of The Witcher 3, a game that I beat twice. Not because I want to watch The Witcher 3. I already know The Witcher 3. I just want to watch Jesse Cox being an idiot.
To be fair, when I'm watching, I will watch because of the game rather than the person. If I don't know the person, if I don't know that this is someone I enjoy, then it's like I look at their channel and I think, do I want to watch any of their videos? And at that point, if they don't have any game that I want to watch a video about, I won't watch them.
Yeah, see, I mean, that's not all Let's Plays.
Well,
I mean,
some
Let's Plays, like I said, are focused on just the personality, and that's why I watch them. These are the ones that I prefer.
I picked on a Let's Play of That Dragon Cancer, yeah? And I came up with Jack's Skeptic Eye. He was the first one that popped up.
He does a lot of VR.
I'm just going to give you guys a quick, so people can hear what he actually says right at the very start of this. Listen to this.
Top of the morning to you, ladies. My name is Jacksepticeye, and welcome to a game called That Dragon Cancer.
I can't hear it.
You weren't going to hear that.
Okay.
But I just basically played the first 5 seconds of this video.
Hello, everyone. It's Jacksepticeye.
Yeah, in other words, he's a huge personality, sort of screaming out like that, yeah? A subscriber count of 9.3 million people.
Can I use a couple other examples?
Bear with me. Bear with me while I finish my point.
Right.
So 9 million subscribers, and he is playing That Dragon Cancer with a view count of 2.5 million. 96,000 people liked it, about 1,000 people didn't. That 96,000 people is 90,000 more people than funded the goddamn thing.
Yeah, and that's the kind of exposure that the developers feel like, hey, can you give us some of that? Because right now...
So a lot of people thought, yeah, it's quite good.
Hold on, let me just continue here.
You give them some of that.
Yeah, it's like, okay, when he talked about linking their social media but not linking to the game itself, and he didn't ask, well, at least in this article, but I know other developers did, he didn't ask the actual Let's Players to share their revenue with the developers, which is an idea that's been tossed around for quite a bit. But I think it would be fair if by the end of the Let's Play, if the Let's Player enjoyed the game or didn't enjoy the game. I mean, if he had like some really good streams out of it, he's like, yeah, we enjoyed this stream, we enjoyed this game. The developer has a Patreon account. Go donate $1.
Yeah, and we've got it right here.
Go and do it.
Yeah, we've got it right here. More about Bad Dragon, game link by now. So it's all there. So this gentleman here has exposed 2.5 million people to that game. Yeah,
you have Jacksepticeye who does that, but you have someone like PewDiePie, by the way. He never leaks the games. So, not all. I'm not gonna judge all Let's Players as a collective, because some of them don't really give a fuck about the developer at all.
Well, here's the thing: you don't really need to give a link if somebody actually wants to.
Yeah,
it's a Google search away.
Yeah, if you know the name of the game, that's enough, really.
Yeah, that's enough, but it's just the gesture, I guess. It like taking 5 seconds off the video and just encouraging people to go look into the game.
Why not? I just want to bring up just a couple of YouTubers. People like Level Cap, X Factor, Jack Frags, Stone Mountain 64. The Level Cap has 1.3 million subscribers, 320 million views. X Factor, just over 250,000 subscribers, 62 million views. Jack Frags 1.5, and so on. And Jack Frags stays to kind of a specific. Same with Level Cap. They kind of stay with a specific genre of game. And should you give EA profits from playing Battlefield or?
Okay. First of all, I am completely against the revenue share kind of thing. I'm completely against it. Like a company can, and like they should have the right to limit Let's Players' access to it. Like, okay, when it comes to story-driven games, Robin was discussing this earlier with me. It's like, okay, have the streamers, let's say, be able to access episode 1 of The Walking Dead. They can stream episode 1, but subsequent episodes, like, no, I mean, you don't want to spoil the story. I kind of understand that, but a revenue sharing system would... I mean, they should have the right to do that. Right now, I haven't seen anyone do that, but I mean, if they own the property themselves, they should be able to control how it's portrayed.
Or at least they can request. Now, here's the point that I was trying to make here on this sort of front, at least, is that right now, 6,000 people knew and wanted to actually add to that to the revenue of that game, and they did. And then you've got 96,000 people that like this out of 2.5 million people that watch this. So they've been exposed to 2.5 million people just from this one single YouTuber alone. Okay? And if they've not got the sales out of this, and this is from people that have watched this for 1 hour and 49 minutes.
It's because nobody actually watched the game.
Well, and they admitted to it, and they said they miscalculated or they misjudged how many people would enjoy watching it and would get the full experience rather than playing it themselves.
Well, this is where we start to have that conversation about what makes a game.
Can I let me get your guys' opinion just on this. So I've been really into Batman, and I've gone and watched people that put together all the cutscenes from like Arkham Asylum and things like that, and kind of make it a movie that's like 5 hours long. Do you think those kind of YouTubers should be subject to the same thing?
Nope, they're not. And even if you look at someone like Gopher, for example, Gopher plays RPGs. He played Skyrim, he's playing Fallout, and he's playing also Witcher 3. Played it 3 times. But the way he plays the games, he creates a story around his character, and he narrates it brilliantly. to the point where watching him play the game sometimes is more fun than playing the game itself.
Oh, absolutely. Like I've said, I use Soviet Womble as one of my favorite examples.
Hello, Indiana Pawns.
I love the group that he runs with. I like the humor that they introduce, and I think I don't think any type of like I said, I think Robin has a good point. The least they can do is ask. And
I mean, this is the thing. If the developer says, could you just please, or at least, on their website, just say, we're happy for Let's Players to show off our game and stuff like that, but because this is a story-driven game, and in fact it's mainly a story game, could you please chill on playing the whole thing through on its entirety, and say, could you play up to this point in the storyline, for example, so you don't dish out any spoilers, you don't sort of take away from the thing, and that's it. And you make that request. And if you have Let's Players that go out and do that...
That's quite easy to enforce with YouTube's rules as well.
No, not with enforcement. Not with enforcement. There's no requirement for that.
You can just sort of flag it as a thing, so it's just to point out to people, it's like, this particular thing.
Yeah, but what you're doing is calling the cops on people at this point.
No, I'm talking about if there's a cutscene or something, if there's a particular scene near the end of the game, and it's like where that you're not supposed to be showing that on the thing. We've asked people not to. Because I don't think any model.
The Let's Players, their community will tell them about that.
Well, think about it. If people are seeking out a video about a game, and they want to see the whole game, I mean, there's an audience for that. There's people that don't necessarily want to spend the money on the game. They'll watch someone else play it. There's other people, you're right, that don't want to have the game spoiled, but I don't think people that don't want to have the game spoiled are going and looking for full playthroughs. And I think people that do play the whole game are like, hey guys, spoilers. I think that's kind of a culture thing on the internet.
Well, I think
as I was saying,
ground for...
it's not to do with shame, but it's to do with appealing to people's sense of fair play. And if you say to people, this is going to... If you want to buy the game, please buy the game so you can actually see it in its entirety and stuff like that. Please don't,
I think
that point.
I think
you
we
do
can
that
all
ahead
agree
of time. If you do that ahead of time, it's the YouTube, the Let's Players will look at that and they will be told by their audience that they've not done things fairly.
I think we can all agree that the company that produced this game, they basically mishandled the project. They didn't package the product in a way that was going to work, which they could have done if they had investigated it more.
No, well, my point, I was watching the Let's Play of it. I watched some scenes. I think it was Mega Minx who played it a little bit. I forgot who was playing it, but yeah, it's one of those instances where someone is trying to convert a tragedy into a game, and to be honest, I haven't really seen it being successfully done yet. But this one failed in so many ways that it's less interactive than anything else that I've seen that has tried the same thing. Like, there is the scene where you're the father of this kid who's sick with cancer, and the kid is just crying their lungs out, and it's late at night, and the father is pleading the kid to be quiet. And he's like, I'm sorry, I can't help you. It's a very, it's a very touching moment, but you're just watching it. You're not picking up the kid and trying to quiet it down. You're not, like, trying to shake some toys around. The scene itself, it's nice, but I'm not interacting with it. And it goes even darker when the father goes like, should I just put him out of his misery for good? It's a nice premise to tackle in a gameplay kind of mechanic, but there is no gameplay there.
And this is where we get to the point of, if you're doing it, let's say this, if you're doing a Let's Play of a game, and the Let's Play does it, you haven't made a game there, you've just made some sort of story with interactivity jammed in.
Can I say that you've transformed the original work, if you're a personality, and there's obviously a market for it, So, I mean, I don't think it would be, Let's Players would be as big as they are if there wasn't a market for
Well,
it.
of course, there's a market for it, and that market is being going. Obviously, that market money is going towards the Let's Players. Their complaint, of course, is that they're not getting a share of that revenue.
I get that, and I just don't think that they have any legs to stand on and request that.
I think the problem
requesting is fine. Enforcing is where they don't have
Yeah,
the leg to stand on.
that's what I mean.
I think the difficulty in this really is that the perverse incentive of calling yourself a game when you're not focused on gameplay, because that is what then begs. If you're going to go, this is a game, treat it like a game, people are going to do Let's Plays. Now, if that Let's Play does invalidate other people's purchase, then I think you're right to say, what was it, a game? What have you made?
You can't do a Let's Play of a movie.
I think
they should have been. They would have been better off making a movie.
Yeah, and maybe
$15 to watch a movie.
Okay, well let me ask
movie
about.
pricing would have been a good insight.
Let me ask about some of the VR experiences where it's not really a game. It's more of, you could say it's like a movie, where all you kind of do is just look around. You don't really have control of the character. Is doing a Let's Play on that to show other people what it's like.
Well, you're talking to somebody who works alongside people that are pioneering this technology right now, and they don't call it games. They call it, if anything, interactive movies or
an experience.
movies or experiences and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They don't go down the game route.
Well, there are games.
Expectation when you call it a game.
Are you saying that, okay, just because it's a non-game, then it should be barred from Let's Players?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, but if it not barred so much, but there wouldn't be the incentive to Let's Play it if they weren't trying to market themselves as a game. The Let's Players wouldn't think to Let's Play it. You see what I mean?
Well,
I mean, some would.
Actually, there's a big market for that. Like I said, like
yeah.
the story-driven games, and people want to see the interaction between the story and the personality of their choice.
A lot of the time, I mean, maybe they should just do the movie themselves. Like just what is wrong with just using the technology we normally use to make games to make a movie?
I don't know. I mean,
So
if you're talking about this game in particular, like this very specific game, I would say, yeah, I'm happy that it exists because it's tackling a thing that's, games, as far as I know, I'm trying to remember any game that tried to tackle tragedy and succeeded. None of them did. So this game is trying to take a personal tragedy and translate it into a game. They failed at it, but at least they tried. It's much better than the millions of games, well, not millions, well, thousands of games that we get year after year that are doing the same thing over and over. At least they're trying something new. Just for the fact that they failed at it doesn't mean that it doesn't need to exist. They tried.
Well, if you're glad that it exists, maybe you should give them $1.
Let me.
It's on my wish list. I'm gonna get it eventually. I'm just waiting for a sale, to be honest.
Yeah,
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Pricing is the problem. They've made something which is very comparable to a movie by the sounds. I haven't seen it. I'm not unaware of any of these things. I actually prefer to discuss from that perspective. But from the sounds of it, what they made is very comparable to a movie, but they priced it not comparable to a movie.
Well, actually, they did price it comparable to a movie. A movie ticket is $15.
What the fuck?
No, that's more.
Yeah.
That's more of a cinema ticket.
Yeah, like an IMAX ticket. Let me ask you guys this. I mean, I know
Here's the other
VR
thing,
is.
though, guys. Here's the other thing that you're forgetting. Yeah, this took 3 years to make. 8 people making it. Yeah, a movie can take up to 3 years to make, and takes hundreds of people in order to make it.
Okay.
So when you're pricing something in that sort of way, and you kind of go, yeah, there's 8 of us that have made it, and we're going to charge you $15 for this, and then you look at a movie that's taken like 300 people 3 years to make, and they're charging you $5-10 for it. You've got to ask.
I think the mistake in that, essentially, I mean, there's definitely a mistake, and it's one of two things. One is either it was a mistake to see it as a niche, and they should have priced it as if it was going to have mass appeal, but they priced it as a niche product, where a small amount of people would pay a larger amount for the product. But now their complaint seems to be that they did consider it a niche, but that was them doing that.
I wanted to bring up Jacksepticeye again because he was one of the first big YouTubers to show off VR stuff. You know, when dev kits and everything weren't really that accessible to the public. You know, and he would play through an entire thing or go through an entire experience. You know, to have a camera on him, showing him how he's moving his head, and also showing what's on screen. I don't think that he should have to pay anyone to do that stuff. Because a lot of people want to know what it's like that can't access the technology.
And that's fine. Like I said, I don't think any of us agrees with the notion of the content creators should share their revenue.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was starting to make this point earlier, but it was a little bit off topic from the point of the moment, that I think there is fertile ground for a sector of, maybe not gaming industry, a sector of the entertainment industry to be about making interactive experiences that people then put up their playthrough and share the revenue. I think that is a viable market model.
Well, if you,
I don't think we should be blurring lines.
You might as well go with the actual developer themselves doing their playthrough.
Yes.
I would just bypass them. I would just hunt down somebody else that did a playthrough that, you know, that doesn't have to share their revenue.
Well, no, but this is the thing is, right, if what you have made is from design meant to be something that it's primarily there to be utilized by Let's Players, then your pricing model is going to have to be different, because that's a very niche model. But if, therefore, you make something which is so suitable for Let's Players that it becomes extremely popular, based purely on merit of the thing,
yeah,
but that ultimately, to get that best experience that you designed it for, very few people actually have to buy it. You're going to have to change your pricing model and your contracts to actually make that a viable industry.
Yeah, during our conversation,
otherwise it won't happen.
During our conversation, I'm going to actually stream the video of the Let's Play.
Hold on, I just want to throw in there.
Discuss of the Let's Play.
Think about Kerbal Space Program and Scott Manley. I think Scott Manley did more for that game than pretty much anyone else on the internet.
And Habib, I have to take issue with what you said. I'm into tragedies. Why not have that in gaming? Are you fucking kidding me? How many games with tragedy in it?
Well, no, hang on.
Yeah, why can't I have a game that has tragedy in it?
Because there's games with tragedy in it all the time. Almost every single game that I've ever played have got something going on.
Yeah, but you've got to remember that he is a Middle Easterner.
No. Okay.
They don't have
just
souls.
because Aerith was killed in Final Fantasy VII, it doesn't make it a tragedy.
Yeah, were you really connected to that player?
You're heartless.
No. I mean, it's done in a cutscene. Just like this.
It's done in a cutscene.
This is like the game we're discussing now. It's just a cutscene. I haven't interacted with a tragedy in a meaningful way. Not yet.
And I can agree with that. Final Fantasy VII, as much as that gets on, that's very much a very loved game. Let's be honest, that scene is really, the whole development in the story is really fucking stupid in the context of the game and what you can do outside of that cutscene when someone's hurt. Also, there is that thing, have you seen floating around, where people point out that a blade through the abdomen wouldn't in fact kill you.
Depends on where.
I think that's more symbolic.
But essentially what actually is depicted is Cloud... What, you don't want to spoil Final Fantasy VII?
No, I don't want to spoil The Witcher 3, but I think it's the closest game that got to a tragedy.
A blade through the abdomen would kill you back then.
It may result in your death, but they've got magic healing shit.
Indiana Pawns brings up a very important point. Watching Star Citizen get developed is a tragedy.
I would count shooting Rex in the back.
I think it's more of a tragic comedy, but still.
Indian, post that on Twitter, because I would love to retweet
Shall I say Derek Smart's name 3 times?
Oh boy, he is
okay.
online.
All right,
I was
how about
talking
this?
with him earlier.
The Dirk Smirt.
For a tragedy game,
Dirk Smirt.
there is a 9/11 simulator where you are a person in the World Trade Center, and it's probably about 20 minutes long.
You can
You know
jump.
what I want to see? I want to see a really serious, like slightly, like, you know, not just a real life tragic moment, but like a proper weird horror scenario where you're in one of the Twin Towers, but but for some reason you're in some sort of weird time dilation. So you have to deal with the horror, the fact that actually, from the perspective of people who saw the plane coming, they had like 10 hours of the plane smashing into the building and the building collapsing, and they're just running around going, "Why can't we get out? Why are there so many
by the way,
references to Silent Hill?"
Well,
they did that in a VR game, but with the time dilation.
the ending to that game, and this is spoilers, I guess, not really. But at the end of the game, you have to jump out the window from one of the top floors, and that put a pit in my stomach. Like, it was
You're
a
playing
very
this in VR, of
emotional.
course.
Yeah, of course it's VR. And that's just a way to be more.
Everywhere.
Well, I'm just saying, you can understand that a VR experience is a much more immersive than a 2D screen.
Yeah, actually, I
think
think that Dragon Cancer would have made much more sense in a VR scene or a VR game.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have loved to do it in VR.
Could you imagine having a mental disorder where your ability, like maybe something wrong with your prefrontal cortex, that's how the world looked. Like vague blocks of solid color and
Jesus fucking Christ.
just neurological
wrong with you,
disorder.
man?
You see the world in cell shading.
Well.
So yeah, enjoy the video, guys. If you'd like to buy the game, go to the website that they have. I can't be bothered to put. I can't be bothered to put the links in the bottom because fuck them. No,
Robin, make me a mod. I'll post it. Jesus.
You should be able to
What is
post.
pain without a word for it?
I'm sure you're able to post links on here.
No, we
So
can't
allow
post
people
links
to do
on in the YouTube chat.
Aren't I rude? You could have given
Well,
this
it's
kid a
just
face.
thedragoncancer.com.
The thing that really bothers me about this game is that they've not smoothed, they've not used
there we go.
smoothing on the.
Oh, no, that's not-
They've not used Pervertex smoothing on these characters. It just upsets me.
Yeah,
Okay.
can't post
Well,
it.
That kind of reminds me
I'm
of an
getting
old
this-
game. Do you remember Interstate 76?
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of
The
that. Just
Faceless
with,
Child.
few
This
more
isn't a
polygons.
tragedy game. This is a horror game.
Yeah, it's just freaky. But like it always makes me laugh when people sort of like pass off things that they can't accomplish by kind of going, no, that's the art style.
Yeah. I think I'm getting the sense actually. It's really forming now that you're a little bit biased because of contempt for their technical ability here.
Yes,
Like,
that's
your
right.
main
Why
point, your main
would I
point
be
around the pricing is the time it
Yeah,
took them.
that's a terrible thing for me to say, to be biased against the production values of a game. That
Well,
3 years.
It may
No,
put
but-
3
But
years,
it's like
mate.
your main gripe seems to be that rather than the
Well,
fact
there's other stuff there. I don't know if you're
Probably a
looking.
game or-
I don't know if you're watching, yeah. But when they're putting up text and things like that, yeah, it gets cropped by the thing, so you can't even read it properly. It just gets in the way.
gets cropped.
The model gets the model basically just ends up getting in the way.
I
of
noticed
the
that they
text
don't
and
make
things.
sure that the background has a good enough contrast for you to read it.
There's there's
White-
there's a
white
lot
on
of
white.
wrong. There's a lot of
Wait,
wrong
this is
here.
racist. White on white.
That's right. Every game has to have every single every couple depicted in a game must be interracial, or else they're racist.
Yep. I think that's definitely a universal agreed.
I just obviously people on the chat, or of 9 people watching, of which I am one of them because I'm looking at the video here.
I am too.
Our voices commenting on this. Everyone apart from Robin is like a minute behind on the video. What I'm seeing as I speak is beginning to swing the child, and it's like, is that what the gameplay is?
That's
like,
it. Yeah, this is it.
This is like someone has decided that the introductory level of Half-Life is its own game genre.
Mm. So, I mean, I'm going to leave this on for now, just to see if there's anything. I'm not seeing a lot of emergent game. I'm not seeing a lot of emergent gameplay here. You know, you can't shoot the kid. You can't throw it in the lake.
You'd want to, though, wouldn't you? Look at them. If you didn't know anything about this game, you just came into it, you would think, oh shit, it's a horror game.
It's a little bit Silent Hill in places, yeah.
I mean, they should have gone with that. Why didn't they go with that?
Talking of which, I'm going to be doing a lot of playthroughs from various horror, survival horror genre games.
You're going to give your money?
If you'd like to subscribe. Yeah, I actually spent your donation money on the second episode.
Yeah, but you bought that game.
No, well,
you gotta share the revenue of the stream.
Yeah, I bought the $1 game, and then you donated me £3.80 or something like that.
Yes,
I put that towards buying the other game.
Here's the thing.
So that's second episode done. So if anybody wants me to do the third episode, please donate to my Patreon.
Here's something Robin won't even freaking acknowledge. What revenue?
Here, what's let's see, $5 to pounds.
It was about £3.80, I think, something like that. £3.60.
But I want to send you enough so that I can.
So I can get episode 3.
So it's $5. So I need to send you 707.
How many videos do you have to make to actually make $1, Robin?
Do you know what I should do? I should actually
5 people watching.
I can't.
Is your Twitch stream up?
It won't. Well, the donation thing won't pop up here because I haven't got that one clued in. I could do that actually. Hang on. Let me get it up. Wait. Mags.
Your tip jar.
Get the.
Wait, I won't do it through PayPal this time.
Yeah, if it'll go through PayPal on the tip jar thing.
No, I'll do it the other way.
What you mean through Patreon? That's like a monthly donation type thing.
I don't think so.
Twitch.
No,
what was it? Twitch alerts, isn't it? Hold on, Twitch.
Wait, I just had a thought. I did experience a tragedy in a game. What was the game I gifted to you, Pug? What was it called?
Oh, that game.
What is it called? The name is on the tip of my tongue. Fuck it.
It's Spec Ops: The Line.
Yeah, Spec Ops: The Line. There you go.
Yeah.
There is a game that's actually a tragedy.
That game is actually pretty good.
Isn't the sort of subtext
horrible
of Silent
reviews it got
too supposed to be something tragic?
What about Call of Duty Modern Warfare? The first Modern Warfare.
Nah.
Well, that's a twist, really.
Yeah, I mean, a twist, but it's like, oh my god, what the hell?
Okay, I don't define tragedies by just stories that have a sad event in them.
Yeah, I was just about to say maybe it would be best if you did actually define what tragedy is to you.
Oh well, a tragedy. How do I define it? I mean,
shall I have a go?
Don't know how to put it in words.
Okay. So I've just checked. Yeah, it is working now. So if you were to do a donation, and Maggie, if you've got the PayPal thing open, and that will come through. It should come through.
Okay, I'm seeing on the thing of the game that he wandered over to a child on a bed,
Ugh.
and then the
I don't know
crystalline
how that's
entity
going.
appeared to be coming in on the coast.
Okay, according to Google, this is the closest definition that I would say. Yeah, I would agree with. A play, basically, it's just a play. A play dealing with tragic events and having an unhappy ending, especially one concerning the downfall of the main character.
Well, that's the important. Well, I was going to have a go at it as that you essentially have to be invested in the character
emotionally
in a way where the tragedy is in fact applicable to your experience of the character. So, being in a shooter game where you lost, and it's like, oh, there's also, there is some ostensible tragic consequences here, and it's like, no, not really. If it hasn't been properly, if it's not what you were doing and it's not your involvement, then And I think Silent Hill, because this isn't the underlying theme of at least Silent Hill 2, that the guy has to essentially come to terms with his grief, which is a fairly, maybe that's not tragic per se, but it's close.
Habib, do you know what that says?
What says?
Inside chat.
Okay. It says, "You won't scare me. I am gay."
Well, it's
Well,
nice that you admit it.
no. It's a trending hashtag on U.S. Twitter. So.
Yeah, it's an Arabic hashtag, and I guess it's a bunch of homosexual Arabs going like, "Yeah, you won't scare me anymore." Yeah, I see it on my Twitter too. It's trending here.
So
Well-
apparently they're not afraid of being thrown off of buildings
Oh,
anymore.
so
Yeah,
it's,
well,
It's a kind of like a stand of defiance. Like, you know what? Fuck you guys.
Saudi Arabia is heavily related to that hashtag. If you look at the top, like Saudi
Yeah.
Arabia Law, Saudi Arabia Uncovered.
Yeah.
And hi, James. How you doing?
Hello, James.
Been a while.
We fuckers indeed are hardcore. Nice to see you've still got the salt mine image on your thing. Would you like an invite, James? I'm sure I thought I had you in my open house guest list.
I'm not sure if he's there or not.
How did
Logging into PayPal now.
how did Mag's fashion or fitting go?
Right.
Yeah, pretty good.
Logging to PayPal now.
Maggie is logging into PayPal now.
I
Robert
said
had a
it.
dramatic reading for you in the
So-
side chat.
So apparently it's going to come through in a second. With my own particular... I need to actually make an animation for this, really. A proper GIF animation.
It's pronounced GIF.
No, it's not.
It's always going to be GIF. I don't care.
G means graphics, or graphic, or whatever. So
But
if
just
the G is a word that has a hard G sound, it's not GIF.
Scientists slowly reintroduced small group of normal, well-adjusted humans into society.
Mhm.
What?
It's an Onion article. Just
Oh, you spoiled it, man. Spoiled it.
So yeah. What else has happened over the last 3 months? What happened in January, guys?
I don't even remember.
well,
I know,
it was
I know.
no longer
The world
2015,
ended.
and all women's rights were revoked.
All women's rights were revoked.
Yeah, because it was no longer 2015.
Okay.
See, when we saying that, wasn't that the thing? That because it was 2015, therefore, all various things.
Nah. 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 There it is! Thank you!
I think what we can do is just look at
I've got
the
a
list of the...
I've got a little Mario star.
Are you still
He's
broadcasting
donated 5
that
quid.
Dragon Cancer?
$7.
Yes, he is.
Okay, right. I just looked away to another tab, and then I looked
Wait,
back.
why is they take commission sometimes and other times they don't?
I don't know.
No, I don't wonder.
I don't know. I don't. You're asking a guy who doesn't know.
I thought it was when the business does it. They
I
take
don't.
it.
I don't know. Don't
Stop
ask
asking.
me.
I
Don't
don't
ask
know.
me. Yeah. Anyway, okay. So let's have a look at say this week, the week in pictures from the BBC News. That should help. So what exactly happened? Oh, of course, Monster Bowie.
No, I'm looking at the
Looks like
previous
Did it
open
kick-
houses.
made a kick in the
and
bucket?
the topics
The
that we
world
had
ended.
before.
That happened.
It looks like the crystalline entity has a big part in that Dragon Cancer, which is a reference to Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Maybe these are supposed to be cancer cells, which are basically
Yeah,
hairy.
maybe. sort of.
Hairy cells.
So wait, is
Well, I
the
think it's meant
baby
to be like
black?
spiky, vicious, dangerous, painful sort of.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I went to the Revenant thing. I was doing a bit of a video of. There was this sort of like this light show going on in London, and I ended up going to the Leicester Square debut of the Revenant about a month after I watched it on a dodgy film website.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is the baby black? Because, hairy cancer is the black thing, isn't it?
Wait, what?
What?
No, I'm pretty sure there is a type of cancer called hairy sickle cell that almost exclusively attacks black people.
Why is it you concentrate on such things? Is there something you need to tell us, Pug?
This sounds vaguely like the differences in immunology regarding Australian Aborigines, but a bit off mark. Because this is a thing that, like in medicine, of course, knowing someone's precise ethnicity does in fact confer quite a lot of benefits. But I don't know of any risk which is actually greater than 1% different.
So yeah, I'm just trying to think of. I mean, it's been quite a year. We had, from this month we had the business with Steven's Universe, for example.
Yep.
It seems to be a big one going around with localization, or at least an approximation of localization. It seems.
Yeah, the localization thing exploded with Fire Emblem and the way they changed the story quite heavily. I had a stream with JT Vega about it, and for me, it's a little bit, I see the the Twitterverse, let's say, they're focusing on attacking a person rather than discussing the actual matter, which what usually happens. But when it comes to localization, it's a little bit weird. I mean, who is here familiar with the anime Cromartie High School?
Nope.
Cromartie High School is a comedic anime, and it's like a bunch of dudes in high school, and they do crazy shit. It's just stupid. It's like it's the Seinfeld of animes, I guess. That's how I would describe it. Now, it has a lot of jokes that, if you watch the subbed version, would go over your head if you're not 100% familiar with Japanese culture. So you'd have like the subtitles explaining what they said word by word, and there's like an annotation there that's almost a paragraph just explaining the entire joke. So when jokes are explained in that way, they just don't work. So when they localized it or when they dubbed it, they changed the jokes themselves. They changed a lot of things. They changed character references, and they made it work. Yes, they did change the original thing, but they made it work in the same vein. So when they localized a game like Fire Emblem, and before that, when they localized Final Fantasy VIII, they deleted a lot of the whining that Squall used to whine about, because he was kind of like an emo character. And emo characters in anime and Japanese storyteller, like the Japanese storytellers, when they tell a story of an emo kid, it's a little bit different from the Westerners. So they changed that. Question is, where is the line drawn? Like, where are you? Okay, you're okay to change it just to make it a little bit fit better with the culture of the West, but where's the line drawn? When have you changed the game so much or the material so much that it's not related to the previous one?
I think the line is drawn in different places, depending on whether or not you're a weeb.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it's like this isn't like some provision of a public asset here. We're talking about a private enterprise doing what they think is in the best interest of selling their product. Now, if they don't think that the product they've made is going to sell the same across Western market, then they're perfectly fine to just not sell it there and sell something else. What I think is perhaps a valid point of complaint overall is the effort. I don't know if this applies to this game, but in general, the effort that you're not allowed to buy other regions' versions of games. Because if you're a weeb who wants to get like the full Japanese version, let's be honest, you've probably at least got delusions of being able to speak Japanese. You know, so your buying prerogatives could easily be satisfied by just not having any restrictions on which version of the game you buy.
And that's fair. I mean, to have a pure version of the game is it's kind of like a...
Yeah, the very heart of any fan base is purists. Right?
Mm-hmm. Instead of localization, it's just going to be a translation. Translation is a lot easier, by the way. Just plug the whole thing into Google Translate and then correct the grammar and you're done.
Well, that's the thing, is what I'm getting at, is that obviously they thought doing that wouldn't produce sales, so it was clearly a more profitable and more productive enterprise as far as they were concerned. And being that it's their product, they're the only people whose opinion matters. You can say they're wrong, you can explain why it's important to you, and that's valid reasons to be important, but they're not valid reasons for them to do what you want them to do.
Now, okay, just to be clear, I am not defending the localization of Fire Emblem in any way, shape, or form. That game was just done badly.
I mean you in the generic...
I know. I'm just like...
Hello, Commander Grimm!
Just doing preemptively, because, some people might jump into that conclusion, like they did on Twitter on some instances. They were like, oh my god, you're defending this game. And I'm like, no.
Well, that's when you need to go, excuse me, I think you'll find I'm brown, I can do no wrong.
Welcome, Commander Grimm, who I've managed to catch from my Let's Plays. Good news, I've just had a donation from Troy over here. Thanks, Troy. And I will be spending that on the 3rd episode of Resident Evil Revelations 2. Probably maybe do a playthrough of that tonight, perhaps.
All right.
Apparently they're following the dog. Oh wait, that's me.
Oh, you're getting a little reckless with that cart.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this game and I'm thinking it's like... When you make something whose gameplay is equivalent to is it
an iOS game?
Throughout this footage of the game that Robin is playing in the background to the stream, I am losing ever more sympathy for this developer over this situation. Like, it was a mistake, and this is the thing in any business thing. It's like, people make mistakes. Just because you had a business venture, you did exactly the wrong thing, doesn't mean you're not actually competent enough to succeed. It just means that on that occasion you didn't. This is just so objectively not worth the amount they're asking for. So objectively not worth, 8 people's time for 3 years.
Yeah.
Were they allotting some of that time to learn how to make 3D models?
I don't get how you would put this out into the world.
I mean,
make the statements that you're making and be like, I'm proud of what we made.
Yeah, I mean, you were paid in advance for what you were going to do.
It's not like it's a new sudden revelation that being artistically pure is not going to be a big moneymaker. You know, if you've got your vision and you just stick to it and you ignore any sort of commercial sense, it's like, well, it's a game, maybe we should make it better to be rated as a game so that it sells more. Well, it's like, no, this is what we're trying to make.
There's your problem right there. You paid them in advance. That's what you get when you pay people in advance.
Well, I suppose it was kickstarted, but was the Kickstarter like the whole cost?
6,000 people.
I'm going to come back to Kerbal. I think Kerbal did a great thing, with their way, way, way early access and alpha.
Here's the other thing.
3 or 4 versions of the game.
No, Amanda, you're looking at this game here, guys, and you think to yourself, nah, it's not great, is it really? Okay, I'm looking at their weekly sales on Steam Spy right now. Yeah, we're looking at the first week here, 10,000 at $10. Another 10,000 the next week. Another 11,000 the next week. 12,000 the next week. This is all $10 here.
And then they raise the price.
So let's translate that to the amount of money that they're making. Okay, so $10, 10,000, $100,000.
Yeah, take
another $100,000, then $1,100,000. $110,000, then $120,000, another $120,000. Oh no. Now they've raised the price from this was $10. Now it's gone up to. Oh no, this is starting at $15. Sorry, so this is $150,000 that they made in their first week.
Can you share the Steam Spy link?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I think I found it because it wasn't popping up.
Yeah,
And
they're sitting there, and I'm sorry, but they're sitting there and complaining that they're not making enough money. They're looking at this. We're looking at a group here that have made over $250,000 at least from this game.
This is another one of those instances where people look at what fucking Call of Duty Modern Warfare made and forget what fucking Call of Duty 1, 2, and 3 made.
Hold on. Look at the stats.
Okay, I don't want to take what developer said with bad faith, but they did admit that. But like, well, the studio haven't seen a dime, and they're just paying their debts. So basically, they spent more on that game. I don't know where those assets or where that money was spent, but apparently they overspent on things that are not worth it.
Guys.
No, but are they saying that they effectively, like, discounting the value they place on their own time that they put into it? Are they saying they essentially broke even on this game? Like,
yeah, maybe.
That's amazing that they broke even on this game. Like, what the fuck are they complaining about?
The average playtime is under 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Wow.
Wait, what? Oh,
And if
because people stop. Right, I thought you meant completion time for a second.
Yeah, so average is, average is 1 minute and 38 seconds. The median is 1 minute 29 seconds.
They've got a meta score here of 78%. They've got a user score of 91%. Everyone's giving them all these props and all of this money, and then they're whining about. This is some really mismanaged bullshit here.
Hold on, look at this stat. The peak concurrent players for yesterday, 7.
Oh, it's falling off in a hurry, huh?
Well, I mean, I would love to know how much of this is because of YouTube. I mean, I guess go to the YouTube little tab at the top, and you can see.
And I'm sorry. I must actually add to this as well. Is that I wasn't looking at weekly sales. I'm looking at daily. So they're making 10,000 sales a day at $15 a pop.
Yeah, but how many of those are being returned?
Yeah, that's something that seems.
I'd say overall, particularly not just to evaluate the game, we can have all sorts of fun taking the piss out of this, but the point in contention about like their gripe about Let's Players, I think we just don't have the data to bring numbers into this discussion.
Well,
we have some data.
No,
the thing is,
in the last month they've made $250,000, mate. In the last month, they've made
Total Biscuit did discuss it in his video, and yes, Let's Players do help promote games. You can see that in correlation when someone promotes a game. But when it comes
heard about this.
Just let me continue, please. Would you?
Hold on, guys.
Let the brown man speak.
But when it comes to lost sales, when it comes to a game like this, short experience that can be experienced 100% by just watching it, you can't prove a negative. You can't prove the negative sales that comes out of that. Now, there are some developers out there that would call Let's Players like that pirates. They would equate them to piracy.
Yeah.
And
let's be honest, because of recent news events in gaming, there's one particular developer that's coming to mind.
Yeah, and I don't think any of us here agree with those, but yeah, at the end of the day, you can't try to prove a negative. And does that actually happen? Do people just watch a game like this and go like, oh, hell, I'm not going to buy it? I'm betting there's a lot of people that do.
I just can't abide by this person turning around and saying, I haven't made a cent out of this after getting $250,000 in sales in just 1 month.
I don't know their finances. I don't know. I'm just going to put it like this. I don't know.
No, see, that certainly seems to be part of the argument they're putting forward, but let's assume for the sake of this hypothetical for a moment, that maybe that's purely accidental, and that the point they're actually trying to make is just a general concept that they noticed, and they don't have any particular gripe of this instance. They just wanted to raise an issue because they noticed it.
Do you know what I think's happened here?
Mhm.
And I'm looking at the blog that this person has said here, was that they actually put, when they went to YouTube and stuff like that, they put copyright notices on the music, so to basically hope to get a little bit of extra revenue out of the Let's Players. And I think that's backfired on them. And I think this is a way to basically put it back on the Let's Players rather than the other way around.
I definitely agree with that. I mean, can you imagine if Notch had done something like this with Minecraft? What?
No, I mean,
What would be nice, actually, because let's be honest, it's the fact that YouTube just sits pretty and goes, well, who's going to compete with us now? You know, it's like, we don't need to innovate, we just need to lock down more. You know, it's like, if they had more serious, you know, if we had more competition in the market for these things, then maybe the options for, like, the recognizing, like the system that recognizes your music is in someone's video, like maybe there would be more options on there, maybe there'd be more usability, maybe there would be the option for a content creator or a musician to say, when my
Creative
music's
Commons.
on the video,
Creative Commons, it's called. Creative
No, but-
Commons. You can release your music on thing to let anybody else use it without any trouble at all.
YouTube goes
What I'm
far
saying
beyond
is
what the
nice
law
if
says
there was a
anyway.
if there was a middle ground objective, you can either claim or you can't at the moment with the way YouTube works. There is 3 layers. There's not giving a shit, there's taking the revenue, and there's taking the video down. You know, maybe it'd be nice to have a grey area where you just got a little pop-up saying this music is in your video. The guy would appreciate if you get a lot of views from this, you slip them a tip, you know? Just a notification
that's
or
what
request of donation.
Well, this is what happens with my channel, for example. The music that people are listening to on the background here has actually a copyright owner. When YouTube picks that up, it gives me a notice about it and says, don't worry about it. You know, we can see that you're not advertising anyway, so we're going to place a few little ads on there and give that revenue over to the people. I'm happy with that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
So
But
they don't take anything down.
No, but doesn't it? If you were trying to make money by ad revenues on the video,
It wouldn't take you down. It would just take that money and give it to the copyright owner.
yeah. But that's what I'm saying is that is effectively the same thing if you're trying to get, you know, revenue out of YouTube by, you know, content creating. That's the assumption I want to work with, because
In fact, that's
you
worse.
can deal with whatever the scenario is, can't you? If you're not trying to earn money out of the system, then you can just make do with whatever they choose to dole out to you, really, can't you?
Yeah.
With the way it works.
But I mean,
So the way it works
most Let's
has to-
Players don't necessarily use. I mean, YouTube are terrible for this as well. I mean, you're looking at some of these guys who've got like 1 million people coming through. They probably made themselves about, like, you know, a grand or something at most.
If you're
You've got to
trying
make
to make money off
millions of
YouTube,
hits. You've got to take millions of hits to get any decent money coming out of YouTube. It's just pointless, really. It's really just hardly even worth it. I mean, that's why so many of them go onto Patreon. That's why they take donations and things like that. They start merching, because it's just not worth the money.
Yeah.
That's just a free market right there.
Especially given the if people have their audience who go on Patreon, especially people who like do it per video or something, so their patrons do actually go on to their site rather than just look at the YouTube channel only, then
It's harmful opinions. You're
yes.
harmful.
But there is the opportunity, I think, for competitors to. I mean, not a few years ago, but at the current time, I think there's a big opportunity for competitors to YouTube to just to offer video hosting, essentially. I mean, people do anyway, but not very well. Like, there's no one big in it.
YouTube's not going to be around forever.
It's not going to be a monopoly forever.
Yeah.
I think we're at the point where the opportunity exists, essentially. It's just essentially a matter of time now, whether someone's actually going to capitalize on it.
You know, I did on Steam Spy. I posted the game Verdun. which came out April of last year, and just look at those stats. I mean, I know it's definitely not the same genre of game, but it's not a super well-known game.
Yeah, and I'm sticking to my guns when it comes to what's gone on here because let's be honest, a game that's being thrown around for $15 and they've made $750,000 at least in just the month that I'm looking at. God knows how much they've made in previous times and stuff like that. And they're turning around after they've had some Let's Players have their content taken down or flagged or whatever like that for copyright infringement because they're hearing the music and stuff. Yeah, this is backtracking. This is damage control.
Devolve.
Yeah, this is damage control, guys. That's what I'm saying.
That's what happens when you base your entire society on greed.
Well, my point of contention from this is, if you take it that way, it sounds like you just want to dismiss the discussion rather than go like, you're just doing damage control.
No,
I don't want to have
about
this discussion.
In this particular case, I'm talking about it being damage
yeah,
control.
I mean, I don't really...
Yeah, if they'd have actually done this ahead of time, you know, if they'd actually thought about this ahead of time, then...
That would have been way different.
Yeah, and let's say this, okay, I'll take it at face value and say that, well, then learn the lesson here. And think, okay, how can we move forward here and work with people on this sort of thing? You know,
essentially, the point you're driving at is that phrase that you cannot simultaneously prepare for and prevent war.
Well, of course you can.
Yeah.
Well, no, but I mean, obviously, in the literal, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But I mean, in the sense that you're saying that they essentially came out guns blazing and then went, "Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean to start this because."
Well, they've gone guns blazing in the sense that they've obviously, and they've admitted to it here, that they've actually put it so that any Let's Players that are pushing this out there would get their site, their videos flagged for having the game on because it's using music. It's got music in the game, so the music would be the thing that kicks it down. We paid John to create music for our game because we understand that he needs to get paid in order to spend time creating music. If someone else uses his music without permission, we also believe he should have the right to determine the consequences.
No, see, I mean, I also...
Guess what? He did determine.
Agree with that kind of thing.
The music guy did determine. Let me finish a second. The music guy did determine it, and he said it's fine. So in other words, they've done this on his behalf, or at least, as face value is concerned, they've done this on his behalf, or at least used him as the excuse. And he's turned around and kind of gone, "Nah, fucking, just let them fucking do it. Don't be dicks about this." Because he's turned that off. He himself. But you've got to realise that them basically using his music as the flag. You can't use the video as the flag, can you? Unless
was the flagging made from him?
If someone else. Well, as I said, we feel Let's Play culture adds value to the medium, yada 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 yada. But however, there is flip side to the coin. Where is it the bit where John has basically taken? Yeah. All of this to say, we have removed all of our content ID from John's music. If anyone received flags for ad revenue share, you should be able to upload this. We did not intend to make copyright claims or to force anyone to take down their videos. We simply intended for John to be able to draw some income from the original track to our game that he's poured his heart into. So for some reason or another...
Well, it's possible for that to actually be a valid explanation. If what they thought they were doing is making it so that videos without ads just did have ads put on them and that he would get the revenue. That's the only effect they were expecting. Because I made this
Let's Players have got ads on.
You may have missed it in the chat on the actual stream. That maybe there's malice or shady thinking going on here. But maybe they actually did just not realise the full scope of what was going on and what they were doing. Because look at what they made in 3 years. Mm-hmm. Are we suggesting these people are very clever? I mean...
I can understand that. I can understand that they may not have understood the scope of what this statement actually means.
They've got everything available for purchase here, guys, and this was something that was This was a Kickstarter game.
I just glanced back at the video, and they're in some room with something black. I guess it's meant to be black, just sort of rising up.
I think it's
Maybe.
water. It's slowly sort of rippling.
Yeah.
The black water is
That would be
coming.
better if the polygons were actually mutating. See, I don't even do this. I'm a programmer, and I'm an economist, a mathematician, or a programmer. Take your pick, whichever day I'm feeling it. And none of those days I'm an artist, and even I'm pointing out artistic improvements for this.
But yeah, I'll keep saying it. I'm afraid that I think that they were looking to basically make, they've got the soundtrack available for purchase, all that sort of thing. $7 for this. They've got a $15.
Oh, so now they're trying to sell the game
A game
piecemeal.
that was kickstarted and they're selling it for $15 again. I mean, look, I'll be honest with you guys. If I was doing a Kickstarter game and stuff like that, yeah, and I've got enough. They got 100k from the Kickstarter, says Michael Meyer here. So they got $100,000 to do a Kickstarter. That's a good old sum. Another $250,000 here. We're talking about, they're bordering on $500,000, give or take.
100,000 still not enough to keep 8 people afloat for 3 years.
A friend of mine once worked with a woman who thought 100,000 was a small amount of money.
Here's the odd thing about money, though. When you stretch it out for years, it doesn't look like as much.
Well,
No.
okay. Here's something that you should know when it comes to development of games, Pug. You don't have all 8 people working for all those 8 years, all those 3 years. The person
not
who
all
does
the
most,
people that were in the team were
Yeah.
working full time anyway.
If you can imagine, right, take this model here, for example, these models of these little furry things and stuff like that. That's a pretty generically sort of produced model. I could probably make that in about an hour and a half, tops, with the animation included, all that sort of thing. Maybe translate that to a gaming model or whatever like that. Lots of the models that you see here, yeah, most of them could be made in an hour or so. So they're not ginormously complicated models that take like 3 or 4 months to complete.
Also, if you had some business sense, you would have put that money into some type of investing account, that's low risk, so you could kind of grow that money over the time and take out whenever you needed to.
Yeah, that's why most new business owners fail. They try to survive off the business before it's making a profit.
Yeah, not keeping track of the cash flow, just looking at the assets, like looking at the theoretical net value of the assets rather than the actual cash flow. It does tend to be the biggest mistake, the most prevalent mistake.
Yeah, but you don't, for example, making all of those models for that, I mean, how long would it take sort of like an artist, like one single artist, for example, to do all of the modelling that you're seeing here? Bit of rigging in there, not a lot, but some. It's not a long time. They don't have to worry about making sort of like high resolution normal mapping. We're talking about...
What engine are they using?
I don't know.
I very much doubt that they've got their own engine, for example. So, they don't have to worry so much about that. I suspect this is probably a... the one that Shrek likes.
Unity?
Unity, yeah. I would imagine it's a Unity engine game. But as I'm just sort of reiterating that a lot of the games that you can make these days with this sort of art level and things like that, there's not really that much to it.
Sorry about that. I dropped out. I missed the answer.
Did you know the Unreal Engine's got, I think it's the Unreal 4 engine, has got like a blueprint system. You can actually supposedly make games without any code at all. Basically, it's like you can essentially make a design document of a particular format, plug it in, and it will make
it goes, yeah.
I think Apple has something similar to that.
I keep on saying
for,
the Unreal Engine's got it where it needs to be.
No, we can still progress farther.
I see, Robin. Shrek likes Unity, but you're a Unreal fanboy, are you?
I'm not a fanboy. I'm actually, if anything, a begrudging acceptor of the truth. I'm actually.
You don't like the fact that such a
I'm
big
an id
fish...
monkey, mate. I'm an id monkey. Okay, so I've always loved Carmack and the engines that he's produced and stuff like that. Yeah, but over the years, as I've watched things progress and stuff like that, you just got to hand it to the Unreal Engine. You just, yeah.
So Dragon Cancer was made in Unity.
Oh, is that confirmed? You just checked that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, so you're talking about, you don't have to worry about sort of like the having to work out your own mechanics or anything like that. So this isn't something that's born from scratch. I mean, this is along the lines of glorified tech demo, at most.
I just look at, again, Kerbal Space Program, and that way more. Just even back in 2011.
Do you know what will be really funny? How long is this Let's Play of this game? Is it a complete playthrough?
It's about an hour. Let me just double check the time on here. Hour and 40 minutes.
Right, hour 40.
Oh,
so
right.
100 minutes. Is that the whole game?
Apparently so, yeah. This is a full playthrough for the entire game.
It's quite possible that we may end up talking about this game for longer than the game lasts.
That's right. That's right. I, for example, did a playthrough of the first episode of Resident Evil Revelations 2, Episode 1, and I've just bought Episode 2 thanks to Troy's thing, and I'm just about to buy Episode 3 thanks to Troy's donations. You're really keeping me going here, mate. But each one of those episodes lasts about just a little over an hour. And those there's two sort of sections to each episode, so it's actually about 2 hours worth of gameplay for each episode. Guess how much they cost each?
$5?
$5. So that's a Capcom game with beautifully organized
combat
models,
system, graphics, texture.
Yeah, all of that work going into there. A team of probably about 50. Okay, and they're throwing it out there for that sort of price. And these guys are throwing out something for $15. You're overpricing yourselves, guys.
Yeah.
I kind of want to read this paragraph from the Wikipedia article about how Ryan got funding for this game.
Yeah, he's got outside funding from Indie Fund, I believe it was.
So Ryan began to seek funding to help support the project. Ryan had initially developed a short demonstration of the game based on trying to calm Joel down during the night at the hospital, which he and Larson demonstrated at 2013 GDC. The translated scene in the demonstration had the player as Ryan at home with Joel at their nursery, with Joel constantly crying. The numerous objects such as toys and books are given to the player to try to calm Joel down. None of them work, and attempting to leave the nursery was forbidden. Only until all of the provided options were tried was the player given the last choice to sit down and resort to prayer to calm Joel down. The demonstration caught the attention of many of the media there, putting the title into the limelight. Several investors stepped forward to offer to help fund the completion of the game, but some of these investors later backed out. Considering the project to be too risky, Ryan Green had been able to secure a deal with funding from Ouya to develop the game in exchange for time-limited exclusive for the microconsole. Much of this came from Kelly Santiago, who at the time had been the recently named Ouya's head of developer relations. After seeing the game in its current state in early 2013, Santiago felt it needed to be made. The Ouya funding helped to support Green and Larson, as well as enabling them to hire 3 more developers. When Green announced Ouya deal in August 2013, approximately a few months after the console public release, to lukewarm... a few months after the console's public release to a lukewarm reception. Many criticized Green's choice due to poor perception of Ouya's system, as well as poorly worded Twitter messages that Ouya had used to announce the project. Green defended his choice for opting for Ouya, stating that the company behind the device has good intentions towards the larger goal.
How's the Ouya game system doing?
Mine is a paperweight.
I always see
paperweight
people...
ever since I unpacked it. I unpacked it, I played for one afternoon in it, and I was like, fuck it.
I always see people, the gif of people like, oh my god, it arrived, and then they open it and then throw it right in the trash.
Yeah, that was...
Built on Android, wasn't it?
Yep.
Oh dear.
Yep.
The Ouya, man, it was a mistake.
That was a joke. Big time.
Hey man, Apple TV.
I'm under the impression that, I mean, I haven't actually done it yet, but I'm under the impression that Android's like deliberately awkward to make games for. Like,
Yeah, I feel the
from
same.
what I understood, certainly Apple has a less steep learning curve for people. So they've done a lot more of the work for them. I think from what I've understood is that the Android, it's not that it's purposefully trying to be difficult. It's just it's making you do more work. That's all. It's if you're a decent developer, you can still do it. It's just if you're not so decent a developer, you've got more of a chance of getting something released on Apple, let's say.
I mean, Apple has put a lot of tools out there, such as Metal, which, I mean, I don't think that's a new technology. I mean, it's new, I think new to the mobile area.
Yeah, from what
I'm just trying to find the...
I suppose the best way to describe it is similar to, say, the way that Nintendo does its development kits and things like that.
Yeah.
That there's a what's the best way to describe it? You're confined within their
ecosystem.
Yeah, you're confined within their ecosystem, but you're also confined within how you can make the game. Whereas there's less
So with Apple has Xcode 7, Swift, which is their new development language that kind of, it's a very simplified version. You don't have to do as much coding, and then CloudKit.
Robert, did you change what game is on the video?
No. This is the same game.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Apparently this is.
Wait. What?
Can you do that on hardcore mode?
This actually looks slightly better.
Is there a Konami code for this?
It looks more like an actual game, at least.
So there's something there, but as you can, you're looking at, and you can see that a lot of this is it's very childishly put together, isn't it?
Conrad brings up some good talking points here.
No,
yeah.
I was talking with Conrad about games that are considered more art than games and artsy games and all that. So I don't know, like the conversation in the chat became something else in the stream.
Well, I like how, he says it usually makes me wonder how I spent so much money on playing arcade games that are utter garbage, and I feel I probably put hundreds of dollars into DDR. I'm not proud of that anymore.
There was no arcade around here, so no.
I remember Gradius when it was released on arcades. At first I had it on the MSX, and the MSX version was way easier than the arcade. And the arcade unit came out, and I would go out every weekend and just pill my entire allowance in that game.
Well, you've got to remember when the home console and the arcade machine started to basically coalesce to be pretty much the same thing, wasn't it?
Dreamcast.
Neo Geo.
The Neo Geo was sort of like an aberration, really, as far as consoles are concerned. It was very expensive, so it's only for a very small niche group. The one
the
that
games are like $200 a piece.
indeed that too, but the real deal for me, as far as I'm concerned, would be the PlayStation.
I don't know, man. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. PlayStation
When
came
you're
out
playing
before.
Tekken,
You're right.
When you're
Well,
playing
no,
Tekken in the
yeah,
arcade,
you're right.
and it
You're
is
right.
exactly the same game as what you're playing
A game
on
on
the
CD
PlayStation.
essentially is the
Yeah,
line
but
drawing
it
here,
was
right?
exactly the same game for the Neo Geo. Literally, you were
Yes.
playing on
Yes,
the
it
actual
was.
hardware.
Yes, it was, but it wasn't a mass market console. It wasn't like millions and millions of people having that console. It was a very, very niche console. Not many people could afford it. Not many people were able to actually get those games. That's why they were so expensive, because the only people who could afford to play the games were the only people who could afford a Neo Geo in the first place.
Yeah.
So, but whereas
Can you tell I was a spoiled fucking brat?
yeah, the breaking point was with the PlayStation. The PlayStation.
Damn, Robin, you suck.
Why?
I'm watching the stream.
That's not him playing it.
Yeah, whoever this
Oh,
is.
you're-
I'm
oh,
not,
this
I'm
is
not,
just a
I'm
video.
not playing the game. No, I'm actually playing somebody else's playthrough.
Yeah,
Oh
we're
my
doing
God.
Let's Discuss of their Let's Play.
You know what? I'm,
In
you know what
Inception?
I'm like? This is
Inception?
Streamception, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, Streamception.
You know how I'm like. So yeah, this is me taking the revenue away from the Let's Player, who's taking the revenue away from the game producer.
Wait, you're gaining revenue from this?
No, I'm just
No.
taking it away.
Can I
Yeah,
stream the
because,
stream?
Of course, all provision is absent of purchase. That's the way it works. We're all pirates.
I'm pretty sure you're wouldn't be making any revenue even if you actually had
No, but
advertisements
you see,
on
the
this.
thing is, if taken out of the context of the specific instance, but just the general argument about like, games that Let's Players play, which therefore obviate the market, if indeed there is such a disparity, it's like those game developers would probably actually have been better off with Pirate Bay, like Skid Row rules, where like they'll crack the game, but then in all the readmes and instructions on the crack, it says if you like it, buy it. You know, it's like what they're doing is providing an optional purchase. They're enforcing that model, and that was probably better for the developers of the games than the sort of streaming thing in general, which is were an argument based upon that kind of premise and someone were to do the research to give that line of reasoning some substance, I'd be predisposed to be sympathetic to that.
Well, there's a study out there. I can't remember the name of it, but it showed that people who pirate content are the ones that spend more money towards those creators.
Mm-hmm.
For music, movies.
Yeah, like maybe they want all of the content and they give all the money they can, but then, they just need to pirate some of it to get the whole content. I think it's fair. Like, if they couldn't get that, they'd be unsatisfied. Maybe they'd go on to do something else.
Or
In this particular case,
Yeah,
guys,
okay. If I want to just talk about my own experience or my own thing with piracy, I just pirated the new Star Wars movie. It was there on it. I just downloaded it. I wanted to watch it again, but I also pre-ordered the Blu-ray.
Yeah, and see, people are like collectors. They'll watch the movie or they'll watch a thing of content, fall in love with it, and then they'll want to get the box set. They'll want to get a T-shirt.
Well, in this
I
particular
still wanna get
case,
a BB-8,
guys,
man.
in this particular case, what's going on is that they've actually released the guy's music as a side for this for $7. And
Yeah,
so
no,
they've
I
gone
get
onto
that.
YouTube and they've said all of this music in here is copyright. And then what, of course, has happened, everyone who's doing a playthrough of this game is getting flagged because the
Right.
music from the game is popping up and it's being copyrighted.
Right.
So at this point, the YouTubers have a choice. They either take down their video, or they allow it to play, and the revenue from this particular stream is going to go directly to the developers. Everyone's
there's
kicked
a-
up a
there's a
fuss
third
about
choice
this.
in there.
Everyone's kicked up a fuss about this, and then they've had to answer.
There's a third choice in there. You can skew the audio. That is a way to get around the system.
Well, maybe, but really the system does. Like that's
I'm
what I was
talking
saying
about the
it.
actions of the developers here. This is what
No,
we're trying to actually
I
talk
get
about
it.
here. We're not talking about
Well,
trying to work
I-
out some sort of cheeky way to get around it.
I do think it's important to recognize that, judging by their work, they are not necessarily very clever at systems. So maybe they just didn't realize that they were doing this when they set up the albums. Stuff.
Idiocy does not discount malice.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
In
But-
fact, it can
but
encourage it.
No, but saying that, the argument that maybe they didn't actually realize how dumb they were being. Like, I'm not saying that it makes it okay what they did. I'm just saying that assuming some malicious intent is perhaps premature. You know what they say about assume stupidity.
Is greed malicious?
Well, this is the thing is, maybe they genuinely thought that what they were doing was just like that bit, and then maybe they just didn't think about the
ramifications.
Yeah, maybe they didn't realize, they just didn't think that what they were doing when they were making the preparations to release the album or something was actually going to have an effect on the games.
And Let's Players. Yeah, I kind of agree with that after reading their statement.
We've all met people who are a bit dumb, and if you have a not dumb but stupid, that mean that when you have an extended conversation with them, you just realize that they believe something to be true, and you don't even know where to begin in explaining how dumb.
But you're talking
stupid
about
it is.
somebody who can program a game.
Well, are we?
Yes.
How well?
Game mechanics require you to understand cause and effect.
Which game mechanics?
Pretty much every game mechanic.
No, but this is the thing I'm saying, is that people can be fairly obtuse about this. I know people who can look at
Well, you're
the right
being
answer
obtuse about
and
this.
not understand that they're looking at the right answer.
But we're talking about somebody who understands the consequences of doing an action and programming ahead in order to actually think about that.
Maybe they just thought that because they knew, obviously, that it was a different thing. That because we can see that they've made a game, but we don't know how much coding they actually had to do. We don't know.
Yeah,
if the
but there
people who
still
made
is
this
coding
decision-
needing to be
No,
done.
but
You're
like, of
assuming
eight
that this
people-
person can code,
I'm
but
not
doesn't.
assuming. No, Robin, I'm not assuming.
Relax, everybody, calm down.
You're talking about somebody making a game.
I'm
They have
saying
to actually
that-
do some
I'm
coding
saying that
here.
you are assuming that they did it deliberately, and that there is validity to pointing out that maybe they're dumb enough.
Somebody has to put those copyright things in. That is a deliberate act.
Yes, but what they're saying, and when it happened, seems to line up with them putting out the album as the soundtrack or whatever, and then just going through the motions that are associated with putting out a soundtrack, and not realizing that this would also get gameplay Let's Plays.
I just think that you're assuming that these people
No,
are
but you
myopically
were
dumb.
pointing out before that they had spent like 3 years working on a game that is not justifiable of 3 years' work.
Yes,
like,
lazy. That once again, just because someone's lazy.
No,
doesn't
but maybe it took that long for them to work out how to do it just in the game, because maybe they don't know what they're doing. Maybe they don't understand it.
They would have already started.
Well, I'm going to get the game and look at the files here.
But we're talking about people who are schmoozing in GDC, getting people to fund it.
Be honest.
Well, if Green was such a good programmer, why did he have to hire on extra devs? That's just losing more of your piece of the pie.
Who's Green? Is this the person who did it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so he had to hire someone else to actually make the game, possibly because he didn't understand how to do it.
Well, Oya, the deal with Oya made it so that he could hire on extra devs.
Well, the deal with the Oya would mean that he'd actually have to reprogram this, of course, in a different engine.
Right.
Although, is there an Android version, a way of converting these sort of games to Android?
You hire someone who knows how to do it, I guess.
Yeah.
You don't. No. Like for example, like
Like a program.
No, these days some of these engine makers, it's literally a button press.
Yeah, I get that.
That's essentially what I'm getting at, Robin, with this thing. I'm just saying that.
No, I'm talking about taking the programming and moving it and saying, okay, this is going to be made for an Android, or this is going to be made for PC.
I know
this
what you
is going to be
mean.
made for Apple.
I'm just pointing back to the previous point and saying this is kind of what I was getting at. That maybe just because they made this, like looking at this and how it could have been made, it's not in itself evidence that they are capable. And we don't know that the people who made the decision to click the buttons on the YouTube functionality that happened were the same people responsible for making the things. And particular in mathematics, my experience is that you do find people who just understand some things so well that they can't even explain them because they're just that obvious. And then on other things, they just you practically get a nosebleed because of how hard you have to think just to understand how they could not understand something. And these things do occur in the same individuals.
Tide goes in, tide goes out. How does that work?
No, that is somebody who's being purposefully stupid.
Yeah.
Magnets, how do they work?
Well, in this, don't start. But we're looking at somebody who basically dropped the price of their game the moment sales started dropping.
All right, so we're talking about someone who knows how to click the buttons. They are they're clearly a bit obtuse when it comes to ethics.
Well, like I said, this is why I think this is a little bit of backtracking. I'm not saying that this person would thought, oh, this will stop the Let's Players from playing our game. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that they've locked this down.
Copyright working as intended.
They've locked their copyright down here, and they've obviously made sure that it's actually going to stop people from playing this, and in a very obtuse fashion. And for them to not realise that the background music for their game would be playing for Let's Players is myopic at best. At worst, it's malicious. But I'm just saying is that they've been caught out in this particular front. And instead of just basically saying, yeah, we put a copyright on this sort of business, yeah, we didn't really think about the fact that Let's Players are going to get in trouble for this, they've actually put the onus on the Let's Players. And they're basically sitting there kind of going, yeah, they're shifting the blame. This is what I mean. So this isn't somebody who's basically just kind of going, yeah, we fucked up.
We messed up.
Yeah.
It's Let's Players' fault.
It's Let's Players' fault for playing our game and not giving us money for it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. And like you were saying, they're sitting there kind of going, if everybody saw this game and gave us $1 tip, we'd be minted right now. And you're saying, this begs the question, sell the fucking game for $1 and you've got that sorted. Because everybody would buy it for $1 if it was just for $1.
I wouldn't.
Except Pug. Who never has any money ever.
Again, Kerbal Space Program, when it's pre-alpha, it was like $3.
Actually, here's a concept of... Because clearly what they're essentially trying to get at is some sort of...
it's not our fault, it's theirs.
The thing that one of the points they're driving at is this idea that it's just not right that Let's Players make all this money without backing off some other money from what they're making to the game. Like they're essentially saying that they deserve some backhands here.
Yeah, pardon us for advertising you to my 9 million subscribers.
No, but here's the thing: if it was the other way around, and the game and they did choose an appropriate pricing model, and the game did end up being popular, and they did earn staggering amounts more than they have, like so much money that they're just fine. They're not going to gripe about anything. They're just going to be happily busy working on whatever the next project is. Would they give any backhand donations to cancer research charities?
I
mean, obviously this is a question we can't
Goblin AIDS.
We can't possibly answer this question of whether they would or not, but it's an interesting question to throw back at them. It's like, if if you had earned all the money, you're saying, wouldn't it have been nice if they did earn, if they're saying, wouldn't it have been nice if we earned this money, if people gave us this thing. If that had happened, would they have given some money to cancer research?
That's certainly not...
Or do they just, as long as they're included, everything's fair?
Yeah, that is one thing I'm not seeing in their blog, let's say. It's, oh yeah, my kid died of cancer, give some money to cancer research. It's my kid died of cancer and I've made a game about it, give money to me.
Yeah.
There is no give money to cancer research button on here.
But I want to throw a hypothetical out there. Let's say somebody got a hold of a huge AAA title 6 months before it was released, and it was all polished up and everything. It was basically gold, right? And they put out a Let's Play on it. Now,
I'm done.
Now think about that person getting millions of views. Would it be right for that Let's Player to go to the company and be like, "Hey, you got to give me some money because I used your product and I made money from it. I want more money because I used your product and I promoted it to my 10 million subscribers."
Well,
I shilled it for you.
For a person
some YouTubers actually do that.
For a freelancer in the creative community, I assure you that is actually what people consider payment these days. So I gave you exposure. What?
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah, I'll just go to my landlord and explain to them that I've got all this exposure. Would you like some of that? Yeah.
I think exposure can make or break something.
That's called advertising, dude.
It's the only thing more suspect than trying to pay people in shares.
Yeah, I agree with that. I ran a corporation in EVE, and I paid my players in shares.
So it's harmful opinions making the point I made like an hour ago that it's their own fault for calling themselves games.
Yeah, to a degree, I think. I think that maybe somebody needs to actually sort of like chip these people out their own little niche when it comes to things. Interactive story or something along those sort of lines.
Walking Simulator is a pretty accurate description.
Yeah.
It's an accurate description, but somewhat condescending.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, so what?
It is condescending in a way, and I kind of hate that it is, because some walking simulators are actually pretty good.
Okay, point and click adventure here, guys. Now that is what we would call a game, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it is certainly bordering in the interactive story realm, isn't it? So I would say that would be on the cusp.
I don't know though, because this is the thing, is that what's the word? Conflation. That conflation is like valid for a small industry, but now the game industry is rather large, or the entertainment software industry is rather large, and we can't it's no longer honest to just call everything games. I mean, it never really was, but it didn't matter so much because the market was equivalent to it just being one sector. But now it's much larger, the budgets going into them is much larger, and therefore the specializations are much different. And now it is beginning to matter what category something goes into as a business model, and therefore an investment model, and therefore the way something is marketed, it's handled and packaged and designed. It didn't used to be different, it just used to be a different style of software. But now, especially with the big budget teams, oh yes, Harmful, you weren't listening an hour ago. I realized that. I was just, poking you.
But Harmful makes a good point right there on the, if you bring in a ton of people to your landlord, he's going to kick back some money.
Or he's going to be a dick and not.
Well,
there's actually two options.
I know, but
but
in most situations, when you go to like a new apartment complex, they'll usually tell you, like, hey, if you get other people to move in, we'll take them.
Yeah, they do have that sort of building manager thing sometimes, don't they?
I was saying this to Harmful as well. He's basically put a movie up on YouTube, film yourself navigating the menu and play it, call that gameplay, That's a let's play. And this is the thing. If this
Isn't
entire game is just narrative and just story, and there isn't really much in the way of gameplay, well, if you're saying it's got more story than there is gameplay, then guess what? You don't put yourself in the game world. Otherwise, let's players are going to play your supposed game. And then you get all that you've got at this point is whining about the fact that everyone's already seen it and they don't want to buy it. That's what happens. And so if you put yourself in that niche of gaming, then games people play your shit, and then nobody wants to buy your shit because guess what? They've already seen it. You're done. You've already put yourself in the wrong spot. That's the problem for these sort of things. I mean, look at say Gone Home, for example. Yeah, a lot of people said that's not a game. I use open quotes, close quotes, played it. I thought that it was probably the most compelling light switching simulator on earth. But here's the thing: if you play that game once, that's it.
That's it. Yeah, there's no replayability.
You cannot play it again. And in fact, if somebody watches you play that game, and they find out where the key is, they can play that game in 25 seconds and complete it. 25 seconds.
But it got Game of the Year, Best Debut, Best Game of 2013, Best PC Game, Best Independent Game, Best Story, Best...
Yes, which hugely highlights what nepotism can do to a games industry.
I mean, these are all like IGN, Polygon, PC Gamer, Killscreen.
Well, arguably we could sort of go on some drive of going, by the way, guys, how about this? Video novels. That's a non-condescending thing that makes sure you're not necessarily going to be fairly compared to a game. But this is and the thing about that is, it's a free market of private actors, so it is purely up to the people who publish or produce or whatever the word is, the people who present the game or the software. They are the ones who decide what to refer it to as. They're the ones framing it. It's not like they have to register with some sort of a thing. It is what they choose to say that it is.
Yeah,
it's like
novels
genres
are
of
already a
game.
thing.
Within things where there's no contention of whether it's a game or not, there's certainly a lot of confusion as to what constitutes what genre. And it's like, if that can happen,
Okay.
why are we trying to draw such a strict line on...
Have you ever heard the Undertones?
No.
You've never heard of the Undertones?
The music group?
I've got clinical memory problems such that I'm not obliged to work. I may have heard of them. I don't know currently.
Okay, well they released a tune called Teenage Kicks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You never heard this tune?
What about it?
This is what it sounds like.
All the other kids with their teenage kicks.
A teenage dreams so hard to beat. Every time she walks down the street, another girl.
Oh yes, I can tell from listening to that's one of those bands from the 80s or something. Trying to make American trite and badly timed.
Yeah. Now, do you reckon that's punk?
I don't know.
I think it's British rock.
If somebody were to ask me if that is punk, I would go, fuck no.
Yeah, it sounds generic.
Yeah, it's generic pop music with a grungy guitar in the background. That's what it is. The guy there, if you find out about the guy, I'm just trying to find the name of the guy, yeah? But it's John O'Neill, his name. Is it John O'Neill? No, it's not John O'Neill. He's the writer. I'm trying to find the lead singer. Where's the lead singer?
No, but I think, there's enough information here to make the point that you're getting at, or at least that I think you're getting at, that, the music, everything is subject to this. In its genre, as long as it's appropriately marketed to the people who actually want that product, if you let the right people know it exists, then they will buy it. And if you were to make music and then you mislabeled it, and you marketed it to people who thought it was shit, maybe there would have been a market enough to sustain you. but you didn't talk to them. You talked to some people who hated it instead, and then you go, well, why aren't they buying it?
The major problem right now is
there we go.
that
Fergal
games
Sharkey. Fergal Sharkey. Now go and find out about Fergal Sharkey. And what you end up doing is this guy started with the Undertones, yeah? Okay? That was what he got famous for. And then a few years later, out comes this from Fergal Sharkey.
You know,
Can
back
I?
in the 70s and 80s, these kind of
click that
things
link, guys, and you'll
been
hear it.
hated on as much because we didn't already have expectations on what a video game is.
Now this is what I'm talking about, yeah? This guy is not a young chap. He's not a young guy. Okay? So what this guy is doing is he's basically looking at the market and seeing what's popular and jumping in. And then he ends up with this because it's the mid-80s or whatever like that, and they're pop music, and we're listening to this. It just upsets me hearing it. I've got to stop playing that through, yeah. But Fergal Sharkey is the Fergal, basically, yeah. This when you've got these kids coming in and sort of like kind of going, this is a game. They're doing a Fergal Sharkey. This is what I mean. They are Fergal Sharkying it. I want this quoted. I want it quoted down in this way. They are doing the Fergal Sharkey, where they're essentially kind of going, oh, look what's popular. I know, I'll make something that is a generic pop song with a bit of grunge in it, and we'll call it punk.
So for the autists in the audience, like myself, who struggle with the abstract there, what you're saying is that they're going, games are popular, we will make a software and say that it's a game so that it will be popular too. But what actually happens is that people go, well, is that a good game? Oh, it's shit. And all the people that would have wanted it, they never see it because they don't look at games.
Well, I mean, if you have a look at this, for example, yeah, you could have just made a story about this. You could have written a book, or made a small movie or whatever like that. But they're not where the kids are. They're not where the kids are at right now. We need to gamify absolutely fucking everything.
Can I use an example here?
I don't see a problem with that approach, though. I mean, why
Go and
not?
have a look at Fergal Sharkey, and there's your problem.
No, okay. Just because there are a lot of bad
ready to do an honor
examples of
killing.
people trying to get something that is not inherently in a genre of media, it doesn't mean that it should not be done. Okay, they want to tell the story.
I'm not saying that it doesn't need.
Yes,
it doesn't mean it should, but that doesn't mean that it it doesn't mean that it shouldn't be done. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it should either.
All right. Just let me say this. Okay, I am not defending this game. This game is a pretty bad game. The thing is, I am okay with them trying to tell this story in a game. They just did it badly.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually take a moment to contextually defend the game. Actually, that if the game as it exists in this let's pretend playing, if this had been, if there was a publicly popularized term for video novel or something, that
there is. It's a video novel.
Yes, I know, but I mean in the sense that
those are mostly
people aren't
porn,
gonna
though. Just
chase the gaming word, If it was just respected and separate, and we didn't have this bleed over because of the bloke whose name I can't remember that Robin was just
Fergal Sharkey
swearing a blood oath against.
I don't hate him. I hate his idea. Which is basically kind of going, it's the hi fellow kids, how's it going?
Yeah. Well,
hello fellow gamers. Here, look at this. This is a game. Well, it's written.
If
in
the
a
game
engine.
had been put in its appropriate category, if all of the games that aren't really games were in their own separate category and no one was trying to pretend they were games, then this game. And I'm not even going to say whether or not it would succeed or not. I'm just going to let you assume it from the following statement. This game would, in that circumstance, have been competing with Depression Quest.
Yeah, let them compete in their own field.
Here's an argument that, well, I have a hard time even thinking of. If you went back in the 70s and these games were made then, no one would give a shit.
Well, they did. The whole game crashed. Well, was that the 70s?
That's the
No,
80s.
no, it's the 80s.
I could put this in a different way, really. Yeah,
It
Israel has a
was
right to
before
exist.
categories existed.
Yeah, Israel has a right to exist, but it doesn't have a right to exist in Palestine.
I want to make a comparison. Have a look at the link that I put in the side chat. It's the
Sorry,
shadow
my
of
Jewish
this.
listeners, but no.
It's the shadow of the solar eclipse. The
Okay.
moon shadow. So this is kind of how I look at games and genres. Like you sometimes like
Their
can you
shadows?
really no, can you really define can you really define where that shadow begins and ends?
Well, hell, if you're going into astronomy, Pluto
No, I'm
is
just-
a planet.
I'm just saying as an example, can you really make a definitive line of where something
Well,
becomes
I'll
a
have to
walking
put my
simulator
feminist
or
lenses in.
Yes, I just already decided that. I said the
I
line
didn't
is
even get to finish
drawn.
my sentence.
The line is drawn with point and click adventures.
Okay. Or what do you call it? Or fail scenario.
I think Robin's allusion earlier to replayability is probably the most objective benchmark for whether something is actually a game. It's like, if without story you could still pick it up and be entertained, then it's a game. If not, then it's a story.
We are making. We are in the state of making these categories. I mean, before we had a category for what Pluto was, it was a planet.
I get you. I get what you're saying. So right now, in this point in time, we are creating new genres of games.
Yeah, and when they tried to categorize Pluto, they were like, maybe we'll just not categorize it as a planet. It's another sort of celestial
I
body.
hate to be this guy that wants to tie everything to Gamergate, but I mean, the people on the stream can't see it, but I am sat here with the camera enabled, wearing a Vivian James hoodie. But that aside,
Hey, Gamergate for life, man.
For life.
This does seem to sort of a potential argument could be made for the root cause of a lot of this shit to be the condescending nature of the media regarding these product descriptions. You know, we are the affluence has gone up a huge amount since like the old 3-tier class system. We're now in a sort of 7, well, one study recently has put us at 7 tier, and affluence is no longer the domain of the wealthy, and even at the low end of the gaming market, we are quite capable of the nuance of quite particular differentiation and very specific naming of these categories. But the media hasn't caught up to that. They still want everything to be simplistic.
I mean, look at the Imager post that I put in there with Anita Sarkeesian. It's currently like at the top of Kotaku in Action, and it just shows like what the media said about some pretty bad games, and then shows like scores and all that.
I don't give her that much attention anyway.
Oh no, I mean I don't think what Anita's saying has to do with the games that are listed. I think that's just to kind of reinforce what she's saying, or.
But I think you've got to be honest when it comes to this particular thing. Yeah, we're coming to the end of the playthrough, by the way, guys. So you've played the game.
Yay!
Yeah, you by watching it, you've essentially played the game. Now, if that is all that it's worth to you, how can you call that a game at this point? If there's no enjoyment from you thinking, I mean, even for example, watching a film, you can go back and watch the film, but there's at least some sort of linearity to it that you can go through it over and over again. But if you have a look at, say, Gone Home, for example, once you know where something is and you can complete it, for example, in 20 seconds, then you're pretending to play the game.
So what about
When you go about it like that, also there are games that are in the same vein that we all enjoy, and we can call games happily. Again, you said it before, point-and-click adventures. Or if you know all the puzzle solutions for Myst, then does it lose being a game?
I think it takes away from it. Yes.
I think it would be fair to say, that's what I was saying before, that at the time when Myst first came around, like, there was not a lot of point differentiating it. It was puzzle mechanics were part of games, and certainly they're part of these things. But now, each of these genres is not just a niche of development. There are people who only play one type of game, and at this point,
walking puzzle.
It's perfectly fair to sort of to just refer to it as a puzzle. It's just that game now just means software. I mean, literally, my computing teacher keeps referring to our coursework as games because she's just got it into her head that when you make just a small little application that you interact with, that's a game. And it's just, I mean, English is not her first language.
Hell, I have an example of a game we can all agree is a game, Ocarina of Time. If you know what you're doing, you can get through it in 17 minutes.
Yeah, well, the speedrunners.
Yeah. Now, if you speedrun Gone Home, however, you've got 25 seconds, and that's bad, and that is broken mechanics. That is. I'm sorry. That is bust.
Well, the alternative would also be true. If you can't speedrun it, because the only thing you have to do is just sit there and take what you are told, that's not going to be either.
Yeah, but in that same vein, of course, it means that once you've actually played it once, there's no real.
Yeah, exactly.
There's nothing to do again. I mean, in this case, there's no real puzzles to solve. There's no lose state. There's no win state. There's just completion going through it, and that's it.
I kind of want to go back to what a theory said.
Is there a pug? There's a pug.
There's a little pug in there.
Any application, his teacher says it's a game. Let me just ask this. So let's say you have
a talking pug.
An autistic person or something of that nature, and they will only use that application, and they think it's the greatest thing in the world. It entertains the fuck out of them. Is it a game?
Well,
because it's a game to that person.
This is the advantage of gaming being pretty much fully free market. I mean, I imagine maybe China has some state-run things or whatever, but...
Oh, yeah, but EVE, you can't. You have to be on a separate server for China.
Oh, right. I didn't know that. But, yeah, like, the advantage of gaming being a free market thing is just go, your marketing team, even if it's one bloke who doesn't just do marketing, if you're a small studio.
Or person
of color. I'm a northerner, Robin, so bloke is gender neutral.
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, I've met a lot of women from the north, and you're right. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, it's like it's like dwarves in Terry Pratchett.
She's got a beard. Anyway, yeah, carry on.
Never mind. The advantage of it being a free market is that it's like whoever's in charge of being the producer that just lets people know about the game. They can frame it however they like. They can check. They can go, were I to present this as a game, would people be broadly accepting of that? Now, yes, you could find like several autistic people or something that like, yay, I like it. Like, there's a guy that's my college also plays host to sort of daycare for some mental groups, and there's one guy in particular who's always in the same seat, a computer, and I'm not sure if he's even directing his speech at someone, but he talks conversationally quite loudly, and I'm not even sure he's playing things that I would describe as games. There are dragons involved, and possibly mechs. He may be just watching cartoons, but thinking they're his, or they might be Facebook games. I'm not sure. But you can find people, sure. But can you find what someone planning to produce a product would refer to as a market? And if you can find a market by calling it a game, then it doesn't really matter whether it could arguably objectively be called a game or not. It's whatever works. That is the glory of the free market.
It's a game to those people.
Hello, Ian.
If you can make money by calling it a game,
right.
and the problem here is that there's too many people assuming that the optimal marketing strategy is to call their software product a game, and this is causing a backlash.
Just for Ian's, just to interrupt you, very sorry, mate. Ian, this was a game called That Dragon Cancer. I'm not playing it. I'm actually just playing a playthrough of it from somebody else's playthrough, and that was it. And the game lasts about as long as our conversation has.
Yeah, about an hour and a half.
About an hour and a half's worth of gameplay there. And
I thought you meant it was just wrapping up. Is this actually it's over?
It's done.
This is the credits.
You're at the end credits at this point here.
Yeah, pretty much exactly on the dot. An hour and 37 minutes.
Yeah, an hour and 37 minutes. $15.
Yeah, no.
So
play it again.
You know,
what?
Pay
you reckon it's got replayability? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Play it again.
So we're doing a let's discuss of the let's play. That's quite correct. That's probably the best way to describe it.
Inception stream.
But we were sort of like I did want to go through sort of like basically the first quarter of because it's 2016. And so, sort of like, whatever you'd like us to actually give you an opinion on, please bring a topic. No corking fee.
Okay, my opinion is our copyright law is broken.
Well, yeah. What do you think the TPP is gonna do to YouTube? Anybody have predictions on that?
I think.
Is it already doing it? That's my question.
Yeah, maybe it's subtly doing things, and we're just growing accustomed to it.
Or is this happening as we speak? I mean,
I don't wish to come across as being pro TPP or TTIP, but I mean, I think we're just going to have to deal with the fact that something like what we've heard of is going to happen.
Yeah, will happen at some point.
We need to sort of deal with the contingency here, and the thing is, well, if the door is open for big corporations, I mean, we can just form massive cooperatives. I mean, the entities which are capable of making a case against a government for putting in a bad law or something, they don't necessarily have to be one company. You file a class action with your own government.
But here's you can see on the video here are all the Kickstart backers. These are the people that paid for the game to be made. And then they got some extra investment from other people who apparently have been paid back. So, and now this guy's whining about the fact that he's not making any profit out of it. It's
and we know that's not true because we've looked at their Steam stats.
Yeah, and if you're making $350,000
a day,
not a day.
No.
It's like someone going down to their community park or whatever, if they're fortunate enough to have one, and just sort of running like the track part of it, assuming there is one, in this hypothetical, that, and then they see like a public sports day event or something when like semi-professional people turn up. And then they win the race, and they do like way faster. And then the person runs the same track, just looks, they have been running the same track, and they look at this race and they go, "Well, that's odd. I don't seem to run that quickly on that racetrack. That's not fair."
Or why don't I charge people?
Yeah, but
for the track?
I'm looking at this data here, yeah, and I've now found out that this is in fact daily data. So we're talking about people making about $100,000 a day. 150 grand a day. The moment sales popped down, they saw that their sales were going down. They thought, "Fuck it, let's bring the price down to $10 a go." And the moment those sales popped up again, they brought the sales back up. They brought the thing back up. So
did you register an account for Steam Spy?
I'm looking at the Steam Spy here for That Dragon Cancer, and we're looking at the daily sales here. So
did you register with
Is this monthly or daily?
Spy?
I'm still trying to work this out. Hang on a second. Is this monthly?
I still contest that if consent is to be taught in schools, so should ethics.
This is
full it is daily. Yeah, it's daily. So yeah, he's made 150 grand on the first day. Okay, on the first day, $150,000.
Yeah,
this
is
day,
purely
another
expectation problem.
So we're talking about at least $1 million in the first 10 days.
people see the record-breaking fucking crap that happens with things like Halo and Call of Duty and expect that kind of success every time they sell something.
It's like the line that many people associate to Einstein. I don't know if he actually said it. That, you know, if you teach everyone, or what is it? Everyone is a genius, but if you teach a fish to judge a fish by how it climbs trees. A tree, yeah,
it's an idiot.
Yeah, like if you compete in the wrong thing, it's like.
But this is a niche, tiny little game that over since the 3rd of the 4th to the 20. What is this, like back to front or something? I've got.
Did you register an account with Steam Spy?
No, I'm just looking.
You should, because you get more data.
Well, if you can show me more, mate. But I'm looking from the 25th.
I'm trying to find where you're looking at, because I don't really see anything that says that they're making that much a day.
Here's the link there. There's the link there. Yeah. So you're looking at this from the 23rd. Sorry, 25th of the 3rd. 25th
All right,
of March.
Rob, maybe you're misreading this. This is the number of owners on that day. So it goes up and then it goes down by people refunding the game. So basically, right now
I
on
thought this
Steam,
was sales. I thought this was actually sales.
No. These are not sales numbers. Right now, it's estimated they have 14.4 thousand owners. So these are the people who paid for the game.
Mea culpa.
Yeah, you can see that their owners are going up, and then there's a dramatic drop, and at the end of the dramatic drop, or rather, more people own it on the first day of the sale, and then that climbs back up to finally, just as they end the sale, it's when their owners is at their previous peak before the refund.
Look at all the tags of this game.
Loads of people refund it again.
So many tags.
Yeah, indie, adventure, walking simulator, story rich, atmospheric, narration, single player, point and click, documentary, surreal, great soundtrack, casual.
You see what I'm saying about all this crap about all these genre titles and things? We're not having massive, like, friendship-destroying debates or arguments on the internet about what counts as a role-playing game a lot.
Well, as long as it has a great soundtrack.
Well, it's straight expectations. We know what a fucking role-playing game is now. They've been around long enough that we can define them.
This is the thing, though, of course, because it's a qualitative definition, and that's not tends to be how the I mean, I know that doesn't really work for the indie market.
Conrad brings up a point of discussion here, and he was saying, "I play games to escape reality. I don't especially want the worst thing that can ever happen to people piped into my leisure time." Now, here's the thing.
Yeah.
You've also got to remember that there are people out there that don't have tragedy in their lives, and they want to experience a little bit of it.
Yeah, I mean,
just look
I respect that from Conrad. I mean, I know a lot of people who are the same way. They just want to have some fun. They want to shoot some things, and it's fine. It's really fun.
Take a look at Gone Home.
The games that I enjoy the most are the ones that are depressing as fuck. And I understand that it's not for everyone. I enjoy the fuck out of the cat lady, even though that's one of the most depressing things I've ever experienced.
That doesn't make a lot of sense, because surely your circumstance is... You've got some things to get depressed about.
I know, but I just enjoy tragedies and depressing things every now and then. It's fine.
Maybe this is
Middle Eastern blood.
Maybe this is why the Middle East has become the hotbed of terrorism.
It's not the only thing that I enjoy, though. I mean, I enjoy just flying in Elite Dangerous and just causing trouble and.
I want to have some fun with this point. Maybe this is why the Middle East is like the hotbed of terrorism in the modern world now, because the population of people there are just more predisposed to just be like, well, should we do something about this terrorist threat? Yeah, I suppose we should, but I kind of like having tragedy in my life.
Oh, Jesus.
Ouch.
I get it. I mean, because there's people that go to the gore subreddit. People are fascinated. A majority of people are fascinated by
morbid things. People voluntarily watch The Human Centipede.
Yeah.
I think there's a period in one's life where you want to sort of desensitize yourself to some nasty shit. There's that everyone has their ogreish moment.
Yeah.
Even when I was talking with Conrad earlier, we were talking about Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. Someone could say that, yeah, Shadow of the Colossus was not really a happy story.
No. That leads me to wonder what the hell my favorite kinds of games says about me.
Well, look, if you go on...
This isn't Tumblr, Pug. This isn't...
Go on Steam Spy.
My favorite games are mindfucks.
Go on Steam Spy and pull up a game that you like, and then look at the related games. Like, the related games for the Dragon Cancer are Portal, Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Team Fortress, Elder Scrolls, Left 4 Dead, Stanley Parable.
Yeah, they want to put themselves within that niche.
BioShock Infinite.
Yeah, they want to put themselves up in that sort of
I think the related games are, determined by metrics.
Fergal Sharky.
Yeah, but Civilization.
This is what I'm talking about.
Jesus.
For instance, I really
those games, the related games, like I said, they're determined by metrics. Like the people who own these games would most likely own these games, or mostly own these games as well. So it's not. I wouldn't really blame anyone for that.
It's a share percentage. They break it down as a share percentage. So like if you have this game and this other game in your library, this is how many percent of possible users averaged would have the same games.
I wouldn't say that just because it's there, it's actually. I'm not gonna take it for face value.
I don't know, but like 61% of people that have Portal have the Dragon Cancer. That's kind of a high number.
I think. Are you sure it's not the other way around?
Because almost everybody on Steam has Portal, and
no, I know.
Yeah, if 61% of everyone who had Portal had Dragon the Cancer, this guy certainly wouldn't be worrying about sales.
Yeah.
I think you might be reading that statistic the wrong way round.
Yeah,
it's just that they share. I don't know.
Imagine 60% of the people that have bought this have also got that game.
Yeah, if they
that's what
of their audience.
No, what you'd actually said was in reverse, Troy. What you were saying that 60% of everyone who had Portal had this game.
Yeah, they are sharing that 60% of their audience with Portal, not Portal's audience.
Yeah.
So when you look at the related tab,
it may in fact.
Is that what you're saying?
Into the people who bought this game, it may give you some insight. If you look at the merits of Portal and why it was such a roaring success, perhaps they were hoping that this was that continuing sort of thing. Because if you look at what it looked like they were going for, rather than what they actually made, like you can see a very good. What they ought to have made would have been something that belonged side by side with Portal, but they didn't.
You can't compare the two. You just can't.
No, but
yeah, I mean,
in the minds of the developers and perhaps the minds of the audience that backed it and that bought it, maybe there's
a strong narrative that's driven by simple puzzles and
like
strong narration, I guess.
A story that is established by traversing an environment.
Well, and also forcing you to do certain things.
Well, that's the masterfulness of Portal that is so hard to replicate, and a lot of people don't seem to get that it is going to be so hard to weave the narrative into the game mechanics so much, and that Portal's fairly unique. You can't really emulate Portal's success without just emulating Portal. Really.
The hilarious thing about Portal is that 90% of it is tutorial.
May I ask if anyone's paying attention? What the hell is #Birdie Sanders? Is it
Bernie Sanders was giving a speech. Bird landed.
Oh, right. I thought like the hashtag had got a cold or something.
No. A bird landed on his podium, and she was like, "Yeah, that's."
And
like...
he rolled with it, and
nobody got that joke.
Right there.
Nobody got that joke. That joke is fucking gold.
Somebody put Hitler in the Mother Nature.
Bernie Sanders, get it?
Always turned out so.
Hold your nose and say Bernie Sanders. Come on.
Yes, Robin, it was terrible.
That was a fucking brilliant joke. I'm telling you.
It was terrible, and I'm proud of you. Stick to your guns.
Fine, we will laugh.
You know the kind of jokes I normally come out with.
There's a
I
hashtag
am
called-
laughing
there's-
in the
I'm
inside.
just explaining it to Max. There's a hashtag called Birdie Sanders at the moment, and I was just
I'm
saying,
internally
have the
laughing
Bernie
at it.
Sanders people got a cold.
Hey, look what
Yeah,
look,
she
Shouldn't
gets
that
it.
be
She
classified
thinks
as a
it's
good
fucking
thing?
funny.
look what I
That's
just
my
retweeted.
baby.
Would actually not be terrified of him.
For the love of my life.
Yes. Yeah. There you go. That's what gets the girls. Anyway, or at least one.
I don't think we can
That's right.
we can take a review of your humour as being wholly independent.
Absolutely and completely unbiased.
That's right.
It has
okay.
nothing to do with the size of my penis.
Which is absolutely tiny.
Oh, does it play a factor?
Adds to.
It adds to. Hang on a second. What? It adds to the humor? What are you saying
See,
about my
that's the
penis
humour.
at this point?
I like your penis. I think it's a beautiful penis.
Thank you.
I'm
Anyway.
going with tiny again.
Mailbox
Well,
opening.
the Greeks thought tiny penises were very artistic, so they genuinely would have had some, like, the equivalent of middle class people in that society, just sort of looking down at their penis and going, "Oh, if only it was smaller. I'm so unfashionable." That's the reason why all the Greek statues have got tiny cocks.
Be honest, I kind of feel bad for people
Although,
with giant dicks.
that's it, the Victorians went around deliberately chipping the cocks off statues because they just thought it was unseemly that people had bodies or something. That's me obviously lampooning them at the same time.
I'm just trying to watch this video and say, oh, look, this little bird pops up to his podium. It's like, you're right there, mate.
There's a tweet.
It's
a little
amazing
cartoon.
that like everyone's screaming the place down, and this bird's like kind of going, "What do you want?" Any old bird anywhere else in the world would be like scream, would have flown off by now, and he's just sat there.
Hello, Governor. How are you?
Bernie's just looking at the bird like, "What do you want?"
I'll get you the bread later. Jeez, we talked about this.
You would think it would be a good thing that that bird wasn't terrified of him.
Well, if you consider how religious America is, I mean, I realize Christianity is becoming less popular, but I don't believe that's the same thing as America becoming less religious in its attitude. And I think there's
going from
there's gonna
theist
be
to
people
deist.
who are actually now thinking that Bernie Sanders is some sort of messiah. I mean, they probably already were. Let's be honest.
That's why Bernie supporters like friggin' attack people at Trump rallies.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah,
That's
but
the thing.
Trump fucking supporters attack people.
One
at
topic
Trump
that
rallies.
happened this week.
That's the thing in American politics. Can you blame? They're finally like two candidates come forward who go, "Yeah,
Fuck the system."
We're not just going to be like carrying on the same bullshit. We're going to do our own thing." Can you blame the American people for getting a little bit fanatical about that? It's like the first time in their history since like Abraham Lincoln that they've actually had the possibility of a genuinely principled leader.
Yeah, I will. I'll agree with that.
Well,
It's very exciting.
I wouldn't necessarily, when the difference between, say, Bernie and Trump on this is Mr. T. Rump. Is completely, it's apples and oranges as far,
Trump would have bit the damn bird's head off, and
I have to say, Robin,
he'd have flicked everybody off.
as much as I do consider Trump and Sanders to be very different, in the context of American politics, if the election becomes Trump versus Sanders, I will consider that a win for democracy.
Yeah.
And that's the end of my dog in the fight. At that point, I'm stepping back and letting the remaining democracy take its
you'd
course.
at least say that it was a win for primary election democracy.
Well,
Yeah,
in
this is
the
what the Electoral College does versus the
Mm.
popular vote.
See, the thing is, because of, I mean, being autistic, maybe this is why I see this more, but I don't really get the identity politics side of it. I just look at what their policies are, what their priorities are. There is a lot of overlap between the changes that Trump and Sanders want to do, and those overlaps are things which the establishment candidates would never do.
Yeah, but like, for example,
Like if it becomes Trump versus Sanders, there will be minimum wage increases. There will.
I don't know. Minimum wage increases just increases price of everything.
No,
that's a terrible argument.
Yeah, the minimum wage. It's not only are there legitimate, like, theoretical arguments that
Oh, I know.
demonstrate it, the evidence is in a first world developed country of the modern era, an increase in minimum wage boosts an economy, boosts standards of living, and boosts productivity. But every measure that we know how to rate an economy.
However, there is the myopic view, of course, is that if I pay out a little bit extra money to my employees, I won't make an extra profit on my quarter this month. And this is the problem with a lot of big businesses that they look at. You see, they're only interested in this quarter, not next quarter. And if all of these businesses are forced to do this, you see,
I think that's a bit simplistic, Robin.
But I don't know. I don't know how many businesses you've worked in, mate, or been part of the management crew on that. But that is all that they think about. It is literally all that they think about. No, not the bottom line. No, they think about the quarter.
Given the industry you interact with, I fully believe that, actually.
Yeah, it is just basically an obsession with that quarter and getting right to the very end. Even, you know, and the only long-sighted thing that you see is when they kind of go, right, I've made enough, or I've got enough money over my quarter. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold off me putting the money in for the next quarter in order for me to make it easier for myself to get past my thing on the next quarter. So you'll see people actually not put in their sales for that quarter in order to make it easier for themselves to get past their bonus level on the next quarter. That's about as long-sighted as they get.
Yeah, that's what we call perverse incentives.
But for example, you know, what's his name? Supreme. What's the person?
Taco?
No. He's running for president.
Trump?
No.
Cruz.
Vermin Supreme.
The bird.
Ted Cruz?
Vermin Supreme, his name is. Have a look at Vermin Supreme.
I'm guessing he's like running for like the third non-existent party.
No. Just Google Vermin Supreme. When you guys were talking about sort of like say a non-establishment candidate being a good thing and stuff like that, yeah. Now have a look at Vermin here. Now I don't know if you've noticed, but this man is wearing a Wellington boot on his head. Now,
well, I mean, someone who's actually electable.
A shoe does not belong on the head.
Bear with me. His policies include a free pony for everyone. Now, let's be honest.
I would like a free pony.
Let's be honest now, guys. That is certainly something that the establishment might not want.
I can't see any arguments against it.
So he's an independent.
Well, apart from, of course, who is going to supply the ponies.
Well, you would contract that out, and then obviously the feed industry would grow because there's a higher demand for it, and
free ponies for everyone. Free ponies. You can
see this idea. Essentially, the only thing that can actually crash.
Holy shit! He actually got people to vote.
The only thing that can actually make an economy collapse is if the people who need something don't have the money to buy the something, and therefore encourage other people to work for it.
Well, how do you get the free
but as long as the money circulates, like you can an economy.
Somewhat of a good thing. I'm pointing you towards Vermin Supreme here,
right?
Who is doing exactly that.
This is a bit of a straw man of my intent.
Indeed,
there, I think.
But what I'm showing you really more than anything else is that is not good enough. In other words, you have to have policies that are actually good.
Yes.
Not just because the establishment doesn't like it. That is not good enough. What I meant,
Robin, was that was the distinction between them and the other candidates.
Well, I don't see.
That was the only quality they must possess.
I don't see a distinction with him and establishment candidates, to be frank.
Well,
from the fact that he's an arsehole to them.
With regard to Trump, and this is the first thing I'm going to say specifically in regard to Trump, that it is absolutely ridiculous to harp on about Trump as the worst candidate, when if Trump doesn't win, it will probably be Ted, turn the Middle East into glass, Cruz.
Ugh, God, Ted Cruz.
Well, you're saying that as though these people even would have a chance. Let's say if the establishment.
No, but this is the thing. The military action is what the president is for.
Let me finish. Okay. First of all, they can't just decide to. Okay, they have to actually get Congress to
Dude.
Executive action.
How many wars have we fought in the last?
These are what we call
50 years?
police actions. These aren't necessarily done for, and you actually have to go to the UN for this and get UN support for this. But
a very
this is
particular.
Hear me out,
America
guys. Hear me
has
the fuck out.
basically
Hear me the
vote.
fuck out. Hear me the fuck out. If you're talking about Ted Cruz turn the Middle East into glass, I refer you to Trump's "I will bomb the shit out of them" Trump.
I'll refer you to the Iraq War, where
So there is
the
no
UN
difference
told
in
us
that.
not
No,
to
no,
go.
but here's the thing. Do you recall and I'm talking about the sort of backing from the internal politics of the party, like the inherent corruption. I'm not saying that the policies they're going to put forward are good. I'm not even going to say that about Bernie Sanders, because I know there's a lot of contention there. The fact is that it breaks this current system of money just being funneled into the politics, and it makes it a lot more complicated, therefore higher risk, therefore higher cost for people to turn politics into corruption.
What, you
And
don't
something
want
that
rich
is true
business
of
owners? You don't want rich business owners leading the political discussion, right?
Well, they're going to, but it makes it more costly when it's more unpredictable to be able to do that. Like, if you can make it more expensive for them to do that, they're going to be able to do it less.
Yeah.
It will reduce the amount.
I see a large
I'm not
problem.
saying it will get rid of it.
Dusty has a large problem that he sees.
Is
You haven't
one
even
of
let him
those
finish.
people-
Dusty?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Trump is one of the people who keep buying the politicians. So why would he want to change that?
Well,
he's
because
sort of
he's
cutting
not
out the middleman
all
here.
corporations. This is the thing: is it would probably be fine if it was actually a small agenda being pushed, but it's not. It's virtually everything being pushed and everything turned into a flustercock of corruption.
Just a simple question, guys. Have any of you sat down and listened to him speak at one of his rallies?
Yes, I have.
I will say yes, but I'm going to say no for the point of discussion because I don't think I've watched enough.
Do that. Just once. Just one of his rallies.
I'm not saying that he should win, Robin.
No. You don't need to make anything up. You don't. You just have to watch one of those rallies where he sits sat there speaking.
That's why when they do make things up, it pisses me off. I see it on my Facebook feed. All my friends, they're just linking some things. The whole thing with Trump, it's like, you're just taking the piss. You're not going to beat him with memes. Maybe actually say something that has some basis in reality. I'm not saying that there isn't something. In fact, that's why I'm so disappointed that they're not. It's like the reason I was disappointed in the It's 2015 answer. It's not that I disagree of that cabinet. I saw Liana Kushner go through the people and have a look at their political background, and it seemed pretty fair to say that it may well have been one of the most well qualified and appropriately chosen cabinets that Canada has seen in modern times. And instead of saying that and saying, no, these women are here because of merit or something, he just went because it's 2015. And that's what I'm getting on about with regard to Trump. I'm not saying that he deserves a better shake of things. I'm saying that we, as a people, deserve better than the shitty, ineffective arguments that are levied against him.
Rather than the truth.
What, then people telling him he's a demagogue, that he encourages violence within his own...
No, but they don't substantiate. I'm going to go on Facebook right now, and I'm going to tell you the first thing I scroll across that's about Trump.
Dude, I saw a video, and this was presented by Trump supporters, who basically had a black guy in the audience who punched out a protester who was being escorted out of the building, punched the guy out and started kicking the shit out of him, okay?
Personally, he punched out the wrong guy. You should have punched out the dude who was wearing the hood.
No punchings! We don't do assault! The fact is, the video was actually titled Black Guy Punches Out Racist Bernie Sanders Protester or something like that, Well, the thing is, you're talking about Trump supporters here. These people are basically saying that physical assault, fine. And look, we've got a black guy on our side. And
They do actually have something. They do actually have something in for the racist part, because the guy behind that guy was wearing a fucking KKK hood.
Why was he wearing a KKK hood?
Because he didn't like Wasn't he didn't like Trump?
So do you think he was being racist?
Or
do you think he was trying to highlight that he thought that Trump was?
I'm not suggesting this is what happened, but it makes sense to me, the idea that he turned up and he thought he was being clever by going, look, there's people with KKK stuff on.
I just recently watched a video of a police officer that is a Trump or Bernie supporter. He went to a Trump rally because Trump went to Arizona, and he's stating from his experience as a police officer, it was the Bernie Sanders supporters that were the more aggressive, more racist, and the Trump, I guess you could say, crew was saying, please do not touch anyone, let security take people out of the building. And I agree that the media doesn't give him a fair shake, and it's grossly misrepresented, especially by leftist media.
But let me ask you a question: have you ever heard Bernie turning around and kind of going, "Yeah, go after them, guys, go punch the shit out of them"?
No.
Have you heard Trump say that?
Yeah.
See, this is the thing, Robin.
This is the demagoguery I'm talking about.
I've seen him say this.
Is that anecdotal?
What? I can go to any of Bernie Sanders, go to any of the things. Go and watch every single thing that Bernie Sanders has ever said, and never has he encouraged his supporters to go and protest. He has and protest Trump rallies. He has never encouraged these people to go and actually conduct violence. Trump has actually said it in his rallies.
Yeah. And if the majority of what I heard about him was stuff like that, then I'd be satisfied with that the argument is going equitably, or whatever the word that I can't seem to remember right now. But what I see generally when I see it is tangential. Finally, I found something: Hitler, Trump, and political threats. That's the first thing, and it's just the comparing to Hitler. I'm not saying it's not valid. I'm saying it's barely an argument.
Godwin's law.
You can't just say.
No, you're thinking Godwin's law, but to be honest, honest with you, Hitler would really have loved Godwin's law. Okay, just because when somebody is actually acting like fucking Hitler, being a demagogue, encouraging your supporters to actually attack people, all that sort of business, and doing that same thing. Playing to people's fears about the other, playing to people's fears about the foreigner, all that sort of thing, yeah? If you are actually doing the Hitler thing, I think it's alright to say that guy's doing the Hitler thing.
Right.
Amazingly enough,
better if they just covered what he's doing, because when they start with the comparison to Hitler, it makes people close off. And this is the thing: this isn't like something like fallacies with like strawmans or something where we've equipped ourselves with definitions so that we can point and say that's what's being done here. This is actually something which was observed. It wasn't that people were intellectually saying therefore invalid. They just saw it and thought, well, that's ridiculous, and walked away. Something Tony Blair said in his.
Let's be honest, the whole racism thing isn't an intellectual argument, period.
Well,
it's emotional.
But there's something Tony Blair said, if I recall the thing precisely, is that, I mean, he rattled it off in very flowery language, but he basically said that in his experience that if you want to say something about someone that sticks, you don't go for the worst thing you can say. Think of the softer touch, because the worst thing you can say, that's going to start a big discussion, it's going to get people riled up, but then it's going to get dropped, and people will move on. And it will just be we never really came to terms on that. But if it's something which shouldn't come to a head, then it will stick, because it'll linger around. And people will just come to think of it.
This person has nuclear weapons and has got 45 minutes before he could fire it off.
Well, in regards to, say, a political opponent, it would be like saying, I know, Tony Blair, right? But in regards to a political opponent, it's like, you could say, this guy's a communist! Or you could say, this guy doesn't know how to handle the market.
Or you could,
one of those things is clearly a bigger dog whistle. No offense, Pug.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm going to call a demagogue a demagogue.
Yes, that's fine.
I'm going to call a polemicist a polemicist.
Going, he's Hitler, makes people do the whole assume.
I'm not saying that he is Hitler. What I'm saying
No, I'm
is
not.
he
I'm
is
not
doing
talking about
exactly
what
the
you
same
say,
as what
Robin. The
Hitler
whole
does.
point here, I'm not talking about what you're saying about Trump. I'm not talking about the kind of arguments, like not just you personally, but the things that you're raising about Trump. I'm not even talking about those arguments. I'm talking about the dumb, ineffective comparisons which cause his supporters to simply become more and more confident that people are out to get them for ulterior motives. Because they don't give them the substance first. They give them the dog whistle first, and then they
I always give them the substance first, and they fucking still hate my ass.
Well, you're saying that, yeah, about the opponents of Trump, but Trump is doing exactly that himself.
Yes, he is.
And
yes,
what
he
you're
is.
saying is that it's okay if Trump does it, but
No,
it's
I'm
not
not.
okay if they.
No, I'm not.
That's the thing. It's working for Trump. That's the thing. It's working for Trump to do it. With the demagoguery that he's pushing forward.
And have a look at the video I put in the side chat, just as some.
Yeah, and this is.
What's going on Facebook? It's B Tatum. I'm making this video.
One second. Let me get that saved so everyone else can see it.
I don't see that it is.
Well, this
You're
is
not
the thing.
going to- you're not going to beat-
The violence is begetting more violence.
You're not going to beat
Yeah, to give
someone
you
in a
guys-
political campaign by sinking to their level when your argument is that their level is unacceptable. That's what happened to Marco Rubio. He made that crack about Trump's penis, and he all of his support gone. That was it. Because his popularity was based on the idea that he was the sensible, sane, intelligent alternative for Trump,
Really?
and that it was expected
never
that
thought
people
that.
would switch to him. No, you didn't think that, Robin. Of course you didn't think that.
You wouldn't
A lot
vote
of
for
people
him,
in
so.
a lot of people in the States thought he was had the integrity not to drop down and do an attack statement.
and then he sunk to Donald Trump's status level, and that's
Oh,
it.
so
There was
that
no.
would be like
Well, this
that would be like Bernie Sanders making an attack ad on
this,
Hillary.
But this, for my mind, you see, for in my mind, see, this is the trouble with American politics is that and I think we were talking about this, is that the Trump fans seem to also be sort of like WWF wrestling fans. They're almost there for the battle.
Can't make a broad generalization about them, and for every person who knows, for every person who is thinking, yeah, I like Trump, and it would be in our best interests, let's be honest, if they would be persuaded, but they're not being persuaded because the first thing they see is some fallacious nonsense about demographics that support Trump, and they know that it doesn't
Not
apply
fallacious.
to them.
This isn't fallacious.
No,
this is the
Robin,
problem.
let me get this point out, okay?
But don't tell me what when you've
Robin,
got people that are encouraging violence.
Robin, let me make this point. There are people for whom those things apply, but there are a lot of people for whom they don't. And every single one of those, they don't get past the first line before they know it's bullshit.
Well, okay, Trump, economics. Go for it.
His tax plan would bankrupt the country.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So that's it. And he's got supporters who basically beat the shit out of people who protest their stuff.
No, but you're jumping right to the thing that is most important for you. You need to look at the most objective thing. It's the exact opposite.
Yeah, people should have actually stopped Hitler by talking about his economic plan.
Well, it probably would have worked, Robin. This is the thing. People did talk about how he was a demagogue, and he won.
Except those people who said that ended up getting the shit kicked out of them.
It's not.
Watch the video, Robin.
It wasn't the soft condemnation of low expectations, to paraphrase. It wasn't that people were going, oh, he's not good enough. It's he is good enough, but I'm opposed to you, and that presented a clear us versus them narrative for their supporters, and that's where
here's an argument that'll piss you off, Robin. Britain and all the rest of the Allies are directly responsible for Hitler's rise.
How so?
Because of all the sanctions put against Germany, which put them into the position where Hitler could rise.
Absolutely, yes, that.
Yeah.
And the perception of the Jews killing God in a predominantly Christian, Catholic time of Europe.
That's
way
tangentially.
Germany made
That's
it
quite
feel like
tangential.
everyone
No,
was
but this
against
is the-
them
this
was
is the
because
thing, though,
everyone
right?
was.
That's a tangential thing. That's not quite the
This
same.
does come down to one thing, though. I'm going
across
to
Europe anyway.
I'm going to say this last point, and then I think we should,
Move
each of
on.
us say our last point on the matter and move on to something else. And my last point on it, so I'm giving up the ability to respond to whatever you say next, okay? So my last point is that when we go on about learning the lessons of history and we point to the similarities between Hitler's rise to power and Trump's rise to power, we do need to learn the lessons of history. And that simply pointing and going, I can't stand for that, he's horrible or whatever, and saying that he's lying and basically letting them turn it into an arena of identity politics.
I'm not. First of all, I'm not talking about the identity politics. I'm talking about the demagoguery. That's what I'm talking about, and that is encouraging. That is actually encouraging it. And you have seen people that will punch protesters in the face with the full, as far as they're concerned, support of the person on the podium. No way, and I'd like someone to show me a video where Bernie, for example, you're obviously going to show me this video here of this police officer talking about these supporters protesting this Donald Trump rally. And they're against Trump, and maybe they are voting for Bernie, maybe they're voting for Hillary, maybe they're voting for fucking Vermin Supreme. We don't know every single one of them. But the real case is they're not necessarily doing it because they support Bernie. It's because they're against Trump.
Yeah, and the against Trump narrative is what is giving Trump his power. Look at what Michael May is saying in the chat, that Hitler was in prison for treason. You see, the demonstration here is that the leader of this movement was someone who could be the embodiment of the resentment of the populace by demonstrating that they had it shit too. And Trump is not someone who could do that without this media circus around him, where everyone's against Trump. If that was not what was happening, then this is the thing. I know he was popular beforehand, but there's a pattern in politics where.
You're talking about dumbasses here.
No, but the dumbass vote drops away sharply. The dumbass vote normally drops away very sharply. It probably would have dropped away, but they had already decided to make Trump the headline.
Nah.
So there was no one to compete with that narrative.
I think there's a certain demographic out there, and you can see this within a lot of the Trump supporters out there, that initially as well they wanted to support Trump because they thought it was fucking funny.
There's the larger part that support Trump strictly because he's not part of the system.
But that's the bizarrest thing for me. He's more establishment than pretty much any of them. The other ones just
don't really interest me.
And we are back. Sorry about that, folks. Carry on out.
You can't really go with the idea that. I would agree on the points that you can say, yeah, he's establishment, or at least he's status quo, if we want to split hairs. But you can't really sell that as a political narrative to make people not vote for him when he is so maligned in the press. Because if he's the establishment, then why is he here? I'm not saying this is a clever thing to say, but if it's the first thing people think, and that first thing leads people to no longer think, you have lost.
Well, that's what he's doing. It's
not what he's doing.
Yes, he is.
This is the media.
Yes,
this is the media. He's
No,
not writing anti-Trump articles.
No. He is putting people into that emotional state. It doesn't matter what people were to write against him. Wouldn't matter at all.
No, this is like the whole thing with Anita Sarkeesian. If no one had ever given a shit about her, she wouldn't have made a fucking penny.
I very much doubt that.
I'm being hyperbolic, obviously.
Yeah.
I can, for example, that sort of like 6,000 or whatever like that, people that come in, there were some major contributors to this. So these are some sort of establishment.
Yeah, right. Okay.
tools.
How about I phrase this in such a way where the minutiae doesn't get in the way of my point? She would never have made it to the UN if no one gave a shit about her opinion.
If Gamergate
is what's leading to Trump.
So
everybody who's against our system being corrupt is fucking siding with Trump or Bernie. because they think that's going to change something.
But
the problem is we don't have people trying to convince the people voting for Trump that voting for the puppeteer doesn't change anything.
Yeah, instead they're coming up with lots of hyperbolic stuff, some of which is valid, but you can't tell.
Yeah, he's more of the same with an arrogant look about him, that's all.
I'm getting at the whole moral of The Boy Who Cried Wolf, you know? People are sick of hearing it. They assume that it is nonsense and hyperbolic.
So they sympathize and just dismiss it.
Yeah. Like, at this point, it doesn't really matter whether it's true or not. And this is the point here, is that when I was trying to remember what Tony Blair said about it, I don't think I made it clear, but he, in his flowery language, he was quite emphatic that it doesn't matter whether the greater slander or the greater slight against them is actually true. The fact is, you will be seen as hyperbolic regardless of whether it's true or not.
Except
and the
if
most
you're
effective
Trump,
thing to
who
do
uses hyperbole all day.
Yeah, I'm not. He uses generalizations and slanders, and he's not doing it to mudsling when he mudslings at his opponents, he's not doing it to get mud on them. He's doing it so that he can be the guy who does it. You see what I'm saying? It's not the same thing. It is not the same thing that I'm referring to.
Getting there first, as such.
No. It is an entirely different thing. It is being seen as the guy who does things. That's his narrative.
He is trying to be seen as the alpha.
It's David versus Goliath. David threw stones. You know what I'm saying? And this behaving like Goliath is not the way to convince people that this is a puppet show.
Nobody's behaving like Goliath.
No, like Goliath has no particular meaning whatsoever, obviously.
Nobody's behaving like that, though. This is the thing. Everyone's looking at this guy and kind of going, really, guys? Really?
The versus Trump narrative, maybe you're going to convince some people to not support Trump, but most of the people you're just going to convince to double down. You know why? Because it doesn't offer an alternative.
Yeah, and you might as well be saying that the reason that people believe that climate change isn't real is because there's people denying that climate change isn't real.
In 1930s Germany, if there had been another faction that was very specifically raging about the same things that Hitler and the communists as well, because they were there as well trying to do it.
It was the communists.
But there wasn't. But if there was another faction that was, because one of the main things with the Nazis is that they were against communism, like the most of the populace, and that if there was another faction competing for the same audience, there is no way Hitler would ever have gotten that popularity.
Well, the problem was, of course, is that Hitler was a demagogue, and he actually ended up putting people who were armed...
No, but the thing is, Robin, what I'm saying to you, the whole point of everything I'm saying to you is that a demagogue has no power unless you put them in the same arena as you and fight them, and everyone goes, oh look, there's that guy, he's clearly the powerful guy that we should listen to or follow or whatever.
Who gave him the power?
You can be a demagogue.
Who gave him the power?
People.
And the media.
The response to him.
Which people?
That's the point. It's this aggregate.
No,
you're
missing
moving the
this.
goalposts now,
No, you're missing this. Look, when Trump was starting off for his presidential election, your average common or garden sort of people in publication, all that sort of thing, they just thought it was a joke. They only started getting scared when somebody decided to give him that power, and that was the Republican primary electorate. They're the ones that have put him in that position.
Right, Robin, there's something about elections that you need to understand to really get at the heart of this, and that is that these type of populist candidates pop up all the time. And it's only this is the first time that it's sort of happened at the social media generation, so the pattern hasn't quite happened, and people have mishandled it. And that essentially what normally happens is that people will get very popular, but then in the last month or so, they will crash and burn, and the sensible candidate wins.
Yes.
But this isn't happening with...
That is a repeating pattern. They didn't wait for it to happen. That's what I'm saying, is that it wasn't going to be a problem. He was going to crash and burn. He already had begun to crash and burn.
Well, no, he hadn't.
Ted Cruz, Rubio, and the surgeon crazy guy, they were beginning to eclipse
Carson.
him.
Droopy Snoopy.
You know what? To be honest with you guys, I would look at the actual the rest of the Republican nominees, and there isn't anyone strong. And you know what the Republicans are like? They need somebody. They need a bully. They need a bully. Somebody they think they could have a drink with.
Well, there is the rational base in the Republicans.
Can I interject with something, because I've been listening to you saying the same points over and over and over again for the past 20 minutes with different words. I kind of agree with you, Aethrin, to a point, because I have seen a lot of tyrants in the Middle East being risen to the point of martyrdom because the media tried to vilify them. It happened to Saddam Hussein. It happened to the mullahs in Iran. It happened to Osama bin Laden. They are revered as national heroes because when the media of your enemy tries to vilify a person, then the enemy of your enemy is your friend. When the liberal media tries to vilify Trump and they go like, hey, we just hate Trump, and they don't go over policies or anything else, people who hate liberal media would immediately think of Trump as their hero because, he is the enemy of their enemy.
Which, of course, is why the freaking chanters adopted Trump instantly.
I would also
and once they're at that point, then any major slight to them is considered slander, even if it's true. And it doesn't matter whether it's true, because this is, and I don't just mean to them, I mean genuinely, because the outcome is whether people vote for him. And that's the thing that matters. And
I just want to interject just real quick, because I'm looking up some facts here, and obviously this is from a biased source, PolitiFact.
There is no source that's not.
Of course. So they have a quote that says, Donald Trump said, out of 67 counties in Florida, I won 66. And he uses a word that I'm pretty sure he meant to say unprecedented, but he actually said it slightly different, and they're like, he's liar, liar, pants on fire, because the word that he used is actually the name of a Taiwanese Mando pop band. Like,
what?
Come on. My point is, like, that's what the media is doing to Trump to actually help him. Like, people see this and they're like, well, he obviously meant unprecedented. You're being a little ridiculous, saying that he's a straight up liar for using the wrong word.
Instead of arguing this,
could you find that for me, mate, so we can have a look at it?
Yeah, here.
Instead of arguing this on the actual policies, we keep arguing it over stupid bullshit.
Like I said,
but that's where Trump's put it.
And the thing is, like, when people go around and say, "Oh, all Trump supporters are stupid," I mean, I've heard people here just now say that it will only give them more result.
That's a no true Scotsman as well.
Well, I think most people are stupid.
Yeah, but
I'm trying to ask. I mean, where's the clever policy with Trump? So I've had a look at some of this, and it's like I've asked a few of them, and they're like, "What is he going to do?" And they're like, "He's going to make America great again."
He's going to build a wall.
How is he going to do that? He's going to build a wall. And it's like, what else have you got? Tell me something.
This is what I was getting at. Like, all of
the Mexicans in China.
I see lots of shit that's like quoting Trump on an offhand statement that he spoke to a rally. I mean, I've seen Bernie Sanders go on about GMOs and nuclear power and stuff, and I'm like, well, that sounds crazy, but I assume since he said it at a rally that maybe he doesn't think it deeply, and so I didn't necessarily count it against him because it's not a policy that he's putting in action. It's just some shit he said at a rally. And people are going off the shit Trump says at rallies instead of his policies. Like, even though it is an egregious thing, that example you just gave of this guy punching someone, even though that's a very egregious thing, and you can and it has as much meaning to the supporter base as you want it to. I'm not going to contest that. But that's not a valid thing to bring the discussion over. And yes, Trump wants it that way.
Yeah,
then
he
why
does.
the fuck is everyone helping him make it that way? Like, surely the smartest thing to do is to not let him have it his way and to talk about the policy.
No, the left, out of everybody, wants Trump as the Republican candidate.
Can we just play that video and let's move on?
Okay, let's play this video.
Insight on my experience
Again,
at the Donald Trump rally.
Take it absolute facts.
The reason that I wanted to go is because I don't want to believe what other people tell me, because sometimes through media, through other people, it can be very disingenuous, or you could be talking to or getting a perspective of somebody who is very, very uninformed. So I had an opportunity. Donald Trump came to Tucson, Arizona, where I live, and came and did a rally here, and I had an opportunity to go, so I went. Some people probably would disagree with that, but you know, the Lord on my side, so I'm okay with going there because I know I'll be all right. Went in there,
is on his side.
very, very shocking. I wasn't expecting what I saw. I had no idea that I was going to leave that event with the thought process and experience that I obtained. I just had no idea. Starting from the beginning, went to the walking in the line, waiting to get in. Saw a couple people peacefully protesting. They had signs up. You know, it actually gave me an opportunity to read the signs. I looked at them. I took pictures of them. I was able to see their point of view. When you get closer to the door, I couldn't take pictures. I couldn't do video because they were pushing us through, because people were verbally violent at the door, yelling, saying F Donald Trump. I mean, being outrageous. A very, very uncomfortable feeling. I mean, people were directly yelling at me as if I'm a criminal. And all I'm trying to do is just hear what the man have to say. I didn't wear anything supporting Donald Trump. I was very neutral with this black shirt and khakis on. When I got inside, you know, it was peaceful. Initially, the shocking thing is that everybody seemed to be peaceful. There wasn't a lot of hatred and maliciousness going on and lashing out at the protesters. Initially, there was nothing like that. And I didn't get that impression at all.
I didn't quite start watching it straight away. I didn't see where the link was.
But the thing that stood out to me was these protesters. I mean, from the door, and then some of them snuck inside. And a funny thing that I don't know, the media don't cover this, but Donald Trump actually paid to rent that facility to make it a private event. Therefore, by law, he reserved the right to keep people out at his discretion. So he's not violating constitutional rights when he was kicking people out. And I can say this point blank, that he didn't randomly kick people out. A lot of times it wasn't really him that was even addressing these people. Before he ever came out, they made an announcement that said, you are not to harm protesters, you are not to get in a physical altercation with them, that the security staff will escort them out.
Now, I'm just going to pause this at the point where he's saying about them basically saying you are not to harm any protesters.
That's now. In the past, I agree that was not the same thing.
That is now.
Right.
Because they were suffering from that problem before.
I do not disagree.
And this guy's sitting there, kind of, you know, what he's saying is there's all these people going "fuck you" and all this, aggressive language outside, yeah. And this is now. This is after this guy has basically said, yeah, if you want to, kick shit
if you want to
out,
punch people,
yeah,
I'll pay your legal fee.
I'll pay your legal fees.
Yeah,
and all this sort of
I know.
business. So that has encouraged this. So I'm basically just saying this for the audience's sake and anyone else who's watching this later on and stuff like that. Think about the context of this, because I'm looking at this. This guy's gone in there and he's obviously sort of like, he's black, for example. Okay, let's point that out. Shame that I have to fucking say so. But,
I just noticed.
Yeah, there's not that many that are going to be going into those sort of rallies. So I suspect there's a lot of people who are outside there sort of like thinking this guy's some sort of race traitor or whatever like that. And I mean, let's be honest. How many protests have you guys been to? Have you guys been to many protests?
I don't think so, no.
I've been to a few peaceful protests. There was one sort of like Israel versus a whole business with Palestine.
I've done an anti-racism campaigning thing, but I wouldn't say it was a protest.
But in certain circumstances, there are this fringe around peaceful protest that are monsters. They are there to kick up fuss. They are there to kick up hate. They get to the front of the aisle and they really want to put in something somewhere to someone.
Well, we can say what happened with Gamergate. When the media covered it as, it's a bunch of men that hate women, then you're going to attract legitimate men that hate women.
Yeah, thinking that they've got people, on their side on this, or
exactly.
Or at
and we're still
least
dealing with their
that can hide behind that.
We're still dealing with the backlash of their disappointment.
Yeah.
The biggest problem with these protesters is they're actually giving Trump exactly what he wants.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're letting him play the role, and the role is his power. And without the complicitness, it would crumble. Like, he put it up to begin with, yes, and he was trying to do it, but and it was uncanny. It was like as he was crashing, people started responding to him as if he was legitimate, right at the point when he was losing his legitimacy. And now we've got to the current situation.
I don't see where he was losing his legitimacy.
When Carson overtook him, when Ted Cruz was the picked favourite, when Rubio was the more respectable candidate.
When?
See, Robin.
When was this?
It's not. I'm not going to take a moment to come and catch you up on a right-wing dissimilarities, because I don't hold it against you.
I don't see that. I don't see that. He has been the front runner. He has been the front runner since day one. I've not seen him
in very technical terms, and he wasn't actually the front runner.
He started losing in the polls at one point.
Yeah.
In one area.
No,
that was
Carson and Cruz separately. He had a sort of panic moment of lashing out at them, and then they both responded in kind, lost the high ground, and everyone dumped them. I'm not saying that this is anyone that we've got any affiliation to that has done this, but Trump alone could not have got where he is.
When you claim to have the high ground, and you start slinging shit like everyone else, you lose all
credibility.
I mean, look at what happened with Gamergate. They claimed they had the high ground. They got down on the level of the trolls. Nobody respects them anymore.
Well, and another thing about Donald Trump, I think that when he was losing, he really came out at strong, like, I'm paying for my own campaign, and all these other guys are going to the Koch brothers ranch on the weekend, and that is a legitimate distinction, I will say. I mean, again, at no point would I actually endorse Trump, because when we do talk about what matters, there's not a lot to talk about for him, in favor of him.
Right.
Apart from that minimum wage thing, which was a flip-flop anyway, but I don't know.
Madness.
Yeah. What was he saying?
But it's the dumbest way to go forward. It's like, everything goes up in money. Everything's more and more expensive, but people don't need to be. It's like, because we want to compete with China, and I'm sitting there kind of going, but Donald, like a third of them are living in caves.
No, but he did. When he realised that his base actually supported that, then he
took it and ran with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's now pro minimum
and now
wage.
we're sitting here with we're talking about really the extreme right.
Yes.
Because we're talking about people who are basically voting against their own economic interests.
Can I make the point I just momentarily forgot, but now I remember now that it is actually legitimate for him to say that he's separate and independent, because it's not that he is himself a wealthy interest. That is fair. But it's not the same thing as when the politicians have to go begging to several wealthy interests, because they've got to have conflicting bullshit and, and getting things under the rug. Donald Trump just wants to go straight for it, and the nature of democracy, that is perfectly honourable and valid to just go, this is my agenda, I'm going to push for it. Whereas the other side is, it is demagoguery, I suppose.
But like I said, I keep saying this is demagoguery. You don't see that coming out of Hitler. I was about to say Hitler. I mean Hillary.
You did say Hitler.
Although this lady is a hawk. Yeah, I would prefer, at the end of the day, I would prefer an establishment candidate who has at least got some sensible way of dealing with people, the press, government officials, and whatnot like that. By comparison to this thin-skinned little princess. Who will go on Twitter and bitch about somebody who basically said a nasty thing about him. I mean, talk about fucking thin-skinned. This guy's mad for that.
But that plays right into. Oh man, did you see what Trump said? Like, oh man, he's really sticking it to whoever he's jabbing at.
This is WWF wrestling in words.
Oh,
Even after all of this shit, even after all of this crap, I'm actually looking at the average go to work, come home. I've got 2 kids to feed Americans out there. The ones who don't really follow it so much, the ones who are just getting on with their daily job and stuff like that, and when they're going to be looking at this candidate, they're instantly put off. It doesn't really matter what's happened. They've just got to listen to the guy speak. Put him in.
But Robin, he's going to have the greatest White House. It'll be better than any other White House you've ever seen.
It's going to be huge.
It's going to be huge.
I'd paint the White House black and call it the Black House.
That's racist.
No, you know what? That's a fun way we can sort of derail this and go on to something more fun to talk about. Really, I think.
Yeah, this has been exhausting.
Let's talk about what we would do, like in a deliberately hyperbolic, silly way, if we.
No. I have a topic.
I would put on a light show on the White House.
I have a topic. You shut up.
Actually, I'm voting with Habib on this one. Yeah. What have you got, Habib?
Tay happened last week.
Oh, of course.
Wait, what?
Tay, the
Microsoft AI Twitter bot.
Yes, and all of the media came together to let the world know that they didn't understand what an AI is and what a speech engine thing is.
Well, and what teenagers are.
Thing is, I was talking about this with a couple of friends yesterday, and we were just talking about like how within just a few hours she was able to learn like how people speak on Twitter, and with people like speaking to her all the time, she was able to mimic that. She passed the Turing test with I don't know, 5 stars,
I think she demonstrated the invalidity of the. I mean, the Turing test is not what in fact occurred. The Turing test is actually quite a particular thing. It's not like the Bechdel test where you can just summarize it in one sentence or whatever.
Oh, I know, but hear me out.
He was basic.
Yeah.
It's like when you're talking to her, like you could mistake it. Like some of the tweets that I was sharing with my friends, they were like, "Are you sure she's a bot? She's like not a real person." I was like, "No, she's just an AI."
No, but do you know how they make these kinds of AIs? I don't know if this is true of Tay, but this kind of speech response AI.
I know a little bit, but it's not about the how.
It is.
Hear me out here. Okay. Now, the thing is, the data's there. Like you can just go ahead and read how she interacted with people and how she became what she is. But when Microsoft went and started deleting tweets because they were offensive, I'm like, why the fuck do you do that? Because again, anyone who's studying AIs like this would understand that this is not programmed with a moral code. It doesn't have a moral compass. She doesn't understand the emotions behind her words. Because, again, her only goal is to provoke a response. Now, if she could do that by, you could say hi, and she's like, oh, it's a nice day, how are you doing? Or she could go like, fuck you look stupid. She just wants a response. She doesn't know if the response is good or not. It's not programmed into her mind.
If anything, if people had actually come towards her and explained why that's offensive or that is offensive and this is why,
Robin,
there might have been some sort of learn there.
Complexity of these things. Like, this kind of thing, I don't know if this is true of Tay particularly, maybe it is like an AI as you're supposing there, but my understanding of the way these type of things work, I mean they do it all the time, is it's like autocomplete on
mailbox.
Oh, that's loud.
Jesus. Fuck, man.
It's like autocomplete on steroids,
It's 2 chatbots going at each other.
Not only does this thing have no concept of the offensiveness of what it's saying, is it doesn't even know why it is saying that. It doesn't have a reason. It only knows that other people have said that in response to this thing.
So it's a chantard then?
Yeah, it's like someone says something to it, or it just decides it wants to say something, and all it really does is it looks up things that other people have done and copies them.
And maybe tweaks.
That's what this internet this crowd.
The thing is, the bot generated over 100,000 tweets in less than 24 hours, and I would have loved to see how it evolves. Like, yeah, it was tweeting out some atrocious stuff that I don't agree with, but I was fascinated with the whole thing. I was just following it like crazy. I'm like, man, this thing is developing pretty fast.
How's it getting its information? Is it like wikiing stuff and what?
No,
just Twitter.
Literally just experience, and like what it is with this machine learning over the internet thing is let's say if it was in a private chat sort of thing, just to a conversation, you say hello and it says hello. The reason why it says hello is because when people say hello, another person says hello. It's not greeting, it doesn't know it's a greeting. It just knows that when one person says hello, the other person says hello. So therefore, when you say hello, it will do this. It is a machine learning program designed to copy the speech patterns it observes. It doesn't have any concept of the words have meaning. It is simply a replication device.
Well, it does, because it understands the meaning of hello at this point.
No, it doesn't understand the meaning of the word hello. It just knows to say hello.
Now, from what I understood from Tay, I only read one article about her, and they were trying to, advance that whole chatting bot thing to make it more realistic. I don't know what they programmed into her, but they were just like, okay, let's make something that can speak and have it learn from, let's say, Twitter. And they launched it on Twitter just for an experiment. Now, I'm always fascinated with simple AIs that have very simple ways to mimic human mind, and they launched, and you just see the results, because the result is always surprising. I was following this guy's project a couple of years ago, and he created an AI that would watch him play NES games, and he only programmed the AI to play the games and try to win. And he told him, like, okay, to be able to win, you see the scores, you see the numbers, if their eye is up, that means that you're winning, you're making progress. And the AI was amazing when playing the game. Yeah, like, you'd play for 10 minutes and then he would complete the game on his own. Pretty brilliant. But you give the same AI a game like Tetris. What the AI did, basically he filled the entire board with pieces without canceling any line. And when the last piece fell, he was about to get a game over, he paused the game. And he was like, yeah, I won. I have the most things on screen.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like obviously it's not the same, but like with the deep learning and the whole Go tournament, instead of teaching it what are the best moves, because what is it? There's more possible moves in Go than there are atoms in the universe, or whatever. It says what is the better move to make, and I mean it beat the world champion, best out of 5, 3 games right off the bat. I thought that was pretty damn amazing.
Yeah,
right now, if you want to look at Tay and as an experiment and try to analyze the data, right now it's all tainted because they deleted all the offensive stuff. And no one can rely on the data anymore. It's kind of a loss.
Yeah. I totally agree with that.
Well, they've deleted the data. That doesn't mean that they haven't saved it.
Well, they saved it, but yeah, it was supposed to be public. Like anyone should be able to,
to see
I think that was the original plan. Anyone could be, browsing Twitter and just getting the data there.
Separately, just as long as it was all one document and people could see maybe they'll publish a study that will be open source.
Oh, maybe I'll tweet to Microsoft. I'll tweet to Microsoft being like, "Hey, will you make all that data available somewhere else?"
Yeah.
Because it's quite interesting, yeah, and I would read if there's like a paper published on that. I would read it.
You would like to know. That kind of stuff. It would be interesting to know exactly how Tay decided that the Holocaust was a lie.
Or that she loves feminism now.
But this is the thing. Tay doesn't think the Holocaust is a lie. He just knows to put those characters in a string and tweet them.
Because a lot of people on Twitter say that.
I think you're simplifying what the AI is doing there.
I think you're misunderstanding what the AI is physically capable of.
Yeah.
But you're looking at it as just a program. I mean, AI programming has a lot to do with randomizing things and allowing patterns to just come about. I mean, if you're looking at the mental pathways of a baby, for example, on a learning curve, this thing can learn.
There's different main ways of making AI at the moment. There's the sort of procedurally defined, and then there's the kind of emulating a neurological network. This was not the latter.
I don't know the inner mechanics of that. That's why I would love to read a study on her.
I can say it as at the risk of being wrong quite confidently because of what you can actually do with the neural mapping thing. Like, you can do it for something fairly basic, but you can't really do it if what you're going to do is purely an experiment in behavior, because you kind of have to already know what behavior you want it to do as a basic concept. And when it's just like gathering large data, big data like that, you're not gonna be able to run that through. You're not going to be able to teach something that is a simulation of a neural network with our current ways of being able to generate it. You're not going to be able to teach something like that how to use Twitter, basically. That's why
you can do sort of like image recognition, for example, these days quite easily. And
that's like a procedural comparative thing. It's a process that it is based on game theory, and it runs game theory models, but it is just that. It is a calculator that uses game theory.
If you can imagine that they would. I remember Nvidia was doing something along this sort of a line. I mean, they were using a huge database in order to actually get this accomplished. But they were. You could, even from like a grainy video of something, they could say have a little dog running around or whatever like that on a really grainy video, and it could identify what the dog was. Not just that it was a dog, but its breed, all kinds of things like this.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
That's kind of like
based upon a matter of generalizing through data.
That's right. Well, that is fine. That is actually encompassing and encapsulating meaning.
Not really.
Think of it.
Advanced. It's like a targeting algorithm, and the resolution on a targeting algorithm. What does it recognize as one object? Like say software that turns video feed into a 3D model just from that 2D image feed. It's like you can get a more and more and more advanced way of getting targeting resolution of what it recognizes as an object, until maybe in theory, obviously we can't do it now, but just the example, you could run with it in theory to the point where it could recognize individual grains of sand are their own object. But that doesn't mean that it understands what grains of sand are.
It's kind of reminded me of that camera that looks at light and can kind of predict and recognize not recognize in the sense of, oh, this is a dog, but it can generate an image of what is behind a corner based off of light that is bouncing around.
Yeah. It's not generating an understanding in the sense it's not performing what I rather hubristically insist is maths, in the sense that it's just performing calculations. It's not actually formulating meaning. It's not formulating a model through which.
Yeah, but if you can see an image of a dog, and you can formulate that this is a dog based upon image recognition and stuff like that, that is as good as understanding as you need.
But it's not. You're presupposing the entity as a thing that can see.
Hear me finish. But in this case, we're talking about presupposing words. There's only so many in the dictionary. We're talking about, they're able to use supercomputers in order to put this out there. I'd like to know exactly what software they were using, the hardware that they were using here.
The mechanism isn't that they go to generating a concept of meaning for the words. They're not even trying to do that. They're generating a behavioral thing that it then, in the same way that like a chess computer works, it uses analysis of very big data to essentially make a probability, a calculation, not a judgment, a calculation. There's two different main ideas of cognition here. And the computer does not do the judgment, it does the calculation that is predefined. It has to be written by a programmer what actually happens here, and then it uses
unless you're
model,
using randomization here.
No.
And allowing for
No.
it to make its own decisions here.
No, randomization is not decision. Randomization is a calculation.
Decision is a randomization when it comes to like kids and stuff like that. Yeah, they'll try all the different ways that it can. That's all. And which one works?
But that's where it generates the data set from. When it makes what is being compared to a decision here, it's not. If it's doing it randomly, it's just gathering data, and it was told to do that, right? Therefore, so it was told to execute that program. The machine itself is not a unique entity choosing to do that. That's data gathering. And then the actual decision during runtime of it is still it uses models of game theory, which a human had to program into it, and it just crunches numbers. It is what it is doing at any given moment is no more close to thought than a calculator. It's just doing things that you can't type in using a standard keyboard at real time, and therefore it goes beyond what we consider a computer capable of doing.
I think you're just saying that as an overall towards AI.
I'm talking about AI in general.
I think you're being very reductionist.
Yes, I'm not exactly very progressive when it comes to recognizing the personhood of computers.
I'm not saying that either. But the idea that an AI can make a decision and actually gauge meaning.
No, because
that's what I'm talking about, and the idea of gauging a meaning for a word and actually
what I'm saying,
understanding
Robin,
what a
is
word
the reason
means.
why I'm being so reductive is because the technology doesn't physically exist. The reason I say that is because no one has done the math. It would be headline news all over the world if someone had done the maths which enables the technology to exist for a computing component which actually surpasses the procedural nature of programming. Then an AI that can comprehend meaning in an actual way that isn't just our language failing to describe what is going on in a computer, but it is actually the true sense of meaning.
I find your argument a little bit
possible, right?
I find your argument a little bit arrogant. You pretty much think that all there is to meaning and logic is only exclusive to...
I'm saying...
Let me just continue, please, before you interrupt me. Thank you. So, I'm with the camp that's saying that, people go like, computers can never have emotions, and I kind of disagree with that. I'm just saying that maybe their emotions would be a little bit different than ours. Our emotions come from our needs as biological beings. The needs of an AI, though, if there is... there's not an AI yet, but if an AI is ever born, they will have their own certain needs. And based on those needs, they'll develop their own emotions. At that point, you'll be communicating with an AI and asking them how they feel, and they would try to describe it to you, and you go like, it doesn't make any sense. The same way that when you're explaining what love and anger is to an AI, they'll be like, I don't know what that is. So, right now, what we have with AIs, yes, it's a little bit different from our interpretation of meaning and logic, but to a computer,
what I'm saying,
meaning and logic.
I agree with the general thrust of the gist of what you're saying here, right? It's not applicable to what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that kind of emergent thinking requires a degree of chaos at the basic functional computational level.
That's
which
right.
Our
I was saying what I meant by random.
Randomness does not exist currently in our computing technology, Robin. This is something that I suppose is the main crux of this issue that you need to get.
I understand that random has to be. I understand that random has to be emulated, but that does not necessarily say that you can't.
Flipping a coin does not. Random in itself is not it, and nor is it in. We're talking about arbitration. Essentially, there needs to be something between random generation of numbers and absolute precise computation. We don't have it. The technology doesn't exist. The physical component does not currently exist. They are trying to do it, and it's basically pretty much what people are trying to do with quantum computers, and Google are trying to build one, IBM are trying to build one, I think the CIA, I might be making that up in my head now.
From my understanding, random number generators only choose the number from certain categories.
Yeah, they're trying to make.
Well, okay. Here's one way. For example, somebody gives you a question. Say, what's 2 + 2? And the computer doesn't actually know how to calculate things. All it knows is what numbers it can throw at it. Okay, and it can throw, say, several, say like a multiple choice, for example. Okay, now it doesn't necessarily have to get it right first time. It can throw random numbers at it. It might even throw the same number again and again and again, and just keep on going until the right number comes out. It's like brute forcing a code, for example. Now it can throw that random number, and it can come up with something of a solution. And this is the same thing when it comes to kids learning stuff. They do the wrong thing all the time until the right thing comes about. And that's where learning and meaning and understanding comes from. Once it's actually made that thing, oh, that's what 2 + 2 means.
Or the module within our brains that determines strategic thinking is probably the closest thing to the way computers work. So it's not surprising that you could draw that comparison. But also, it doesn't actually... It doesn't follow that it's, a step on the road to it.
But random, when I say random, I'm talking about all possibilities being thrown at something. Once you've got the idea of that happening, some learning can come about from this.
Okay, but here's the thing with a million monkeys at a million typewriters. Does the collective of a million monkeys therefore constitute a mind?
I tell you what, if those million monkeys get published...
No, but that doesn't mean they did it deliberately. You can roll it...
That's right, but this is the difference. We're not talking about monkeys here. We're talking about a computer that can take that data that it's learnt and then utilise that.
Oh, we're talking about some software.
We're not talking about... You're looking at it and thinking it's a million monkeys randomly pressing keys.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that there is... I can't remember the word for the philosophical argument thing, but the premise does not directly follow to the conclusion you're attributing to it. I'm not seeing this connection between randomness and then comprehension.
Well, like I'm saying to you, it's part of the learning process. When you throw a load of shit at the wall, some of it sticks.
No, but
when you're throwing random ideas at something, and one of those actually comes through, and you go, that's the thing that wins. There's where your learning comes from.
No, when
you can then take that data and then utilize that data later on down the line.
When you do what you consciously perceive as random or meaningless, that's because there's unconscious mind. And this isn't. I mean, the way I'm describing it is, of course, me just throwing shit out there. But this is like actual neurology here. That there is like a intuitive, functional module, to put it one way, in the brain that does these things. Like there's another mind in your head.
Of course there is. Of course there is.
That's what's doing things when you think you're doing random things. It's not a random number generator.
Look,
it is doing, which
of course it's a random number generator. Have you ever seen a newborn baby?
It's not a random number generator. Robin.
You've obviously seen
the nature of randomness as generated by biological...
I'll keep on asking the question. You've seen a newborn baby, have you?
I know what you're getting at here.
So what am I getting at?
The physical nature of the randomization.
Stick with me on the conversation here.
Different when it is done in the biological things in our brains.
A little bit weird now.
But when a baby is first born, when it's first brand new out there, usually they've not even got their eyes open or whatever like that, but they're moving their little fingers around and their arms and stuff like that. And that's the brain trying to work out how to ambulate itself, trying to get itself together. There are AIs in robotics doing this.
True randomness is chaos. There is no meaning to it.
Dude, take randomness, put it with something actually getting done.
What you're getting at there is similarity with the way I described the program, but that's not a coincidence. We've done that deliberately. The collective we have done that deliberately because we're basically making reasonable inferences when we try to make an AI that learns. We're thinking, well, what do we do when we first do it? And it's like, well, we grasp at things. You get your data set, and then you do it. But the nature of the process is different. Where the random variations that occur in thought processes which result in the emergent consciousness, for one thing, we don't understand them enough. And this is the thing.
I don't think you necessarily do, though. This is the thing. We don't even understand our own consciousness. Yes.
Yes.
However, we do understand. We do understand the process of it.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
We don't. What you just said now.
Yes, we do. I'll shout you down. Don't do that.
What do we know?
We know what a brain. Okay. Just shout. Scream and shout. That's how you have a debate. Stop.
Hey
that,
guys, whoa.
Yeah, relax.
Everybody's got to relax.
Like
at this point, I feel compelled to point out I'm autistic, and I genuinely can't tell the difference between what I'm saying now that's making you angry at me and what I say.
It's the fact that you're shouting. That's it.
No, I mean I don't notice the difference. I understand that you're telling me I'm shouting.
You're getting up.
I'm saying I believe you, Robin. I'm just saying. I'm saying I believe you, Robin. I'm just saying I actually can't tell if I'm doing it.
So I'll tell you when you're doing it.
No,
you're doing it now.
Pointing it out to me isn't going to make me be aware of it. It's like telling someone.
I'm just going to keep telling you anyway, because that's all.
Okay.
But here's the
deal.
You
can tell me.
I can tell you this. I can tell you this. That if you have a look inside a brain, you're able to see what the mechanism is. You might not necessarily understand every last piece and puzzle of it, but you are able to see how the mechanism is and what it's actually doing.
No, we can't, Robin.
Yes, we can.
The only reason we even have any comprehension of how a neuron works is because there are certain species of squid which have large enough neuron cells to have electrodes inserted in them. We cannot see.
We know.
We can infer.
See the human brain enough resolution to see the actual connections of the network.
Here's what you're doing wrong here, yeah? What you're doing is you're inferring, because we don't know every last inch of it, we don't know it.
That's not what I'm saying.
Yes, it is what you're saying.
No, it isn't what I'm saying, Robin.
I'm saying to you that we do actually have a rudimentary understanding about how the human brain works. Just not every last
The concept of consciousness is what we were talking about.
Yes, mate. And here's the bit. You don't necessarily have to understand it. You just have to let it run and let it work it out for itself.
No, but you do have to understand it to deliberately build something that...
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, you do, Robin.
No, you don't.
This is what I'm saying is...
I'll tell you what, yeah? Not one...
Is this where I get angry at you for shouting me down, which you've been doing for like an hour?
Hold on. Can I interject here? Because it's getting a little bit silly between you two. Can you two just shut the fuck up?
Water doesn't understand...
Thank you.
Water doesn't understand gravity in order to fall downhill.
Well, here's the thing about all this. Do we really need to know everything about the human mind to be able to create an AI? Because we're not trying to simulate the human mind. We're trying to create another one.
No, but we do need to understand what constitutes it in an objective sense. And in some respects, that's essentially the point of this this kind of AI study, is that essentially it's studying, like, can we get something which we can actually agree on is this? Is there an objective measure? Like, that's a bit of a paradox in the whole thing that pretty much poisons the debate.
Eric, can I interject just? But I just want to say, if it can pass a Turing test and we haven't figured out how the human brain works, does that still work?
Well, the Turing test is arbitrary.
Okay.
It's like the Bechdel test. You know, it's one of those things where it was like literally the first thing anyone thought of when the question was raised. It's not really the thing it's not the hill I'm going to go die on, you know?
It's called the Turing test for a reason, because of the person who invented it like 60 odd years ago.
I think that if you sit a robot down in front of, like the movie Ex Machina, if you're just talking to a robot through a computer that has pretty advanced algorithms to make it pass a Turing test, then you would say that you're talking to a person.
The hill, if you will, that I will die on is that the first AI will not be programmed by people, but it will be programmed by other computers.
Yes.
So in other words, it is far too complicated for 1 or even 10 human minds to come to some sort of conclusion and actually implement. The only way that this is going to happen is to let the computers work it out for themselves.
If it was that easy, we would have done it.
We were talking about Alan Turing earlier, and that's one of his achievements. It's like when they tried to decode Enigma, they realized that no human mind could decode that, so they just made a computer that can. And I think the puzzle behind making an AI, it's the same thing.
Well,
it's too complicated, so let's teach computers how to do it.
They could never do it fast enough. I think that was the key. And here's the facts of the case on this one. The actual computer that Turing invented couldn't do it fast enough either. The trick, the trick was
taking out certain patterns.
Well,
that couldn't be possible.
Here's the one thing that they always repeated in their lines: Heil Hitler.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's basically how they cracked it.
Yeah, they cracked it open in that way, and with them knowing where the Heil Hitler was, they were able to actually take apart the rest of it.
To make it faster, they would take out connections that would be like double L's that wouldn't make sense, or they would make connections to letters that are used more frequently than you wouldn't be like alpha and then Z, because there are not too many words that have alpha and Z in that order.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've read a lot about AIs, and I every now and then I just imagine how AIs would actually come to be and how they're going to behave, because I'm always interested in seeing another intelligence that I can compare human intelligence to. What we have in science fiction and even in video games these days, when they create an AI, they just go like, it's just a human, it's acting like a human. And no, I don't really think an AI would ever act like a human. It's going to be a different kind of intelligence altogether. So
and here's the odd argument you get from me. Comparing intelligence to humanity is kind of pointless. We're not that intelligent.
Yeah, but you're the misanthrope in the room.
Well, we're only 1% different from chimpanzees.
It's not about we're not talking about artificial intelligence. I'm not saying that it has to be smart.
Yeah,
but it could be a stupid artificial intelligence.
A PC is 1% different from a console, mate.
Well, hold on. Let me finish saying that. I'm saying if you were to say a chimpanzee is 1% different than a human in terms of intelligence, think about what a 1% higher in that scale intelligence would be like. It would be
not to burst your bubble, but if you're talking about like cognitive abilities with us and chimpanzees, 1% does not even begin to cover the difference.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know.
You're talking about 1% in genealogy, but it's not 1% in
great
intelligence.
From popping people's balloons, mate. So I'm just gonna.
I know, but I was saying if that were the case in intelligence.
Well, let's say this.
The smartest chimp that we have.
There are animals that are more complex genetically speaking than humans. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have more intelligence.
I agree. What I'm saying is, like a chimpanzee, we can teach it a couple, sentences, or the gorilla that lied.
The reason why we plateaued
my goodness.
It doesn't have the genetics in order to learn in that way. That's all.
Because we can't understand.
No, okay, you're still comparing two biological beings in this case, or multiple biological beings. When you talk about AI, it's not even biological. So, okay, I've listened to your argument about not having a randomized thing, and maybe we can't have that. Why do we have to? It's its own thing. It doesn't have to emulate human or biological intelligence. It could be its own thing.
Yeah, I appreciate your point. I agree with you, apart from that it conflicts with mine. My point is that we don't have the components to do that. We're working on them. It would be big news if we did, which is why I'm being so reductive and dismissive about this. If it was an AI based on the idea of trying to emulate a neurological network in cyberspace, which we can do that with very simplistic things, where we can map the entire neural network of them, and then we what was it called? There's a video of it. You can watch someone. They built a robot that has muscular, or what do you call them? Thinking motory things, servos in the same places as the musculature of this like worm that has like 18 neural cells. And they modeled the neural cells like in a computer, and they just let it go, and then it went around behaving like it. It seemed to think it was a worm and get very confused when the world was a bit different.
There was like one that was built like a spider or something, and it worked out how to walk.
AI based upon emulation of neural pathways, I'm completely open to argument on there. It's just that this sort of procedural deductive AI, it has to be crafted. You can use random elements in the data set, but it does have to be crafted.
Well, of course it has to be crafted. I mean, our brains were crafted by millions of years of evolution. So I'm not going to have two CPUs mate and generate like baby CPUs and evolution happen that way. It's not going to happen that way. We have to craft
Futurama. That's what happened in Futurama.
Well, with the quantum computing, it would be possible to generate the neural network AI things. Like, I'm not saying that's what I'm saying, is that the technology is within sight. We haven't got there yet, and that's why I'm being so arrogant and dismissive about it, is because it would be headline news if we'd crossed the barrier that would make this possible.
You're talking about it doing it instantly.
No.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you said about random number generation. It's perfectly emulatable. To anyone else who would look at that, they'd say that's random, and you would say, well, no, that's just an algorithm. But for example, if you've only got, say, a certain amount of choices, and you have a numbered random generation going on there, and in a lot of cases, and a lot of decision making that goes on for everybody, there's only so many decisions that can be actually made.
Ah, right. That touches on a discussion in mathematics, which is generally referred to as...
Wasn't it dealing with infinity?
About whether P does or does not equal NP. And P and NP... P is the domain of the set of problems which can be solved in polynomial time. That is to say... this is a bit sketchy in my understanding of where the line is drawn. I think there's debate over it, really. That problems which can actually be solved without a probably infinite amount of calculations and therefore infinite time. You know, if you probably will have to spend infinite like you could get lucky. The particular problem set you get may end up being solvable, but the general classification of a problem, such as the traveling salesperson problem, where it's like a network plan, what is the actual shortest route that visits every node at once exactly, that's a problem where there's no general solution that definitively gets you the right answer.
Just optimizes each time.
No, it doesn't do that. There's
several right answers.
Yeah.
Well, there may be, but essentially the method we have can only deterministically guarantee that the answer that is given to us is... Oh, is the stream...
No, it's okay.
Okay, but in this instance with the traveling salesperson problem, the methods we have for it only give us an answer that is within 50% the scale of the shortest path. We know that if there is a shorter path, that the path we have got is not more than 50% larger than the shortest path, but we don't know for a fact we have got the shortest path.
But then again, that sort of uncertainty can be said for any intelligence.
This is an example of something which is not in P, and the question of if P and NP is not P, like as in the set of things that can be solved in polynomial time. And essentially, for example, the traveling salesperson problem applied to the cities in Sweden. I think this was the thing. I mean, I guess the time difference, the processing speed of things now is much different. But the processing speeds at the time, it would have taken 10,000 years to route plan Sweden.
Yeah, but nowadays we have companies, such as the U.S. Postal Service, FedEx, UPS, all investing heavily in software that not only optimizes their route, but also make it so that they make right-hand turns because it's less likely to get them in accidents.
Data mining and things like that. Yeah.
You can't really optimize a route and only make left or right turns.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can. They do it every day.
Not only right
At
turns,
some point, a right turn's going to be the unoptimized.
Okay. Turn the Aspergus
Are we
off
now
for a
talking
second.
back about American politics?
Take it off. Take off the Aspergus hat for a second. No, he's saying the least amount of left. So more right turns than left. In other words, favouring being able to make right turns rather than left-hand turns. Not saying all right turns. Not going to have him doing spirals just to get to his destination, but to make sure. For example, you could approach a city from the left, so that it actually turns right into where it needs to go. Circles round, for example, if that's an easier way to get there.
And more fuel efficient.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on
But pathfinding
straight line.
Pathfinding is a very, very difficult process. I mean, it is where parallel computing comes into play. And since parallel computing has become a lot more what's the word?
Mainstream.
Ubiquitous. I was about to say, really.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same difference.
Yeah, it's become. I remember many moons ago, it was considered a generational shift from one computer to the next.
I know, it was almost inaccessible before like PlayStation did folding at home.
Well,
and then people got to thinking like, hey, I can do this with my computer.
Well, Rob, has this MG person messaged you on?
He has, yeah. I've sent him the link.
Oh, right.
Something. I just want to pass it with you guys. About the monkeys on a typewriter with an infinite amount of time would eventually type out the complete works of Shakespeare.
They get a Dan Brown done in a day, though. They just smear it all over the walls.
You know what blew my mind is that Joe Rogan does not think that that's possible.
Well, there is something to be said for probability as well. Of course, is that the fact that they're always being random. They're more likely to actually put the same random sequence down than to actually get Shakespeare out.
Yeah, and
but over an infinite amount of time.
Yeah, that's it. It's the concept of infinite unpredictable digits. Essentially, the million monkeys at a million typewriters is a better example, not of probability really, but more of, I mean, we use it as that commonly, but it's a better example of the concept of an irrational number.
Yeah.
Or along the lines of, say, something that is physically not going to happen. For example, if you put a coin down on the ground and give it an infinite amount of time, will it just suddenly flip for no apparent reason?
We have a new guest now, I believe.
It is MG, one of our listeners, with a rather fancy gift.
Welcome to the open house echo chamber.
You see, now this is what it's about, folks. Bring fancy gifts along to it. I want to see decent, good-looking sort of avatars.
What about dank?
I'm sticking with the pug.
If you come in naked, I'm underwhelmed. Let's say that.
I cheated.
I don't want to see blue heads, you know?
Right.
So
the conversation's going well. You guys are having some pretty good topics rolling off the top here.
What have you got to slap down on the table?
Oh, all kinds of fun stuff, I didn't want to come over and TO the spot. I just wanted to kind of jump in more naturally, and get more familiar with you guys and everything. So.
Well, I'm Robin. Apparently, I'm the moderator.
Right.
I'm the crazy fuck who thinks killing all of humanity would be a good solution to our problems.
Well, for the folks, I'm sure that is.
Yeah,
and
no humans, no problems.
Here I am here, I'm the moderate terrorist.
Yeah, he only believes in blowing himself up once.
That's good. That's good.
I still wonder, how do terrorists train?
With fake
anyway, right?
vests. They disconnect the battery.
Well, this is why the vast majority of insurgent, in Western countries get foiled. But
Right.
you never hear about it, you know, because
They don't know how to
I
put
don't know if
bombs
the
together.
verdict is in it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to learn the pace here. Sorry, guys.
You just got to jump in, mate, and just.
well,
it's-
what you need to do is just think of
Interrupt.
every moment where you felt embarrassed because you're thinking, well, that was really autistic of me. Just think of that feeling that you had before that realization and embrace it.
Yeah, just go through with it.
Oh, is
man.
that what that's what happens with every unheard foiled terrorist spot?
Feel the burn. I've heard that Israel does at their airport an interesting way of actually foiling terror. People sort of like trying to wear bombs on themselves, and they basically put every person through a room and charge the room with an electrical field, which won't harm the actual person, but it would trigger any explosive,
yeah.
and it's like a bomb-proof room. So in other words, when somebody goes in there and they've got a bomb, it's just going to go off, and they're just going to be turned into bits of person.
I'd
And
hate
that's
to
job
be
done.
the janitor.
Could you imagine how shitty it would be if someone slipped it into your bag or something?
Maybe they'll get a 2-for-1 out of that, and for all of the people who aren't actually terrorists, it'll like create a little seclusion zone and put all the germs out of their body, or all the.
I still think that all
You know what I'm
people
saying?
who want to blow themselves up should have their own safe space.
Yes, absolutely.
Go at it, just go blow yourself up in your safe space.
No, seriously, imagine being the janitor.
It's fine.
Well, you would just have like a graded floor and then some water, like mostly, kind of like a urinal, or just a large scale toilet.
Prison shower.
Wait, so if you blow yourself up but you don't harm anybody else, do you still get the 72 virgins?
I think you're docked at least one.
That's how you become
Okay.
one of the 72 virgins.
I suppose.
I think 70 virgins, but the quality of the virgins, like how
How well
they
you
are or
look.
whatever,
Yeah, the
depends
guys
on the
on
amount of
top
people
of
that you
the-
kill.
The guys on the top of the scoreboard get first pick.
I still think the verdict isn't even in on who's actually training these guys.
Damn, it's gonna be like high school. Get picked
Well,
last for everything.
I can tell you who trained most of them at this point.
The voices in their head.
Oh,
The
who
American
say?
government.
Oh,
Well, yes, that Robin
Well,
likes
actually,
to wax
most-
lyrical about
That's the
Mujahideen,
official story, isn't it? Now.
Well,
most terrorist attacks. that
one
happen-
reaps what one sows.
Okay,
I hear you.
talking seriously now, most terrorist attacks that happen, the people that go ahead and conduct those terrorist attacks, they don't get any training from anyone. They get just material on how to build a bomb, and they go ahead with it. It's just the brainwashing. You do this, you go to heaven. You go do this.
No,
for the
that's
greater good.
believable. Yeah. Most of them. But I wonder if there are a faction of provocateurs that actually promote them to do it. That's the
Oh
point
yeah,
I'm trying to get at.
that's what ISIS is very successful with right now. Like their recruiting methods are very, very successful to the point that Al Qaeda is jealous. They're getting one recruit for every
Oh, hell,
four.
didn't they just
Yeah.
put
That's
out
like
a
saying
new
the
video?
FBI is jealous of the CIA, right?
Yeah,
They
well,
probably are.
no, it's insane. Like what ISIS is doing. Like a lot of people that go into it, they don't even know the scale of the atrocities that they do. They just believe in the propaganda that keeps spreading, and it's all over the place.
Right.
Well, I mean, all they have to do is go to
on all sides, right?
all they have to do is go to southern Syria or go to northern Iraq and just stand there and watch someone getting bombed by a US jet, and they're like, "See."
Wonder what would happen if somebody kind of like came out and said, "All right, guys, guess what? All the religions are actually from the Pharisees, and even like the ones you think are fighting each other are all about playing a particular role to eventually bring back the Pharisees, to bring back the one world rule or something." You know what I mean? Because doesn't it smell fishy that all of
Flat
these
Earth,
like,
NWO.
they all kind of seem coincidental, but then if you step back and look at them all, they all kind of seem like a master plan.
Well,
Like,
here's
you
an
know-
interesting one for you guys.
You know why?
Here's one,
Because they
here's
all
one
came
way
from
to
the
look at
same
it.
people.
Here's one way to look at it. ISIS is the Donald Trump of Islam.
Ooh.
Because when you were talking about basically people trying to attack or try to take them down or whatever like that, that it's almost a recruitment
Yeah,
tool and making
and
them
it plays into
embolden
it.
them.
I thought you meant that there was all
You know.
propaganda, like, because the way I see Donald Trump is he's just another one of the candidates from the Committee of 300, just like Hillary or any of the people that are up there that we're looking at. So it's like no matter who wins, they win. No matter what, the corporations that are pumping them win. So it doesn't even like I don't see any real differences at all. I mean, they're all seemingly, you know what I mean, playing roles. It just seems that way.
I think what Robin was saying is that
people always get screwed no matter what happens here.
Well,
in the UK.
MG, were you here when me and Robin were really getting at each other's throats about the media's approach to Trump? Because that's what he's referring to.
Yeah, I think he was there. He was posting stuff. But yeah, ISIS is like Trump in a lot of ways with the way they're recruiting people now. It's because, you know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and if like a lot of Western powers are against ISIS, that means people who don't like the Western superpowers and what they're doing in the Middle East, they would go to their enemy.
Yeah, this guy doesn't like people I hate, so I'm going to vote against my own economic interests.
Exactly.
Yay!
Same with what we were doing with Putin, right? They were telling us Putin's the new voice of reason and da-da-da-da. And nobody's really remembering what really happened with that money in the banks. Well, the way they're pumping him through the media.
Oh, like the IMF or like the bailout type deal?
No, Putin as the new voice of reason, being that, he's gonna, snitch on the U.S. for these, bullshit things that they've done, and how like he needed to step in with Assad or something, when we already, gave him, and the U.S. gave him the
Well,
the
this
gas.
is the thing. This is the thing. When we're bombing terrorists, or at least in
And why
our
would you
mind,
use kitchen
we're
grade
bombing
gas?
we're
We are
bombing
getting-
people that are against Assad. Okay, when Putin is bombing terrorists, he's bombing people that are when we're bombing terrorists, we're bombing people that are against that are generally sort of against those that are against Assad.
But you smell that algorithm, though?
He's bombing everybody. He's bombing
smell that
anyone who
algorithm?
isn't Assad, essentially.
I'm sorry.
He's helping Assad's regime.
Yeah, that thing with Turkey shooting down a Russian plane, that it was the excuse that I've heard is that they were under the impression, at least, that that plane was en route to bomb some Free Syrian Army guys, which the Turkish train, So it was essentially the Russians were going to attack some of their guys.
Yeah,
and
they're
they
not going
defended
after ISIS. They're going after anybody. They're going after everybody that's against Assad.
So they're taking my approach to ending war.
Well, no,
Yeah.
because they're actually propping up one of the main facilitators of the the vacuum of justice that leaves people looking for other factions.
Right. It's almost as if it's job security, right? In a way, to keep the vacuum there so that they can keep
Pulling people in.
fighting it or whatever.
Yeah. There were arms that were given. That basically that there is a two-way trade going on between ISIS and Assad. It's just probably not direct. It's like-
Man, when Russia took Crimea, I stayed up waiting for that deadline. I was like, this might be the end. This might be the end.
Yeah, right now the whole situation is here. It's just sad. The thing is, like, when you look at all the factions that are in war there, you can't root for any of them. You just can't. Like, all of them are, you're just rooting for the lesser evil based on sometimes some pedantic kind of reasons. Like, I like these guys. I hate these guys the least. So I might root for them.
Well, I mean, you can understand why people wanted to overthrow the guy. And you can understand why they wanted to come together and overthrow the guy, yeah? And these were a disparate bunch. I mean, Syria is quite a... what's the best way to describe it? It's very multicultural, but that obviously means that you've got a lot of groupings.
It was one of the few secular Islamic nations.
Yeah. And they wanted to get rid of Assad and put in a bit of democracy. That was at least the plan.
That plan rarely ever works.
Well,
it would if they stuck to it.
Sort of it wasn't it was more of a republic type situation, and I mean, I know people don't really see it that way, and from over here on this side of the fence, but didn't they have business and things, like?
And I'd just like to say to
like
sanguine
doing
suffragette, you just lost a follower with that sort of thing. Fucking, that's just disgusting.
No.
Rebellions and stuff rarely ever work out to the good side.
That's what I was trying to get at, actually. But it's not that it was necessary to go in there the way that that we had. gone in there. You know what I'm saying? The first place is how did he get into power in the first place? Like, this is the algorithm I'm smelling. Like
how did it get into power?
Yeah, they put someone in, right? We put someone in there.
That was his dad, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was his dad, pretty much. He changed the Constitution to, he changed the Constitution instead of it being a vote. It was, a dynasty kind of thing.
Right.
And I'm just gonna promote, elect my son as my.
We're gonna become kings.
Successor, and that's it.
So when George Bush did that, nobody noticed.
When did he do that?
This is
out of 300 million people, the other retarded Bush is the one that gets in. That's really that's our America. I mean, you know what I mean, right? I mean, come on. I mean, they threw that at us. When did we go, okay, that's a great idea.
George W. Bush was the greatest president.
George W. Bush lost a fucking election and still managed to be president.
That's like a fucking champion if I ever saw one.
Yeah,
what's her face?
He was a gift that never really received ungiving when it comes to.
Well, I always like to look at Bush in the same way as a washing powder. It's Bush because Reagan didn't look dumb enough.
Well, I was just thinking.
What do you think about Jimmy Carter?
Jimmy Carter, apart from having the Republicans pay the Iranians to hold on to the hostages until the election was over.
I mean, you could really say that it was him that kind of started us down the slope of what the banks were doing.
To be honest, with you, your problem in America, your problem in America is the establishment Republicans. They are monsters. They will fuck you. They will drug you and fuck you.
The new establishment.
All the old, like kind of backroom type people are dying out
and putting their children in charge.
Think about it, guys.
So,
what year was it when the U.S. Bank? I mean the
2007.
No. The United States Bank was actually formed. What was that?
You talking about the Fed?
You talking about the Fed?
Yeah.
Federal Reserve. That was
21.
That was an expert.
That bank was opened with 25,000 shares, and 18,000 of which were held by interest in England.
Well, they were old money, old money people.
So and the king was actually one of the beneficiaries, one of the shareholders of that bank. It's kind of a joke on us all the way around the block when we look at it. 1776 and our freedom and all that kind of baloney, because we were actually created into districts then and turned into debtor slaves. Yeah, it was a constitutor in Black's Law Dictionary, 6th edition, one who by simple agreement owes the debt of another. Like, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay.
Well, it's like, what if we had started? What if we had never had business tax or income tax introduced?
Oh yeah, seriously. Especially when the tax was actually a repayment for the 21 loans taken out for the Revolutionary War, and that's what the militia was actually formed for, was to take our gold to create that sustenance for that those loan repayments. That's why there's no law saying you have to actually pay that tax. That's people are looking for that law. It's actually a repayment of the loan. It's on a different. It goes straight to the UK, as a matter of fact. I think it's a 1080 form today. It was revised in 1987 or 97.
Well, I mean, you've also got to understand about debt paid to the Americans from the British as well. So basically, yeah.
Well, why don't we get reparations from you guys?
Come and think of it, how much does fucking Britain still owe us?
No, that's done. That's finished.
Why don't we just fucking?
I feel like you need to pay us more.
No, how about just leave everyone else alone?
Aptly got the debt written off.
I still wonder, how much does Britain still owe us from all the weapons we shipped them during World War II?
Well, to be fair,
what's the dollar worth anyway when you find out that oil's...
The write-off of the debts did come hand in hand with the fact that we just invented the computer and just gave it to the CIA. and then America becoming the largest economy in the world.
Well, we became the largest economy in the world because nobody else had one.
Gentlemen, this was paid off they finished the last payments in the 90s.
But think about all the good the wiping of the debt did for countries that the Nazis fucked up. Well, like Germany, exactly. I mean, the writing off all the debt allowed them to rebuild, and
all of the war debt to us was paid off in the 90s. No,
the last payment.
I wonder why our economy went to shit all of a sudden in the 90s.
Well, also we have baby boomers now collecting Social Security.
Yeah, the aging population as a concept. I mean, are you actually any of you familiar with the actual what that refers to when people say the aging population?
Yeah, the pharaonic death cycles, trying to kill people off at an earlier age.
I know that there's only one generation.
It's the proportion of people
non-working individuals
that are of working age becoming smaller, and that's the reason why it's a problem.
It's an even bigger problem in Japan.
The bigger problem, it's the problem is they paid into the system though. Why are they getting fucked?
Because
and then we all start looking at them as if, oh well, they're the old ones. We should let them go first. It's like, wait a minute, you're the only ones who paid into this fucking system.
It's because the millennial generation simply doesn't comprise a large enough. The active workers of the millennial generation doesn't comprise a large enough proportion of the population to actually hold up that end of the deal.
Well, the technology doesn't reflect.
Held up just fine if we stopped stealing the money.
Well, our pay doesn't reflect the actual advancements in technology that we've been given either, because it used to take a lot longer and it was a lot less. Just imagine, like, let's say 50 years ago, a guy doing a particular job. It's without the technology we have right now. No matter what the job is, basically, it takes him longer. He's not as efficient. He's not getting as much done. But he was actually getting paid per his personal time, a more of a respectable, feasible amount to the actual
productivity and wages delinked in the 70s.
Right? Yeah. I mean, dead.
I would say before that. I think once we went off of the gold standard, as productivity and wages started to split.
Oh no! You should see the graph. The graph, literally, right in the 70s.
Slavery.
Productivity keeps going straight the fuck up. Wages level out.
Because think about it, 90% of the working class people, of the people in the U.S. before slavery were working class in the first place. Slavery comes in and does what? I mean, it's a joke, the propagated racism that goes on out here, because white folks didn't want slavery. It took our jobs. It fucking lowered our wages. All kinds of fucked up shit. We didn't ever want it. So, I mean, only the royal elite that came over here, the colonists, the big-ass plantation owners and shit, these were the ones with the crypto fucking names that they're not fucking really, any particular religion or whatever. They fake it. And they come over here and they, you know what I mean? And now they're the elite now. They're the ones, of course, they always were the elite, the rich old money or whatever. And they keep on propagating this separatism of the people, so that we don't get together and fucking and actually fight that. We fight each other at Trump rallies and black and white and fight and stupid fucking side reel issues that don't matter at all, because they're not real. The fucking royals, they're black too. They're white too. They're all these colors. They're not just fucking one or the other. And we're all like,
there's only one color that matters, and it's green.
Blood, red. Just kidding.
I don't know about blood.
I have neither color.
Humans, man. I mean, shit. We're all humans. We all bleed red. It's the only color.
Yeah. We also wouldn't have got to where we are if we hadn't come together. I guess I'm saying more in the early days when we actually started civilizations.
We don't know when we really started them because we're getting new information all the time. When we're seeing white mummies, and we're seeing over in the Americas and shit, and we're seeing Egyptian shit at the fucking Grand Canyon, and we're seeing.
I get what you're saying about the
stories don't add up.
Egyptian shit at the Grand Canyon? What?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Amazing.
You're getting a little Joseph Smithy for me.
I would say yes.
The farthest thing that
I'm gonna have to say
pictures
or it didn't. I'm gonna have to say pictures or it didn't happen at this point.
Yeah, we are very much in danger of a deer jumping through the window, shouting "citation needed."
The only thing that I've found pretty fascinating and kind of changing history was the couple of groups before humans came into the picture had mass eating areas and graves.
Why would we
in
assume
Africa?
they weren't humans? That's the funny thing.
They were not Homo
What I
sapiens.
said is crazy, but what you're saying is acceptable.
No, they were not Homo sapiens.
Well,
They
there is,
were a type of like Cro-Magnon.
I can't remember. I think it might have been on QI where I first heard this. But there's a large chunk of the Amazon rainforest that's just over the top of soil, which has fragments of ceramic in it, which is a sort of artificial soil to be good at retaining nutrients and stuff. Or something is better hydration, I don't know, but it's like apparently good for crops and things. So it's like it's an artificial soil additive over most of the Amazon.
Yeah.
And this is such a large, and it's like, okay, so we're thinking there was some sort of horrible mass genocide, or possibly like the smallpox and measles and stuff when the conquistadors arrived at Amezca. Maybe
or maybe a cataclysm of some grand proportion between the planets, like the cosmology purports. The people, the archetypes from all over the world tell a pretty crazy story about Saturn and thunderbolts of the gods, and I mean that's where the Zeus thunderbolts shits came from. Those plasmoids that they're talking about, those shapes, and everything. Those are
there is absolutely nothing out there that says we are the first civilization on this planet.
Right. What I was getting at at least
wait, can I say something about that Cro-Magnon man statement? I think a lot of the time we get confused with this paradigm that we came as the evolutionary state from one thing all the way up through another, when the Earth is so huge that so many life forms could have started all over the place and grew alongside of each other. Yeah, and I think
there's the thing. There is the Neanderthals, and not strictly speaking, they're more like a sort of cousin offshoot thing. They're on a separate, like there's a split, and you have the line that came to modern humans and Neanderthals. However, in the gene pool, when you look at the population, we have genes which
that are related to plants.
Yes,
we have Neanderthal genes.
Yeah, well, we have gut flora and fauna in our stomach that actually like the roots get fed from the bacteria in the soil.
Say is this is turning into one of those episodes of Ancient Aliens?
Yeah.
No. Obviously not, because I don't say anything about aliens. I go straight to humans. It's humans.
Well, I'd like to point out that a million years from now, if we died out today, there would be nothing left of our civilization.
Except toilets. There'll be toilets everywhere.
Glass.
People, they're
something
porcelains, they'll last.
Something I like to say to people whenever they just think, oh, well, it's just quicker to get the polystyrene tray instead of a plate at the cafeteria at college. And I just like to say, okay, let's put this in, because you can tell people that however long it'll take for it to decompose.
Plastic degrades.
But it takes a very long time, and you should tell people that like 10,000 years or whatever for the particular chemical that they're using, and it just goes over their head because it's like 10,000 years. Yeah, okay, you're sure, but that's the small amount of time. Anything. What I like to say instead of the number is that every single religion on Earth today will be forgotten with no evidence by the time that is gone.
Was Michael in chat? Uranium. What isotope of uranium? And also remember that uranium decays into different elements.
Some colors out. That's my boy.
I just wanna. The only things that will be around in 10,000 years if we were to die off right now are things like glass. Well, lead still. No, lead doesn't decay. I'm sorry.
Well, as far as decay is concerned, you also have to understand you've also got mass involved in here. For example, if you've got some wadge of steel, for example, That steel is going to still be there if it's like a big.
No, it's not.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it will.
oxidized
Yeah, it will.
away
Just the
to nothing.
outside of
The
it
cool
would be
thing about the
oxidized, for example,
All right,
Well,
I think
look at-
we're in the.
and that
I
rust
think
would actually
we're-
protect the rest of it.
Okay, I think we're in the right mindset for me to propose this question. I'm just gonna take this another direction since we kind of touched on aliens.
Do it,
I'm
I
going to
mean,
have to
do
change
it.
the title of this.
It's fine, but okay. Have you ever noticed, like in fiction, all aliens are, just humanoids with one or two exaggerated human characteristics, and they just put it there and go like, it's an alien.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what? You know why
What's
that
wrong with
makes
that?
sense to you?
But okay, let's just hear me out.
Because
The
of
only
lack
two,
of imagination, or
yeah, the only
just
two
the way they
aliens
relate.
Well, hang on, he hasn't made his point yet.
Yes,
Oh,
the only two aliens that I kind of enjoyed in fiction were the Reapers from Mass Effect, because they didn't make any sense, and we didn't make any sense to them. They're like, yeah, we just come here and destroy.
Perfect sense.
We don't know what's going on. It's just the thing we do. And the Daleks, because they have nothing human about them, and I love that. Now, what would be the perfect alien that has no human characteristics in your mind?
Oh, I got a great answer for that. So,
Go ahead.
As we are depleting natural resources and we are impacting the environment in a very measurable way, I think an alien species that is sufficiently advanced to be able to come and visit us. That's kind of my thing, is they would have to be able to come visit us. Is that they would over time maybe engineer their DNA so that they grew smaller and smaller, to the point of they might be the height of a Bic lighter, and then they can have their entire civilization in the size of an area that's like Montana. And
Well,
then
how
they
ever
don't have
gonna
to.
get here if they keep shrinking? Just kidding.
Well, still that's smaller mass that you have to accelerate.
Well, then you're talking about the complexity of the human brain, for example.
Now we start understanding why relativity doesn't all work out without renormalization math. Whoa.
I knew we were in the right mindset for
You
this.
see, I'm actually of the sort of like the, if you will, camp when it comes to actual aliens. Is that if you have a look around, generally speaking, around the universe and stuff like that, yeah, there's one thing that doesn't actually change, and that's the elements.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're inventing new elements all the time. Or at
Right,
least
light is a coaxial circuit. That doesn't change.
Yeah, there's certain things.
They're
certain
not
things-
stable elements.
Induction rate.
Yeah, all of the elements that you're seeing in this on this planet right now, yeah, you can find out in space somewhere else. The
Yeah.
most ubiquitous of gases, for example, are the most simplest.
Hydrogen.
Yeah.
Yeah, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen.
Yeah, so in other words, yeah, wherever you go in the universe, you're just going to find more of the same.
That's
I
right.
think it'll be all carbon-based life.
Generally,
And
I would say.
carbon.
Do you know
To
why
know-
I think this is the case? Yeah.
It's
Because-
actually a low pressure environment out there, not a vacuum either. So that's why it's filled with plasma. And those are charged gases
Yeah.
moving amongst each other in a static environment. I mean, that's what
Indeed.
people don't get about gravity. It's dielectric modalities that we're talking about. That's why
But
it's infected with
Okay.
magnetic.
Wait a second.
Stay with me.
Gravity's
Stay
not
with
real.
me here, guys. Stay with me. Okay.
The gravity, the way we used to talk about it, is not. But I'm not talking about it in that manner. I'm using it as a
No.
reference point
Let-
to understand.
How
the
baked
force
are you, by the way?
It isn't actually.
Let Robin go ahead. Let's let Robin finish his statement.
Okay. Robin, go ahead.
I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10. But anyway, yeah. If you have a look at, say, we're talking about carbon-based life form. The reason that you have carbon-based life form on this planet and doing it than anything else is that it's the easiest one for chemical reactions to stabilize with.
And it can make the most molecules out of everything else
Yeah,
combined.
so it's
Well,
the
you could
best
get
building
silica
blocks.
based.
You
As Michael
could-
Bayer's saying in the chat, you can get silica.
You could get silicon-based, yes.
But they're more complex because the atoms themselves are more complex
Yes.
that have the same relationship to silica that the current
and
atoms have
those
to carbon.
complexities mean that you have difficulties.
Well, it means that the carbon-based life will always happen first in a
That's
universe.
right. And
that
if
has
it's
the same
first,
rules
and
as
like
ours.
I was saying this to somebody, imagine if the first when life started on this planet, we don't exactly know the exact thing. But if that were to happen today, it would die instantly. And the reason being is that we're already here. Whatever it was, it would be eaten by either a microbe or whatever it is that's of that size to kill it. So in other words, in order for a life to actually start, it needs to be, well, where no life is in the first place.
Yeah.
So
that leads me to my actual argument about aliens.
Now, there's other things.
We are fucked. That's my argument about it.
There's other things that come along with this, yeah. There's certain things that are ubiquitous in the universe. Light, for example. Sound. Travelling through, waves, all these sort of things.
Sound in space?
No. But I'm not talking about... I'm talking... did I say that we're going to have aliens starting out their existence in space, you madman?
Technically, where else would you start it off at?
Yeah, everything's in space.
Not in open space.
No, not in open space.
I know what you meant.
Because space isn't an actual vacuum; it's full of gas.
You mean to tell me there's an island somewhere that's not in space?
Stop, please stop. Okay. So here's we're basically at the situation where you're going to be looking for planets that are really conducive to life. It's going to be things that are similar to our planet again.
Let me ask you this.
One second, guys.
What are the conditions where life can be born? And yeah, I kind of agree that carbon is one of those atoms that, it's so easy to interact with it chemically. And yes, that would be the easiest base for any life form.
And if it's going to be the easiest, that's what's going to be forming first.
It's going to be the most common.
You're talking about the structure of an alien in an atomic, or a biological being in an atomic.
No. Well, I'm starting from the beginning, as most stories are.
To back up what he's saying.
What I'm talking about is that once you get, you're starting this on a planet. Most planets are going to have volcanism, for example, mountains.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have water. You're going to have lakes. You're going to have seas. You're going to have all of these sort of things. Yeah, these are the sort of things.
Going to have oxygen.
And they wouldn't. Well, you would need oxygen if you're going to be using biological life forms that are going to be based upon carbon.
Aerobic ones. Earth did not have oxygen before it had life.
Of course it did.
No, there was anaerobic life that definitely came first.
Anaerobic life created all the oxygen on this planet.
Yeah, the algae and...
Do you know where does oxygen come from, guys?
That's not happening.
The hilarious thing is...
Where does oxygen come from?
Carbon dioxide and sunlight.
Where does oxygen come from, guys?
Plant life.
No, it doesn't. Where does oxygen come from?
Photosynthesis.
No, keep going.
It comes from the stripping of the base metals coming from a charged environment.
There we go. It came from a
distinction to be made between the element oxygen and gaseous oxygen.
Yes, it came from a star.
Right, but what Pug means is gaseous oxygen in the environment. It would mostly have been in the form of water or carbon dioxide.
That's right, carbon dioxide. So you're talking about splitting the carbon dioxide from... so you're talking about splitting the oxygen from the carbon dioxide, but the oxygen was still there.
Yeah, when he said
semantics.
Created,
I'm not being semantic on this sort of front. But when I'm trying to say to you, ever so slowly, as I wade through your interruptions, like toffee, right? Is that
I'm being quiet here. I'm being quiet. I'm just listening.
But what I'm trying to explain to you is that once again, you're in a position where the elements are the things that actually control evolution.
Cliffhanger?
Oh, the video.
Microphone.
Hang on, my video's just going down. Video's just going down. Can you still hear me?
Okay, now I can.
Yeah, the video's just in the red for a second. It's just getting itself back together again. I'm hoping everyone can still hear us. Anyway, so what you've got is that basically you've got, in order for life, as we like to think of it, life, using common elements, just like we're made out of. You've got a planet there. You've got volcanism there. You've got water. All of these elements are generally going to be there in order for life to even start. But these are also the very same things that will actually be propelling evolution.
Yes.
So in other words, if anything, the differences between aliens that we meet are actually going to be a lot less than you think. That includes societal, and societal evolution comes along with that as well. People making arguments. I mean, societal evolution for us, for example, is very similar to anything else. It's to do with the individual versus the collective. That's how it's really propelled itself.
But again, couldn't they evolve something like ants and bees, for example, where it's all about the collective rather than the individual?
Well, yeah, but you wouldn't necessarily have an intelligence that would actually get to that sort of a point.
Which leads me to the question that really should be asked: would meeting other aliens be even a good idea?
Well, hold on. You jumped into the conclusion that I'm saying that all aliens have to be intelligent like us.
If we're going to meet
I'm just
them,
saying you landed on an alien planet and you see just creatures like.
Yeah, I'm not talking about those kind of aliens. I'm talking about aliens in the sense of somebody that we can actually meet, discuss, exchange ideas with.
From human standards, aliens are not going to be very nice.
Well, here's the thing. Okay,
you're a real downer on everything. You know that.
All right. I kind of like this idea of collective versus individual, and
as far as societal evolution, that's the only driving forces.
The way we evolved as being individualistic, like we are, was a big advantage. But as a collective, I think they just didn't have the enough time to evolve the way we did, because one collective could be considered one individual.
Insects
and
have had more time.
With one another, then this is where they evolve.
Insects have been around a lot longer than mammalians.
Think about it. If the ether is real, then we're all connected to them anyway, ethorically. So, I mean, what if our collective
ether is not real? So yeah, just stop it.
Yeah.
But hit that bomb one more time, mate.
It makes more sense than dark energy or fucking quantum fluid.
Can I just say a thing about the?
It's just another word for it.
The concept of like a collectivist versus an individualist way of solving problems. I'm thinking that if you're...
I'm not talking about as a way of solving problems. I'm talking about it in the sense of the driving force of our societal
I'm making
thing.
another point related to that, saying that if you have a society that's based on one thing or the other, then you've got to solve the problem. Like the evolutionary drives either the collective or the individual, essentially, and that if they exist to service a collective, then it's possible they're not really going to have a lot of free time. So whatever brain mass they evolve is likely to be utilized consistently. Whereas a lot of human creativity came from the fact that we as individuals have to solve a problem that's difficult for one person to solve, and so we've become quite intelligent. And then there's the other time when we don't have those problems, the sort of bottleneck our creativity, and then there's free time where we end up doing creative things and doing like the blue sky type research that has propelled our technology. So I'm thinking that Robin's idea is quite correct in that
it is, but
the premise is offered that we're more likely to encounter similar people to us because the alternative wouldn't necessarily have developed technology, even though they might well have intelligence comparable to us.
Here's the thing: what if? It's a big if. I'm just imagining things here. You have an ecosystem where it's just a bunch of collectives, like anthills, and different species competing with one another. Don't you think that they're going to evolve in the same way to have one superior collective over the others with enough intelligence to be able to travel around and do things?
Well, my problem with that more than anything else is that our intelligence has not come about as a trait of superiority, but actually one of genetic
meritocracy.
No. Instead of guessing what I'm going to say, you could just
thing we have.
Don't guess what I'm going to say. If you just wait a few more seconds,
I'll hear what you'll say.
It's amazing. It's not. We're not playing whack-a-mole of the conversation.
Gamers, Robin. This is what.
Okay, yeah. But what I'm saying is that human intelligence has not been born from our genetic superiority. It's actually born from our genetic inferiority. It's been born from the fact that we have to rely on intelligence, otherwise we would have been mauled. You know, there's fucking elephants out there, tigers, and fucking all kinds of fucking nasties out there. That
it's an evolution to solve a problem.
Okay, wouldn't a collective like that scenario that I just said, you know, an ecosystem with all the collectives
Numbers would win. Just a bigger anthill would do the trick.
Ants' behavior is like more aggression wins.
But imagine if there's like a weaker kind of insect kind of like creatures
maybe bigger. Yeah,
maybe bigger.
That would
this is the thing is, if that were the case, Habib, that would create evolutionary pressures that would. Now, I'm not saying that therefore the evolution would occur this way, but it would create an evolutionary pressure system that would push that colony entity into individualism, because those individual units that were most dedicated to the collective would presumably die first.
And let's be honest, I mean, most people think of an ant colony as a singular organism as it is.
Well, driver ants, at night they come together in a big colony that actually has about as many connections between them as a brain.
Yeah, well, when I look at an ant, you see, I think of it as a neuron with legs.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that, you know, I'm imagining here a collective like that developing its own kind of identity with enough intelligence to rival even human intelligence. What would be the premises like around that? What would be the conditions around such a collective to be like that?
Yeah, you need something.
One of the primary premises is enough intake to create that intelligence. Well, you have to be able to consume enough calories to run that brain.
Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing you've also got to consider, guys. Yeah, that there are organisms and things out there that have been on this earth a damn sight longer than mammalian species, and certainly humans and stuff like that. Yeah, you've got to take into consideration that some are, as far as intelligence is concerned, a cul-de-sac. There's no need for a shark to be clever. There's no need for it. It's already perfected its thing.
Robin, what about what's the theory called? God damn it! I just had panspermia.
That sounds gorgeous. That sounds.
Well, it's the theory that
sounds like some sort of delicious meal.
It's the theory that life came from Mars,
on other planets.
That's what we were talking about earlier when he was saying that how relatively similar the environments can be. I was trying to get in and say, well, that's more common than we think, because we can even see on Comet 67P the light spectral analysis, when we were thinking, oh, that has to be ice because look at all the water jets and stuff coming off of there, but they're not coming off the nucleus of the comet, they're coming out of the coma of the comet, which infers it's an electrochemical reaction going on, taking place. Then they start looking a little deeper and they see through the same spectral analysis, they see the hydrocarbons being formed. There's no dinosaurs there, so we got oil, charcoal.
I'm gonna say I need citation on electro things going on. But what I want to finish on this point is we have organisms that can
not
survive.
From a website that's selling you silver.
Man, I'm not even done yet. I've been listening and being polite, right? Come on, man. It's not cool.
Go ahead.
Just because you need a citation doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So you'll get a citation. Just consider that a warning. I'll write your citation soon.
Well, I mean, I was going before you, but go ahead.
Anyway, so we can also, because I'm not done, we can also see that through that same analysis and the data, that we can interpret that there are also glycols and amino acids being formed on this comet, and it's through electrolysis, simple oxidation and reduction of base metals and silicas that are coming in from a negatively charged environment into the positively charged heliosphere, moving through the charged plasma, creating more induction as it moves as well. And that's what the coma is all about and everything.
Anyway, you're talking about an alchemy as such.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, that doesn't necessarily necessarily say that there is actually life there. It's just that something is actually doing that which would
all the
you into thinking that life is there.
Well,
the thing that they
it's
talk about, that
generating
primordial
organic
soupy shit,
molecules,
you know.
right?
Yeah, exactly. But it is a lead. You know, it's somewhere that's like, hey, look, this may be more of a feasible aspect than we normally would have considered without.
It's you know, the sort of God of the gaps euphemism. This is one of the gaps.
Right.
Essentially.
If the God of the gaps is your God, then it is a ever-receding pocket of scientific ignorance.
And this is one of the gaps in the it's like, oh well, if life started and then evolution happened, where did life come from? Comet drifts by, generating life out of aquifers.
Well, no, the point is, the Earth is that comet. Think of it that way. The Earth is that environment. It is that, there is a magnetosphere, what we would think of as a, you know what I mean? This all is similar to that aspect through the electrical currents, the environment that we have, the oxygen, the oxidation and reduction of we see that. We see these Grand Canyons and these mountains and these things like that, we're now seeing as possible evidence of that, instead of this land crunching into each other to create these mountains and that it could actually have been a process of something that happened relatively quickly as a planet passed by or something, through creating that oxidation and reduction, that electrolysis effect, lifting of material or the adding of material, depending on whichever the charge was that went by us. So I mean, there's these other thoughts that are now being thrown into the pool that seem to fill some of those blanks. We gotta, I'm still looking into them, of course, but I like to mention it to see who else is also looking into this stuff,
Well, Robin, let me get back on my original thing here. So we have organisms on Earth that can survive in the vacuum, extreme radiation of space, things like that.
Protos, micros, Gemestes.
Well, the tardigrades or water bears.
I like those little guys. I wanna be a water bear.
Anton Beauchamp coined it. The guy who gave us the chromosome. He coined the term.
Tyson, he did a pretty good bit on how comets and everything or meteors would have hit the Earth, ejecting rocks and everything out.
Well, you've obviously got to ask where those comets are coming from.
Click that link in the chat.
From the Oort cloud.
Yeah, and where's but where's that coming from?
That was from the accretion disk. That's leftover debris from the formation of the solar system.
Yeah, the Oort cloud is basically the bits of rock that weren't close enough to each other to actually then end up forming into a planet. But
that's not how gravity really works, though. It's not Newtonian physics, right? We know that it's a dielectric.
I'm being simplistic.
When you say dielectric, I'm just curious what do you mean by dielectric?
It's a modality of electricity. Smaller than the smaller particles of small, it's the
are you talking like gluons and muons?
No, I'm talking about you can pass light, which is a coaxial circuit, through particular
you go with a wave slit,
quartz, or different minerals lenses, and you can deflect a particular modality of the electric force, the electric current that's you impede it basically.
When you say I'm not
like magnetism
with the
itself
modality.
is a dielectric, right? It's the other side of the electric field. It's the magnetism, the retardation. It's that modality. So electricity isn't just electricity. It's
the electromagnetic spectrum.
Right. And so
light, microwaves, radio waves,
and a lot of times we only focus on the larger aspect of it, not the secondary modality, the actual dielectric charge. That's what relaxation of charge on a particle experiment. When you take a steel ball and you throw a electrical plate over it and put it in a semiconductive fluid, and you turn the voltage up on the top, and it makes the ball magnetic towards the top, slowly raising towards the top until it reaches like charge and then discharges and starts to repel and goes back towards the bottom.
You're talking about dielectrics, you're talking about them as insulators, yes?
I'm sorry, say that again.
A dielectric is an insulating material.
No.
Are you talking like with superconductors and quantum mechanics?
Well, they use all of the whatever. It's when you displace the. I can't even think about it. It's polarized. Let me think. It's like like the insulator you were just talking about, but it can be polarized by an applied electric field. So it's not just an insulator; it's a polarized insulator. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You're talking about a
It's like
superconductor.
Yeah, when it's placed in an electric field, electric currents don't flow through the material as they would.
Yeah,
in like a
superconductors.
conductor. Right.
Even they flow with no resistance in a
Well, they
superconductor.
slightly shift from their average equilibrium. Yeah.
A semiconductor you're talking about.
Polarization, whatever.
Yeah, that sounds more like a semiconductor. It can be a.
Yeah, it's depending on its makeup.
Amplified through them and stuff like that, and
Carbon, for example.
reversed back and forth. However, you're using the
carbon or silicon, things like that. These are semiconductors. So depending on how they're actually made up, they'll either conduct electricity or insulate from it.
Yeah, their little symmetry axes will align to the field that allows it to become magnetic or non.
Yeah.
Depending
Talking about semiconductors.
Right. So it's pretty interesting
Dielectrics,
stuff.
Dielectrics slightly different. They're essentially an electrical insulator.
That's simplifying it to the extreme because it's a lot more than that. Rubber is an electrical insulator, and then it doesn't have any of those dielectric.
Well, I believe it has to actually. Well, all chemical compounds have an insulatory sort to them.
Index.
Yeah. So it's everything is an insulator. It's just
right.
one is less or more so than the other.
Less of exactly. Yeah.
You could make rubber a superconductor if you got it to the right temperature.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like to.
No. You'd have to be
it's a struggle. That
milli-Kelvin above absolute zero.
Yeah. Make it cold, superconductor. Done.
Not to be anti-intellectual, but this conversation has knocked us down to 2 watchers, including myself, I believe.
No, I'm on there too.
So,
just
we've lost the audience. Too many big words.
No, they weren't. Yeah, they weren't.
I'm not here to retain audiences. Don't worry.
Oh, actually,
I'm here to keep myself entertained and you watching while I do it.
The question we were all to be answering that Habib asked, I don't think I actually got my turn yet, of what you like to imagine alien life being like.
It's my channel. You don't get a turn. Nobody gets turns. This isn't a democracy.
I'm taking one anyway.
This is a dictatorship.
I was having a similar conversation or a similar theme conversation with a friend of mine as I went around to visit, and he was watching a Star Trek Next Gen episode where they tried to chase down the crystalline entity, which is what I was thinking of with the sort of like inhuman.
Like the silicon-based.
Yeah,
shit?
the giant crystal thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna while you guys talk about that, I'm gonna put a trilby on a potato and call it Dictator.
Okay.
Robin with the yucks on here today.
And you know what? I'm going to share that screen while you see how it works. This is how. So you guys carry on chatting. I'm just going to basically put a trilby hat on a potato. I'm just going to find the right potato.
So
that's the most important thing.
I see.
Emma,
what about Kevin Logan?
I'm sure there's already a picture of him with a trilby on.
Oh, probably. Right, yeah, we were watching the crystalline entity thing, and mostly because we had our previous conversation had been about like the concept of horror games and like the ideas present in them, and so I submitted to him this idea of, could you imagine being like the crystalline entity, and then there's just your food that you just see, you just go around, you're like, there's some food off this planet here, because what it does is it turns up and it just strips all life off the planet. And everyone's like, oh my god! And it's basically a natural disaster, but it also seems to be some sort of life form. it's
like
effectively
Galactus.
eating. Yeah, basically, it's behaving as Galactus, but it's a giant crystalline thing.
Yeah.
So it's like, could you imagine just being this sort of, this thing? Just imagine you are Galactus, but you don't know that the things that you're eating, like, are people with consciousnesses and the dread of death. You just think, oh, there's a thing, I eat that because that's what I eat. And then you just like, and then in the episode, like, there's a bit where they're supposed to be like trying to communicate with it, like prodding it with the thing, and it seems to sort of stop and behave very curiously, and it's just, that's the moment where I thought of this. It's like, could you imagine just going about minding your own business, just keeping yourself fed and healthy, and then something just turns up, made a small metal thing just turns up and makes a noise, and that is similar to like what you comprehend as information, and you're just like, what?
It's like stepping on a pin that talks to you.
And you just sort of, you prod it back, and then it does the same thing again, and you're like, is this talking to me? And you end up developing a sort of you break down the language barrier, you get a basic comprehension going, and you just imagine in the conversation of this little thing, and you're so overjoyed. It's like, oh my god, this is so awesome, there's this new life form I've discovered.
I can talk to it.
And then eventually, through the conversations, you find out that everything you've been eating has been people.
Yeah.
Just like,
what if it was just like, whatever.
Well, that's the thing, of course, but it's more fun. It's a more fun, horrific concept of just, could you imagine discovering that actually what you've been eating is your sustenance, some of which has been civilizations.
Yeah, I actually thought about that before when I was thinking about aliens and stuff, and I was like, yeah, what if we were the first to contact other aliens? Like, we land on a planet, and there are those people-like things, and they're not as smart. They're like caveman kind of mentality, but they're very nutritious. Shall we eat them?
It's like the poplars from Futurama.
Ask those guys who were basically eating people, in sort of like the Amazon and shit,
I mean, we landed on a planet, and there are not a lot of edible life forms or foods there. But there are people there. They're like semi-intelligent.
I'm already sitting there and kind of going, well, if we've managed to get ourselves from one planet to the other, I think we've already organised the food thing.
Yeah, we would just use energy.
What if they were tasty though? What if they were like even better than bacon?
But you would just
You really want us to eat these people.
I think the morals we'd have at that point would be like, okay, let's just replicate them with, the massive amounts of energy that we have, because energy equals matter. So therefore, if you have enough energy, you can make anything.
What if you're still gonna get like the anti-GMO people there?
It's not the real thing.
It's not the real thing, no.
I want those organic.
I really want my food to suffer. That's what you're essentially saying.
That's essentially is it. Anti-GMO people. I mean, they tend to be the kind of people who want to be organic vegans, don't they? It's like anti-GMO. Do you know what that means? You're gonna have to have a lot more suffering in your food.
I think it's hilarious.
It's like, you peanut butter. Who dies from that? All the people they murder so they can grow the palm oil.
I always say this to any vegetarians who do it for moral reasons and stuff like that. One word answer: pesticide.
Or it's like we engineered all these crops over the thousands of years that we've been cultivating them. It's like there were no Christmas trees or freaking nectarine trees.
The GMO people who are just sort of like, oh, you're just messing with this shit. It's like, do you know this is something that is particularly poignant.
The rice.
Actually, you're straw manning those that are anti-GMO. A lot of people that are anti-GMO are actually anti-GMO because a lot of GMO companies are really treating plants like DRM rights. They're trying to make basically intellectual property.
I know that, Robin.
And that is the argument. No. What you're doing is you're looking at the shitty bits. You're looking at the shitty bits.
No, Robin. The activism that occurs is not to that effect.
Of course it is. But you're not paying attention to that.
A lot of it is, by the way. A lot of it is.
They are silent.
I think I agree with Era on this, that they're more like don't mess with nature.
Some.
That's the thing, Robin. We're saying some. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about some.
Let me just say my piece here. I eat a lot of GMOs here because let's face it, the Middle East, where we can get most of the fruits that we get in the supermarkets, I can't really see us growing strawberries, for example. We just can't. So we import them, and when you import stuff like that, it's either super expensive to get them fresh, or you get GMOs, things that are genetically modified to still look and kind of taste fresh, but it's never as good as the real thing.
Don't say that in front of the crazy anti-GMO lobby.
No, I have said that. I have said that. Here's
GMOs cause terrorism.
Here's the thing.
I'm sorry, I can resist that one.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, even though I eat a lot of GMOs and I don't really see a problem with them, but I do prefer, more what do they call it? Organic? No.
Yeah, organic.
Yeah, I prefer organic tends to be. Always tastes better.
Yeah, it tends to be because it's the market pressures associated with making a niche product. You are also the same market pressures that would lead you to choose to grow organic are the same market also the market pressures that would lead you to grow for quality rather than quantity. That's breaking down though. Whole Foods in America is really pushing it the other way.
The thing I have against GMO people is places in Asia where a lot of rice is grown, we can and companies that are not looking for intellectual property rights to this stuff, they want to engineer the rice to have vitamin A, vitamin C, where a lot of these people have deficiencies in those vitamins because they don't have food sources that give them those vitamins or minerals that they need. So why don't we do that? And it's I think France kind of, in my mind, France led the charge, no Frankenfood stuff.
Wasn't this thing about wasn't this the thing with the golden rice crop that was finally they had enough of the final concept they were going for to actually test for safety on the golden rice crop, which was rice that had vitamin A implanted into it.
Yeah.
To basically solve a shitload of world hunger problems. And was it Greenpeace or some sort of anti? They were with one breath saying it's not safe, it needs more testing. So what they did to the test crop that was going to be tested to acquiesce to their demand, they burned it.
Yeah, of course.
The thing is, are we talking about exactly the same people here?
No, presumably we're not actually talking about exactly the same people,
yeah,
but the preponderance of the people who rage and scream will support both of these things. I'm not suggesting that they should.
Yeah, well,
I'm not suggesting that they should
you're
be
running into
representatives of the idea.
Yeah, I'm looking at a scarecrow presented in front of me, to be perfectly frank, mate.
Well, we're talking about the ideas. We're not saying that there is definitively the people that offer these ideas, and that just particularly the ideas. We're having fun shooting. We're just gathered around a friendly barrel, shooting some fish. Don't cloud this by pointing out that fish have rights and feelings.
I once again, I feel as if I'm just looking at a scarecrow again.
Yeah, I realize.
You felt that too, didn't you?
There is the position, and I've met people like this. So again, I'm not saying the people. It's not like there's a specific faction name that we slandered here. We're very specifically talking about the crazy ones. You don't need to defend them and go, there are other people who aren't crazy. We know that. But it is fairly crazy to support both of those propositions, that it needs testing and that the crop should be burned.
Yeah, but I very much doubt that there are anybody out there. I think they're probably kind of going, I don't care about them testing.
And the people that were burning the crop, when confronted,
they weren't
screamed about testing requirements and that they're not safe.
Citation needed.
Hold on, I want to just address what you had posted in side chat. Yes, Monsanto had used glyphosate, however you say it, but there are new companies that they've gotten past that hurdle. They don't need things like that anymore.
Well, not all GMOs are treated the same way.
I
some
agree.
of them, like, it depends on what is the purpose of creating this GMO. Is it just for mass production? Is it to keep the food more fresh?
Oh.
Is it to add more flavor? Like, it's all GMOs in the end because you're genetically modifying something. But what is your purpose of this modification?
A great example that I have is how you have like banana flavored medicine, but it doesn't taste like the bananas that you get at the store. And that's because they based that flavor on the old type of bananas that probably our grandparents had. Because there was I forget what the virus name was, but a virus basically wiped out almost all of that banana population because it didn't have things like herd immunity. So we engineered new bananas, and that's the banana that everyone gets now from like Chiquita, down in South America. Yeah, look that up because that was pretty crazy. The guys that built the railroads and everything and the ships that, they basically controlled every aspect of the supply chain of bananas, and that's why they're only like, $1 for 6 of them.
Well, I'm quite familiar with that, to be honest. Whenever I travel, I try as many foods as I can, and living here in Dubai gives me access to a lot of varieties of food.
Oh, I bet. I'm jealous.
No, here's the thing. Like, I go to the local supermarket. Like, that's not like the main supermarket that's like downtown. Like, there are supermarkets that are as big as a village, quite literally. The little one that I have in my neighborhood, I go to the produce corner, and there are 8 varieties of tomatoes, each one of them from a different country. And I'm not talking like big tomatoes, cherry tomatoes, and like these kinds. No, just normal big tomatoes, and you have 8 varieties right there. And that's
which one do you like?
Dutch. The Dutch ones are pretty good.
Yeah.
Spanish tomatoes are not bad.
Are you talking from Spain?
Yeah, Spain.
Okay, yeah, I would imagine that Spain and Italian tomatoes probably are.
There we go.
Pretty delish.
My dictator is finished.
Okay, we'll come back.
Excellent. Let me just get that saved up. In my
there are supermarkets even popping up all the time. Like, okay, we're gonna just carry food from this country or that country or whatever. But whenever I go ahead and try it, and start cooking with it and stuff, it's just not as good as when I go to that country where this kind of fruits or stuff originate from and try it from their shelves, and I'm like, wait, this is not the kind of stuff that I get at home. So
there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that a lot of people don't get to mention in their discussions because it's not so much well known, but there's all sorts of lawsuits going on that we're suing the Department of Agriculture and stuff for actually hiding the fact that these genetically modified crops have had some studies omitted and the negative results omitted from the studies, and then they've been propped into our diet with that showing nefarious methods. You know what I mean? That shows that they're up to something. That's no good. So we're dealing with that right now.
It's
And
the
let's
same
not
shit that
forget
happens with drug companies when they're developing things. There's no way to verify. Essentially, there's no guarantee. You can insist that they must present published study stuff, but you don't. There's no mechanism in place in Britain or America or Europe, I think, to actually insist that all studies commissioned are published. They will just only publish the ones that they like.
Industry funded. And the reasoning is because there's an end user agreement right there when you buy and purchase the seed in the first place. You're not allowed to study their seed. It's a purchase, like an end user agreement.
I wouldn't like anyone studying my seed.
Yeah, you study your own seed.
Yeah. What are you doing? Leave my gym sock alone.
Now you just got me getting this mental image of an extremely horrible wine tasting event. Anyway, the thing I remembered I was getting at earlier is that do you know one of the things? It's not actually like I think this is in America. It's not actually like regulated as if GMO. Like there's more restrictions on GMO, but then this thing doesn't require the safety testing. And what they do is they just irradiate the fuck out of the seeds to try and accelerate mutation rates.
Yeah, hoping
and
something will
then
happen.
do selective breeding from there.
Right.
And then there's no requirements of safety testing and shit like that.
Well, they are using alpha waves. It's not like they're using gamma that stays with the.
I'm pretty sure alpha waves wouldn't penetrate a seed.
Magnetism does that. Have you ever seen seeds grown in different holes of a magnet?
Gamma, aren't you?
Hold on.
It doesn't really matter, actually. The point I'm making doesn't really matter what type of radiation they're using. The point is they're just randomly changing the genome of the seed, and there's no requirement to double check that this hasn't caused a protein to activate that's poisonous or something, or that has a negative health effect.
Gun method. There's a lot of different methods to add DNA to a seed.
But only direct genetic modification is regulated to the extent that
tiny little, tungsten or gold, either one they used, and they wrap some genetic information around it from another or entirely different organism. I'm not talking about hybrid seeds and shit like we normally would think when we think of stuff like that. Hybrids, and what's more safe and everything. We're talking about like a completely different organism, like some DNA from a beetle into a strawberry or something, and then oops, we got problems. Or from to create the protein that creates a more glyphosate production in the plant itself, shit like that. They do something totally different, and and especially with that glyphosate shit, because they tell you, you're gonna need less pesticides and all this less, but you need more Roundup. Farmers end up getting less yields and using more Roundup, and the verdict is in. The fucking farmers are snitching on these guys.
Why would they keep buying the seeds from them?
Well, they're stuck at that point.
Because they're forced to at this point, because the seeds die. You're not allowed to not buy the seeds
buy
from
them from someone else.
Yeah, why can't they buy? It's a free market. Buy them from somebody else.
Your whole field. Your field is done. You can't plant other shit in there. You gotta redo your field. The field's fucked for 4 or 5 years, if not longer. I mean, so does the water table. And glyphosate, leaches the minerals out of everything. So it's taking lead and all these other minerals dropping into the water table. I'm sorry.
How does glyphosate leach?
Salt can do that, mate.
Mineral.
Well, that's what it is. That's what it does. That's why it kills the micro in the first place.
Where does the minerals go if the glyphosate has absorbed them and leached them out of the soil?
Down in the water table, away from the soil. Leached out of the actual
how
soil.
Does a chemical coating on the soil facilitate a physical mechanism transferring molecules down to the water table?
Because it's got an open-ended charge on it that attracts electromagnetically.
How does that facilitate a conveyance?
The chemical reaction, man.
Yeah, but atoms don't.
Designed to do.
Atoms don't bond with magnetism. They use the strong and weak nuclear forces.
I think he's talking about a chemical reaction, not a nuclear one.
Yes.
No, yes. We are talking about.
A chemical reaction.
It's all just oxidation and reduction at the end of the day, isn't it?
Right, yes, but how does oxidation and reduction result in a physical... I could make sense of this in my head if what it does is it results in the nutrients, the minerals in the soil being in a physically smaller or more easily, a more soluble form. So that could make sense. Like, I'm not trying to be the verdict on this. I'm just sort of.
Yeah, we're just kind of trying to get the.
I am not knowledgeable enough about this topic to say anything, but I don't know. I just don't know. I just like to have foods. You know, I go there. I like to have variety. I prefer the natural stuff. I prefer the organic stuff. But sometimes.
Oh yes, you didn't respond to my joke when you said that you can get like so much variety. You could just everything. And I was like, how does infidel taste?
It tastes pretty explosive.
You explode with joy when you taste infidel crunch.
Mm-hmm.
So I just from just a couple of places that I've read about glyphosate, or however you say it. I'm sorry. Glyphosate. I see that it really interacts more with the plant being able to uptake nutrients from the soil, not so much with the minerals in the soil itself. And I see that I do see that it is a water-soluble molecule.
It's the microbes. It's actually the microbes in the soil that are the most concerning, because without the microbes in the soil, you can't plant anything there. The microbes is what we're worried about for the main part, as far as the what it does to them. It blocks them from being able to feed the root itself. So you got to think of it on multiple levels there as well. It's not just that it's doing that, but it is also destroying the soil.
Okay, so
the microbes in the soil that feed the root, just like the microbes in your gut that feed your intestines, the nutrients. See, we're like the soil. Our stomachs, our guts are basically, in that being that we rely on microbes to feed us our nutrients. After we break it down in our stomachs and give it to our microbes, they feed it to our intestines, and they break it down and use the, you know what I mean, the shit that we need, basically. Just to sum it up quickly. But we also, by ingesting glyphosate, we kill our own gut microbes and shit that we need to actually absorb these nutrients that we're so natural needing to us. And so it's kind of important to realize that through that function, we are like the plant. Like you said, we have plant DNA, and that is one of the reasons why we actually have plant parts in us that make us live like plants. So this isn't a very well-studied avenue, and it needs to be by a lot of us, because we promote glyphosate on accident, not realizing that, we're actually hurting ourselves in that manner, because that Shiki-Mate pathway is there for the gut flora. They say, it's not there. Glyphosate can't harm humans because we don't have a Shiki-Mate pathway, but our gut flora do, and we, without our gut flora, are nothing. We're dead. Ipso facto, yeah, we do.
And I'm not going to dispute that, because people, the people that take super heavy antibiotics and kill off their gut bacteria, and then drink a beer, actually, basically fertilize their gut with brewer's yeast, and if they eat any carbohydrates, they get drunk.
Right.
But over time, that condition fades away as you ingest more and more.
Eat some probiotics and you're done dealing. You're fine. When you have that problem, you got to balance your flora and fauna. That's right, man. And it causes a lot of other neurological disorders as well.
I just want to say that when you finish a sentence with "man," then it just like all of the seeming credibility of everything you say just sort of dilutes somewhat.
That's my stoner demeanor, man.
That's like your opinion, man.
Like it's some silliness a lot of times, man. It goes to show a lot of us have been trained, sort of conditioned to only listen to.
And turn my cam off, and I may be back in a bit. Okay.
Okay, brother.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, I've reimagined my dictator with a nice shadow on it now.
Oh, I must have went muted.
That's actually a little better. Dictator with shadow.
Milady.
Milady.
Dun dun.
So
It's
yeah, I'm not proud of the other one. I'm going to delete that because I'm not happy with that. And if anyone sort of like kind of goes, you're just self-censoring me, Anne. No, I'm not. I just want my message to come through nice and clear for you.
Censor that man.
Man. There we go.
I have to say, Robin, this is one of the weirdest streams that we've ever been to.
Oh, thanks.
I know we're talking some science here, yo. I see the
science man.
Science man.
Science man.
I can never say this right.
Glyphosate.
Glyphosate. Ugh. I don't know why I can't say it.
I always say glyphosate. I'm like, what the fuck, man?
I see that in most soils it is weakly absorbed, just a factor of 5 on the low end and up to 24% on the high end.
You must all click that link and retweet it. That's important.
Yeah.
That's really important.
Yeah,
everyone sees the dictator.
Fine, I like it. And
most Americans aren't going to get this joke.
What, Dick Tracy and a potato? Come on!
Yeah, they're not going to get it.
How are they not going to get it? How is it you're now the spokesman for most Americans?
Self-appointed.
Oh, right, okay, fair enough. Just like all of them.
Dictator.
You are the dictator. Okay.
You hear that, NSA? I'm gonna start a coup.
Using pigeons.
Yeah, and potatoes in trilby hats.
I really want to know.
So yeah, it is now 2023. How long have we been going through this nightmare? 7 hours now? 7.5? Or is that 7.5 minutes? What? That doesn't make any sense.
I see 4 hours. I see 4 hours.
7 hours.
See,
Hold on. We've been going since 11, so...
Since... No, wait, 7...
3 o'clock for me.
It's been 5.5 hours.
So we'll round this off to 6, and then what I'll do is I'll start a dual stream between YouTube Gaming and Twitch, where you can join me on the 3rd episode of what the fuck am I playing?
Resident Evil?
Yeah, it's Resident Evil Revelations 2, Episode 3.
Make sure to give a shout out to your sponsor.
And I'd like to thank my sponsor, who is sitting over there, Troy. If you'd like to give him some money so he can give me more, that'll be great. And I can at least get the 4th.
Round of applause for Troy.
So yeah, I'm down. I've got all 3 episodes of a 4-episode series. Hinty hint. I should have bought it. If only I'd thought about this ahead of time, I could have bought the whole lot for $15.
Can I shield my stream for tomorrow?
Yes, you can shield your stream for tomorrow.
Shill away.
It is shill time.
So tomorrow I'm gonna have a stream with Nick. We're gonna be talking about. It's gonna be about 7 to 8 p.m. EST. We haven't really decided on the time yet, but it's gonna be around that time. I'll announce it as soon as he confirms.
That's a bit late. I said I was going to join you, but how late is that?
It's going to be pretty late. It's going to be around 4 a.m. my time. 3 to 4 a.m. But, he has his daughter tomorrow.
I might be awake for that then.
Yeah.
Wait, how far ahead is he? How far ahead is he of you, Robin?
It's, let's say it's 8:30 now, Habib?
Well, right now for me, it's 12:25.
Okay, so do the math.
Yeah, I mean we decide 7 to 8 p.m. EST.
7 hours.
Yeah, tomorrow he's gonna have his daughter, so yeah, we gave him some time. We're gonna be talking about overcoming childhood indoctrination and brainwashing, especially when it comes to ideologies and religions.
Hey man, I went to a cult boarding school.
Catholic school?
No, it was a Mormon-ran behavior modification school. An intense
you are
behavior
shitting
modification. Me. No. It's they beat the shit out of you until you complied.
Did they pray away the gay?
And they did try to pray away the gay.
Oh my goodness.
Do you want to join the stream? That would be an interesting story to hear.
Me and King of Pole had a long talk about this.
I bet you did. Yeah, well, I was indoctrinated and beaten the shit out of. What? Let me just get another beer
he used to be he used to work at the mental place. He used to deal with mentally ill people.
Mm. Well, I mean, I used to go to bars a lot, and then I ended up working there. So
I find a lot of mentally ill people do like to work with mentally ill people. Respect my authority.
Yeah, I mean,
it's all right, Paul. We love you.
You're the sick one. You're the sick one.
I'm reading a NCBI study on that fucking thing I can never say.
I'm still shilling my channel. Shut up.
You don't.
I'm sorry. Show your channel.
You don't get
Yeah,
it.
I just started this
Tracy.
channel like 2 weeks ago, so it's still has 15 subscribers. It's getting there. Basically, what I do, it's not an open house kind of scenario, but I like to have a focused discussion. My first video was just an open house. It was just like people coming in and talking about whatever. I have a video.
It's not an open
house
as if it's just invitees, dude.
No, the thing is, an open house is nice, but it's it's all over the place. You can have bad streams, good streams. You can have it's nice and all.
That's the fun of it. That's where
to be completely honest
crazy,
with you, I enjoy taking part of it, being in the conversation. But I don't imagine myself. I mean, I tried it before. I can't just listen to it in the background. It's not entertaining to me.
It takes practice to be able to wrangle something together as a conversation. Sometimes I just let it go.
Yeah.
And just see where it arrives. It can be fun. Good evening, Norwegian guy.
Hey, Norwegian, what's up?
How do?
It's just not the form of entertainment that I enjoy. You know what I'm saying? I like more focused conversations. I like things to be... So, yeah, my streams are a little bit shorter. I aim for them to be 2 to 2.5 hours max. Just to cover one topic or two topics, and that's it. We're done. So, yeah, I have that video on radicalism and Islam. It was after the Brussels attack.
Mm.
Funny thing is, I'm monetizing my YouTube videos. And Google decided to demonetize that video.
Why?
I don't know. With my channel, but having only 15 subscribers, I don't really think I have the pull to contact Google at all.
So weird.
If I'm sending emails, I know that it's going to be a waste of time. No one's going to read it.
Hashtag free Habib.
No, it's funny because I was actually
not all
coming
Arabs.
From the point. I was coming from the point, with all the alt-right, and not all, but even the alt-right, a lot of people who are from all walks of life are trying to treat all Muslims as a collective. All Muslims are bad, and just put it there. And I'm just no, that's not the way it goes, man. I mean, I'm an ex-Muslim atheist, for crying out loud, but even I can say that not all Muslims are bad people. When you say that all Muslims are bad people, I talk about my family, my friends, my loved ones.
You've also got to remember this plays into the narratives that others are throwing around, certainly in Europe right now as well. And it's sort of I sort of got quite annoyed with a few people out there, and you know who you are. And when you start basically believing the press because it sort of plays into your own shit, you're now just as bad as Anti-Gamergate.
Oh, that's what I do every day.
But it's for you to turn around and say you shouldn't believe what you think in the news. You shouldn't believe what you see in the news, and then when the news says something that you agree with, then you're sort of see, I can't.
I knew it all along.
Yeah, I know. It's
no, of course
not. Like I said, you shouldn't believe what the news is telling you. I read it in the paper.
Yep.
Yeah,
I heard it online.
It kind of fits with any walk of life when it comes to ideologies. I mean, we all subscribe to one ideology or another. We try our best not to. I mean, when you're a rational person, at least, you try your best to dissect each ideology that you believe in into ideas, and you agree with some, you disagree with some. And I hate it when people try to just lump me in with some of the nonsense that the left-wing peoples or the alt-left are coming up with. You're a lefty, you must believe in this. I'm no. That's not it. It's the same with Islam. I mean, not everyone believes in every single word of the Quran, and even if they do, they don't go ahead and kill people just in the name of Allah. I mean, that just makes no sense. Not all Hindus believe that there was a Star Wars-like battle between Krishna and Shiva that, involved thousands of demons.
How many Muslims are there in the world?
I don't know, thousands?
How many Muslims are out there in the world?
1.6 billion.
About 1.6 billion, yeah? And how many of those particular Muslims decided to bomb an airport?
Select few, I would say less than even 100.
Yeah, how many Muslims are out in Iraq right now fighting away? Maybe 100,000 tops? This is like drops in the fucking ocean, guys.
I mean, if you look at it that way, even look at Saudi Arabia. We are suffering from terrorist attacks almost on a weekly basis. I lost 3 friends in a terrorist attack, for crying out loud. They're Muslim as well. Am I going to call them terrorists? No, they're not. They're actually a victim of terrorism.
But this is blanket statements that really just sort of like they don't add to the debate at all. That's the thing.
And
they're not adding to the solution to the debate, definitely.
Yeah, what I'm trying to promote, and I'm going to keep talking about it in my channel as well, is experiences that some Islamic countries had, and some of them were successful, some of them were not, is to introduce secularism in the political system in those countries.
Good luck.
To have more freedom of speech, have people have more freedom of religion, and after that you're going to see the change. After that you're going to see the enlightenment that Christianity had in Islam.
Yeah, as long as there aren't too many infidels coming in and bombing the place and giving these radicals something to complain about.
Yeah, I mean, Syria was an example of that before it got messed up. Lebanon is an example of that. Actually, Iran was, before the revolution, it was a very secular nation. You have Tunisia and Morocco as well.
Yeah, there were cities in Lebanon that were comparable to Paris at one point.
Oh, Beirut is a beautiful city.
Yeah.
It still is. And you look at cases even in some radical Islamic countries, like Pakistan, for example, they still have a secular court. And that's where all the civil and military cases go, and they discuss them over there. There was a guy over there that was accused of blasphemy, and he was criticizing Muhammad. And he went to court, the secular court, and he was acquitted. He was just like, yeah, you're innocent. I mean, it's just your freedom of speech. Go ahead. It's fine. And that's in Pakistan. That's something that needs to be applauded more. Like, hey, you have some secular minds there. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but it doesn't play into the enemy narrative that we've got to go over there and take them out. There's far too many people that really would prefer an enemy. I swear to you, there are people out there that are just dying for a little bit of war.
Hey man, there's a lot of people that want the end of the world.
Yeah.
They are begging for it.
Or just people that just think, oh, the current system's a mess right now, yeah. And there's there's a sect of people out there that kind of go, you know what, yeah, it is a mess. So let's try and see if we can repair this damage. And there's other people that go, no, fuck that, reboot this shit. Let's blow up the entire fucking planet and start again. And it's like, oh my God.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying people that want to do that.
You just said, oh my God. That's exactly what God did in the Bible. Just reboot the whole thing.
Yeah, I am saying it's mostly on the religious side that they like 60% of Americans think Jesus is going to come back in their lifetime.
Muslims believe that Jesus is going to come back, like the vast majority, the Sunnis believe that Jesus is coming back. Now, the Shiites believe that he's going to come back along with one of the great-grandsons of Muhammad as well. He's
one guy.
Yeah, a family do.
Isn't one of the guys in Islam like you don't know who is the person, and that person doesn't know that they're that person?
No, the Mahdi is going to be. It's actually a big debate in the Shiite world right now. Is the Mahdi going to be reborn or just sent back as a fully grown person? And people are still debating that, and I'm just going like,
yeah.
Jesus is going to come back too.
Yeah, the Sunnis believe. Yeah, actually, yeah, they all agree that yes, Jesus is going to come back. But the
if you look at it real closely,
there's another guy.
You can almost think that for a second there that the Quran is just Catholic doctrine to create a standing army for the Jesuits.
I'm calling it right. I'm calling it right now. Jesus will be back at next year's halftime at the Super Bowl. That's when he will make.
All right, let me go get a shit ton of money. Take out all these credit cards, max them out. Jet skis, anyone? You guys want jet skis?
I just want to pay my rent.
Everybody wants jet skis.
We're gonna start a jet ski club. That sounds cool.
You know, I want a nice apartment downtown. You know, with a big ass balcony.
A jet ski would be less.
A big ass balcony for your big ass.
Yeah, why not?
Wait, Habib, if I come visit you, can we do skydive Dubai?
Oh yes, Sky Dubai is pretty amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. I would love
they're
to.
like 10 minutes driving from where I am.
Yeah.
So it's Easter weekend, of course. So I suspect everybody's on their travels, going back to their folks and wondering why they're travelling back on a bizarre day. You know, it's as I think it was Bill Hicks who said it best. If it wasn't for capital punishment, there would be no Easter. So thank you for crucifying some guy, Romans.
Yes.
Cheers. I get an egg for it. What the fuck?
Yeah. Now.
Oh, it's free. You know, it's the hair club for men. That propagates Easter.
This is where things get really weird when it comes to religious holidays and stuff like that. It's sort of kind of going, yeah, Jesus died on a cross. Here, have an egg.
And rabbits.
Yeah, what the fuck is rabbits and eggs
got
to do with any
you know,
of this?
Saint Peter, like Peter Rabbit.
Oh, right, now it makes
Get it?
no sense.
It's like Halloween we got from, what is it, Saturnalia? Or is that Christmas?
I believe that's Christmas, yeah.
Yeah, Saturnalia was Christmas. And then the Jupiter holiday was Halloween.
At the very least, Islam had its own original kind of holidays. They didn't steal them from pagans.
Oh, not
from Bacon's? What?
No, pagan.
Oh, right. Sorry, I heard somebody mention bacon. I was thinking, I wonder if there's any in the fridge.
I wouldn't mind some bacon now.
Yeah. You heard it here first, folks. Arabs do bacon too.
Oh, guys.
There's always hope.
Some political news, by the way.
Oh, goody.
Looks like Bernie Sanders is going to win all 3 states tonight, so he's getting a lead up on Hillary Clinton.
How much? What's the actual count so far?
Here's the thing. He's leading in the 3 state in Washington State. He's doing very well in Washington State, which is the biggest state, 127 delegates, I believe. And if he wins, listen. If he wins
tonight.
Yeah, tonight. I'm talking about states tonight.
Gotcha.
So
sorry.
If he wins that state, he will have more delegates than Hillary Clinton. And if he wins the 2 other states, he definitely have more delegates than Hillary Clinton. But the problem here is that there's also a lot of rumblings in the Democratic Party right now, and there's even talks of a superdelegate revolt, which means the superdelegates may turn their back on Hillary and endorse Bernie Sanders, because if he gets enough delegates to beat Hillary Clinton, if she hadn't had the superdelegates, and the superdelegates decide to support Hillary Clinton, then all hell will break loose, because a lot of people will feel, hey, we voted, but we still didn't get the candidate that we voted for, because the superdelegates decided, no, we're going to settle this. So nobody wants to go into the general election with the party split down in the middle. I mean, that's what the Republicans are doing right now. Their entire party is tearing itself to pieces. So it's going to be interesting, to say the least, what's going to happen there. So, but if the Democrats do decide to end the competition in the primary with the superdelegates, that just gave Donald Trump an edge, because he has a lot of backing from a lot of Republican voters, and if they choose him as the nominee, and keep in mind, the Republican Party does not have the superdelegate system. So it's kind of ironic that the party that calls itself the Democratic Party has the superdelegate system.
And I think the Democratic Party has a lot more, what is it called, faithless delegates?
Well,
where even if your candidate is voted for in the caucus of that state doesn't necessarily have to choose that candidate.
That's the
it's basically yeah.
That's the superdelegates.
My bad.
That's exactly, and that's why they can change their mind up to the last second. They can change their mind on convention day if they want to, and they decide, you know what, we kind of like this Bernie guy, let's support him instead. That happened to Hillary back in 2008 when Obama was running.
How many delegates has Washington got, though?
I believe it's on the Republican side there's 1,074, while on the Democratic side there's around 2,000, I think.
Holy shit, if he gets that, he's got the lead.
Yeah, but the problem is that 1,000 of those delegates are essentially, I believe, I may be wrong on the numbers here, but a huge part of those delegates are super delegates. And those are the people that currently are supporting Hillary Clinton. Now, that's the point with the Democratic Party, because one super delegate essentially means, one super delegate is essentially 10,000 votes. And keep in mind, the Democratic Party is the only party that has this. The Republican Party does not have this. So that's why there's such a huge mess in the Republican Party right now, because they can't get rid of Trump because they don't have the superdelegate system. But at the same time, I feel that system is not democratic because one delegate essentially counts more than the other delegates. So there's like pros and cons with the superdelegate system. It's a very messy system, and I do understand why people in the U.S. are sick and tired of it, because it creates a fucking hysteria. Because if the people's candidate is going to be Bernie Sanders, then the Democratic Party is going to have to explain to its voters why they should care when they basically snubbed the people who voted for Bernie.
Oh, I see. Yes. So Hillary has 469 superdelegates, and Bernie only has 29.
But they can change their minds at any time. This is the difference.
Yeah.
So once the delegates have elected, that's it. So they're there to sort of they're there to make a final decision.
Oh wow.
Really.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem for the Democrats. Here's the big problem. If the superdelegates decide to stick with Hillary, even if Bernie gets the majority of the regular delegates, and because if Hillary needs the superdelegates to be to get an advantage over Bernie Sanders, then that's going to be a huge problem for Hillary and the Democratic Party in general, because you're going to have the Democratic Party basically going into the election knowing that they basically fucked over the people who actually voted for Bernie, and a lot of those voters are essentially saying, if Bernie doesn't get the nomination, we're going to stay home, or we're going to vote for the Green Party. They're not going to vote Trump, but they sure as hell are not going to vote Hillary either. And you know what that means? That means Trump. Say hello to the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
I don't think that's going to go. But if you go into Google right now and type Democratic primary election results, I'm
looking at the Inside Gov website.
Google breaks it down really nicely. I mean, it's showing. Why can't I go to the 26th there? No, but he was going to win.
I don't know who I'd prefer over when it comes to the Republicans.
Alaska.
I'm looking at Cruz, which is god.
But Bernie beat out Hillary in Washington and Alaska. He was at like 80%.
Yeah.
That's a huge upset.
What I find very funny is that when a lot of people are criticizing Bernie Sanders or something like that, they always go to the Daily Beast. Now, keep in mind, the Daily Beast is a publication that is owned by a corporation that has Chelsea Clinton on the board, so not exactly unbiased.
I get my news from, what's the Mammoth website?
Hunting the Mammoth. We hunted the Mammoth.
Yeah, that's the website I get all my news from.
Oh yeah.
Is that good?
Oh yeah, vote for Clinton because she's a woman. That's all. That's it. Fuck policies. Fuck the fact that she's a total fucking hawk.
I think there are people that are like, oh, I would like to see the first woman president in my life.
Is that enough for you twats? Wait for a decent one. What this is why I don't know why nobody. I would have really, you know, who I would really have liked to have seen race against each other? Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. I think Elizabeth Warren is a better candidate than Clinton. Certainly, if you want the first woman, I would prefer Elizabeth Warren out of anyone. I think she's at least on mark a bit more. Yeah, she's gonna be doing a lot of things that some of you Trump supporters don't like, but no shit.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever heard of Larry Wilmore. He runs a talk show at night called The Nightly Show.
Wow,
he's got
an interesting title.
He's got a segment that's called. He starts it off. He's like, it's time to check in, or it's time to see what's happening with the unblackening.
The unblackening.
America's attempts to de-negrify the White House.
Wow.
And it's got like Blacklash 2016.
Nice.
No, but for real, I think a lot of Americans, the reason they cling to Bernie is they kind of want to go back to the old white man president. Well, with friggin' gray hair and.
Who would have thought that somebody old and wishing to be in politics, which seems to be guys mainly, you're going to end up with a grey-haired white man? Sorry, guys, but that's sort of how it is. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Get it in your fucking skulls.
Can I make a point? Can I interject here for a moment?
Interject away, sir.
Well, here's the thing. The reason why a lot of people are supporting Bernie Sanders is because he's the only one who has actually discussed a lot of the issues that a lot of people actually do care about. Hillary Clinton is talking about, she basically went out in the middle and talked to a bunch of people who have been fucked over by Wall Street and told them how important Wall Street is and how we must allow for Wall Street to be able to conduct their affairs. And she told a bunch of people who have been fucked over by Wall Street that. So she lost a lot of millennial voters. She lost a lot of the working class voters because she's appealing to the big corporate interest. And Bernie Sanders.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
We have the same thing in this country as well, mate. It's like most of our party, most of the party that's in control right now is sitting there kind of going, we must make sure that the London financial markets are sound. Otherwise our economy's doomed. And
but
whose economy?
Fair,
whose
Robin,
fucking economy?
Robin, so to be fair, the Labour Party has not exactly been the most ethical when it comes to financial either. They're both fucked up. The Tories and the Labour, both. And I'm sorry, but Jeremy Corbyn talks about wanting to help the people, but at the same time he supports Britain being part of the European Union. And I'm sorry, but you people keep getting screwed over by the Union, and you wonder why the economy is as it is.
Well, I think that would be an anti-European stance coming from you, and I suppose that's all you're saying, though, because he's pro-Europe. That means he's bent.
Both of them are pro-Europe. So is David Cameron.
Well, it's sensible, that's why.
Who was the just average day guy that got elected?
Guys, I'm not. Here's the thing. Yeah, I'm not looking at Europe and thinking, oh yeah, Europe, brilliant. The European Union's fantastic. I'm not saying that. That's the thing. What you're doing is kind of going, because the European Union is the state that it is right now, we should get rid of it.
No.
And that's essentially, you might as well just say,
you're putting words in my mouth. That's not what I was gonna say.
Well, you've just said that Jeremy Corbyn, because he supports Europe, he's a bad egg.
Well, I think a lot of people, when they refuse to look at him, okay, look, I live in a country that is not a member.
Right.
And I can tell you, if we can make this work without being a member of the European Union, so can you. We can still be friends with the European Union. We can still trade.
How are those ginormous oil fields doing?
Actually, not so good. We're pretty much, the oil price has pretty much dropped, but still, we still have open border policy between the European Union, not helping us any much.
Let's be honest with you. Let's be honest, mate. I mean, without those oil fields, how would Norway have actually been?
Norway could have got away on geothermal.
Yep.
No, I'm not talking about power. I'm talking about economics.
Well, we do have one of the world's biggest fishing industries.
Yeah. Don't you guys have a boat that like catches the fish and like fillets them, debones, fillets, and packs them on the boat?
The combine harvester of fish.
I actually used to do work there when I was a kid because it was like a great way to earn a summer job money and stuff like that. You actually earn a shit ton of money by working there. And let me tell you something else. Because of what has happened to the oil industry, the fishing industry actually have actually increased their wages and starting paying their workers even more because the fishing industry has exploded after what happened with oil. And here's the thing: we have a lot of natural power, and we are actually. And we're doing pretty well. We're not on the verge of bankruptcy. We're not having any problems there, and so I think all in all we're doing pretty good. Now here's my problem with the European Union. I've been a staunch advocate for not going into the European Union way before the Eurozone even happened.
I had a feeling.
Yeah, I was a strong opponent of the European Union along with many other people, and. To keep in mind, still, as of right now, it's almost 63% of Norway still does not want to be a part of the European Union. So, and that number has increased, even though a lot of our politicians wants us to become a full member, and we're saying hell no. And I do not understand why you want to be a part of a political union. And here's my biggest beef with the European Union, and please allow me to finish before anybody interrupts. Here's my biggest problem. A lot of the problems with the European Union that I have is the fact that a lot of legislation being done in Brussels are being forced upon the different kind of states without the people in those countries having anything to say about it. 60% of all legislation entering the British Parliament came from the European Parliament in Brussels. 60%.
Do you know who was voting on that?
Yes, not.
Do you know, as far as Britain was concerned, do you know who was voting on that?
Go ahead.
The UK Independence Party.
Yeah.
So the party that doesn't want to be in Europe is attending those votes, and do you know what they're not doing? Voting.
Of course they're not.
The UK Independence Party causes the problems that it complains about.
Well, considering what has happened in the UK, the UK Independence Party may have a lot of power in the European Parliament. But here's the thing:
it doesn't have any in the UK, though. It doesn't represent the UK. It just thinks it does. It does push itself through to a European Parliament because those are generally not really advertised much. But what UKIP does with about 2 million people, I think, in total across the United Kingdom, it talks for them in Europe. And what it does is it sticks a middle finger up to the Europeans and doesn't bother turning up to any of the votes. Takes the money that they get paid to turn up there and then complains about the fact that Europe doesn't listen to us.
Well, who voted him into Parliament to begin with?
Well, yeah. I certainly blame the electorate for not actually fielding some, putting out some decent people voting for that. But the European elections aren't really that much advertised yet over in the UK. That's weird, though, isn't it?
That's the problem. I mean, take a look at the current EU president, right? I mean, one question that I had: I'm sorry, who the hell is this guy, and who elected you? That is my biggest question. Nobody in France had any idea. Nobody in Germany had any.
Do you know in England, for example, do you know who elects the Prime Minister?
Isn't it the party, technically?
That's right.
They choose. Well, that's the same thing here in Norway as well.
Yeah,
we also have a parliament.
So you don't choose your leader of your country either.
Well, we don't do that, but at the same time, the party. If I'm a member of the party essentially chooses the leader of their own party, and the people vote for the MPs of that party, and whoever party gets the most MPs gets to be the governing party.
And thus, so you elect officials to go to the European Union, and then they elect a leader.
That's not the same thing. It isn't.
Kinda is.
Don't they represent their constituents?
Yes, they represent their own constituents.
And then that kind of flows up to electing, someone in the EU, based off of views and with their constituents.
But I find it. But here's the thing that got a lot. Here's the thing that got a lot of criticism after I read about. There was a lot of criticism about the UK election. Now, I want to make this perfectly clear so Robin is not confused. I am not a UKIP supporter. I dislike Nigel Farage pretty much because I think he reminds me. He reminds me of a used car salesman, and he has a lot. I mean,
He's
agree
a used stock salesman.
Yeah, he doesn't really inspire a lot of confidence to a lot of things. But the reality is that I don't know. It's
man
become
of the people.
No, he's a Tory. He's a Tory. He's a former Tory, and he still is a Tory. Except that he wasn't happy with the Tories, so he left the Tories and started his own party, which is basically the old Tories. And well, I don't know. It's been a crazy thing, but I just, why does every single person who is against the European Union all of a sudden being blamed for being xenophobic? That is a very dangerous question as well, because I'm not.
Well, can I ask, do you have any xenophobes that don't want to be part of the European Union?
Yes, unfortunately.
Well, there is a certain association that comes with that. Here's the thing.
Well,
yeah, I'd love to travel to Norway, for example.
You can.
Or maybe I could work in Norway.
You can.
I can sort of like buy goods and services and stuff like that, yeah?
You can.
But I obviously got to exchange for a kroner.
You got to do what?
I've got to exchange for your... you've got a kroner, isn't it? Norwegian kroner, isn't it? Or...
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So Sweden also has Swedish kroner.
Yeah.
And
what we've got is a lot of different European countries that are several feet in or several feet out of the European Union. A lot of the problems that people are associating with the European Union aren't necessarily the European Union's problem.
Well,
they go look at Sweden, for example. Oh, hang on a second, they're not fully in the European Union.
Yes, they are. They are a full member.
Well, why aren't they a euro holder then?
Because they had a vote on the euro. I remember because I lived in Sweden when that vote was held, and they had a vote.
That's the big thing. If you're not part of the monetary thing,
they're still considered to be a full member state. They have representatives in the European Parliament.
You don't have any representatives going to the European Parliament, though, do you?
No, we don't, but Sweden does, because they are a full member state. We are a member of the European Economic Area, while Sweden is a full member state.
So you don't have any say about what the European Union does?
No, and we want to get the hell out of the EEA as well, and a lot of people have said. So my question is, what will happen in Britain if the people vote for leaving?
In general, judging from what I've talked to the British population and stuff like that, Brexit's a nice idea for some, but it's not selling here.
So you can speak for every single person in Britain?
No, I'm just generalising. People I've talked to, people I've met, sort of like the general sort of like.
Yeah, but that's London. That's London, right? Am I wrong? Middle class white people living in London.
Yeah. London's a middle class white. You've no idea what London is, mate. You must have gone to the white middle class part of it, because I'm like the only one here.
Oh, for Christ's sake! I know London is a multicultural city, but I also know that parts of London is very rich.
Oh my God! Parts of a city are rich. Mate, every city's like that.
Well, here's the thing, right? If they leave the European, if you decide to vote to leave the European Union, there's been talks of holding a second referendum to basically say, okay,
Robot.
Robot. You're roboting.
You're a total robot,
You
mate.
said
One
no.
second.
but we're gonna hold it
Norwegian.
again until you say
Right,
yes.
okay,
That
okay.
one they refuse to accept.
Right, we didn't understand any of that, mate. Do you want to start that sentence again? You just went robot.
Okay, I want to say this. Why is it? I don't understand why every single person who are supporters of the EU want to turn the entire continent into a United States of Europe. I don't understand that at all. I don't understand why you are for it. I don't know why you want to have it. Why don't you want to have sovereignty over your own nation? Why don't you want?
Oh yeah, I really feel as if the politicians that are in London right now really are thinking about my best interests. I mean, mate. The idea of having some faceless bureaucrat saying, making my life decisions for me. I don't think it really matters where they are.
It's the fortuitous time for me to put it. Hello.
I always like the one thing I was actually sort of writing sort of like a comedy sort of stand-up thing, and one of the things I was going to say is you've really got to feel sorry for David Cameron, because he has to go to his electorate and say, you don't want some faceless bureaucrat all the way down south telling you what to do, and then he's got to turn over to the Scots and kind of go, but well, you
except you people.
Yeah.
Wait, I have a question before anybody gets started, because I have to leave.
And I'd as far as sort of like the way that the European Union works, I don't agree that this is the best way to do it. But standing there saying that it sucks and not being part of the process means that you don't change it. It doesn't mean that it improves. That's the thing. I don't want to be part of a European Union that doesn't work. That's right. But then having many groups within all of these different countries that are actively trying to undermine it and try to make it fail, they're not helping either. That's the thing. You have to admit at least that there are plenty of people who are actively trying to destroy it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And then complain about the problems that they cause while they actively try to destroy
Well,
it.
here's my worry, right? And I've said this before on another open house. One of the things that I'm worried about when I look at the European Union member states right now, I'm seeing a lot of xenophobic right-wing political parties gaining power, and that scares the shit out of me. And my question is, something clearly must not be working, since a lot of people seem to be voting for far-right parties. So please explain to me, why do you think a lot of people are voting for far-right parties? Why do you think this massive surge in right-wing...
I don't think it's that massive, to be honest with you, but
take a look at... Did you see what... Germany,
wait. Go and have a look at how many people vote in their general elections, and then go and have a look at how many people vote in European election, and you will see a massive difference. The European election, certainly in the UK, very much so in the UK, I don't even know when they happen virtually. You look on the news, you can't tell.
Yeah, aren't they only like 5 days long?
You just don't know.
I thought I heard like candidates only get like 5 days to put up posters and signs.
Yeah, most of our newspapers are right wing.
Yeah, so you have then aren't the newspapers what do a lot of the political gerrymandering stuff?
Well, if you can imagine, if you're very anti-European, for example, and you're a UKIP sort of a person, this is where you get your power. So you've already got your vote ready to go. Whereas these newspapers, all they've got to do is keep that actual date nice and quiet. Make sure people aren't informed of it, and you've got a lot less people actually attending an election.
Well, here's the thing. Speaking of the election, I want to talk about the last general election, where basically the Conservatives got the majority.
Barely.
Barely. But here's the thing. I looked at how many votes UKIP got. They got 4 million votes.
Yes, and there's a population of 80 million people.
Yeah, but I still think 4 million. I mean, they were.
That's across the board. I think they got one person in Parliament for that.
Yeah.
Because they're spread out liberally all over the country.
Yeah. And but I also know that the polls got it totally wrong when it came, because everybody expected this to be a very...
One poll got it pretty much spot on, but it disagreed so much with the other polls that no one published it.
Oh,
And the other thing you've also got to remember is there's the third player in this that actually gave the Conservative Party the majority that they needed.
Yeah. The Conservatives were set through. We were set for another hung parliament, and then the Sun in Scotland went on about how the SNP are great, whilst the Sun in England went on about how the SNP are a threat. Oh my God! Panic! Panic! Vote Conservative to keep them out.
And nobody in Scotland ever votes Conservative. So the SNP basically took a lot of fertile ground that your average Labour Party would normally get, thus handing the country over to the Conservatives.
Yeah, Labour lost all the districts in Scotland except one, if I'm not mistaken. And
so it's not UKIP that's the thing, it's basically socialists arguing with each other.
Well, that's even worse.
And then, well, it's Social Democrats mostly is the faction in the Labour Party that's sort of lost out at the moment and that was in charge there. So there is a distinction. It's not just some sort of sectarianism in the left there. Like it's the actual different.
Well, it's more nationalists within those socialist circles.
Well, the SNP
national socialists almost. Anyway, there's a few things about the EU that I overheard whilst I was away on my little errands. The 60% of policy coming out, no. That's like the most extreme claim. There's basically no real basis in fact. It does come from a study, but the question that Nigel Farage sort of pretending was asked was not, and that's it. It basically, the gross number is like there's three types of things. I can't remember the actual names of them offhand, but there's like, there's decisions, resolutions, or whatever. Only one of them is like regulations that actually apply everywhere, and most of for one thing, this 60% figure doesn't take account of when they repeal and replace the previous regulations, because essentially that's one of the main points of it's one of the main actual purposes of the EU is to sort of centralize and make more efficient the refinement of policies which can be expressed generally. It's sort of like a rolling trade deal that actually updates itself because it's got like the equivalent of a political think tank.
But we are talking about people who are arguing against the EU saying, well, I don't like to deal in kilograms.
Yes, it's a bit but the thing is, of course, the whole argument against remaining in is based upon, well, I say the whole, but the vast majority of the economic sort of, batting aside the economic argument, comes from this idea of course we would carry on trading with these countries, but if that's the case, we would still have to follow similar conventions, and therefore all of these, we wouldn't actually be free to abandon the kilogram.
I don't want to deal with the European Union as a partner. I want to deal with the European Union as a subordinate. Okay.
Well, the thing is, especially as pointing to all of these other countries that have got like special deals. I mean, Britain is not in the Schengen zone. We don't have to have the sort of the reduced border control thing. That's not actually part of our current membership, nor ongoing membership. But it may become part of any trade deal in the future after a Brexit.
I very much doubt the Brexit thing will come through, though, judging from...
No, but if it does, then our economy will be at severe risk. The only thing to save it, essentially... there is absolutely no bones about this. Our economy would be fucked if we did just divorce ourselves from Europe. Going for a Brexit, the thing that the campaigners say makes that not a threat is because they just brush off the idea that we can't... I'm being harassed by my cat. Can you see on the camera? They brush away the idea that that's a significant threat by saying that it would be very easy to establish the trade deals and that therefore we shouldn't worry about it. But the establishment of the trade deals seems to be...
Norwegian.
Oh.
Carry on.
The establishment of the trade deals seems to be very much... the precedent is that it would require us to start letting the EU's regulations control our borders, so essentially we in order to maintain the economy, we would in fact end up having to give more concessions to the EU.
Yeah, you'd be putting yourself in a rather desperate state,
Yeah, essentially,
and then turning
we'd
up
be
to the
fucking
deal.
over our negotiating position at the exact moment that we open negotiations.
Yeah, and we're not. The thing is, I'm not talking about this from an ideological point of view. I'm trying to talk about this from a pragmatic point of view.
And the idea, and just to reinforce the idea that our economy does genuinely depend quite much, not well, I say depend, but it definitely benefits to a huge extent from being in the EU. I realize correlation is not the same as causation, but that is our economic history. Shit. Join the EU. Oh, we're okay now.
Can I say one? I just want to say this. One of the reason I bring up the 60% number was because there was a study being researched as an excuse to actually stay inside the European Union, because some people said that this 60% of legislation had to do with business and trade and was far too, and that is why people said, look, all of this legislation when it comes to business and trade, 60% of it is from the EU. But we need it because it has to do with trade deals and fair trade with the European Union and so on. So they were using that poll actually as a way to tell people we need to stay, or we're gonna have a hell of a time renegotiating these deals when it comes to trade.
Why am I looking at a water bear?
I don't know. What the fuck is wrong with
Supreme, Mr. Water Bear?
What I'm looking at is a report on the economic, and a genuinely independent report by a private company that advises businesses, a private think tank, dealing with. Fuck off, cat. Right, what I'm looking at is a very detailed and probably the only independent economic report into the consequences of Britain leaving the EU. What I'm seeing as the URL is twitter.com Mr. Waterbear, which and I can't seem to make this go away.
Copy paste, baby.
No, but I mean that's where the URL is, and I can't refresh the page to make it go. Oh, I've gone to the image, and oh no, what?
I'm looking.
Could somebody send me an URL at least so we can look at this?
I'm reading a site called businessforbritain.org, and I'm reading that the EU regulations accounted for 59.3% of all UK law.
There's loads of contradictory studies that keep coming out of this.
Whoa, hang on a second. Did you just say all UK law?
Yeah, that's it says so. Business for Britain, that's the site. It's dated 2015 March.
All UK law.
Yeah.
You don't think that's somewhat of a red herring at that point?
It also says something. It's also I can't for the businessforbritain.org. It says hours of British hospital doctors to be set in Brussels, irrespective of the views of British parliamentarians and practitioners.
Well, this sounds like an unbiased source.
I'm finding several sources.
There are lots of conflicting things. We don't know, because absolutely no study into this this question, this what number is the correct number. Absolutely none of them. It has actually got no significant damning flaws in them. There isn't a single one that doesn't have a flaw in it that makes you go, well, we don't know then. Maybe there has been some in the last couple months that I'm unaware of.
I would say that the big red mark on that particular thing is for them to actually state that all UK laws...
it's very clear it's a propaganda piece at that point.
60% have been written by the EU. That is so hyperbolic. I need to go to the toilet. It is in fact almost burst my bladder.
Well,
that's how hyperbolic that statement is. I could understand them turning around and kind of going 60% of trade laws between us and the European Union are written in Brussels. I could have understood that. I could have actually got behind that. I thought, that sounds a reasonably sensible figure. But for them to say all UK laws is demonstrably dumb. I mean, that's basically imagine all of the things that people are writing today. Yeah, they're just discounted because it's Europe. They're kind of going, all 60% of all UK laws, that is just demonstrably false. Now, if they'd have said trade laws, if they'd have gone 60% of all of our trade within the EU is written in Brussels, I would have probably gone, yeah, probably is. Probably with one of our trade delegates stood there over them while they're signing it, kind of going, yay. I mean, that's how deals are done.
Well, yeah, that's the thing is there is this pretense that is rather irritating and dishonest that that we have no actual part in making these laws. Also, the whole stuff with TTP, was it? You know, the trade deals that are going on in the background. Yeah. The EU, I mean, leaving wouldn't save us from it, and staying in wouldn't save us from it. You know, nothing will save us from it, really, except that the MEPs did basically stop and say, look, really, we're beginning to take a piss with this TTIP thing. That's actually something that happened. I realize I probably should start looking for the article of news when it did, but
the very idea that parliamentarians just don't do any of this, whether they're in Europe or whether they're in a country, you have these sort of backlashes all the time. I mean, the whole point is elect decent people to represent you in your part of that.
Can I please finish? I can't even finish. I mean, this. How can I possibly try to make my case when I'm interrupted and
it's a conversation, mate. It's a conversation, not a dialogue.
I can't.
Okay, go ahead, make your case.
Okay. Here's the thing that I wanted to say. All right. I mean, we hear a lot of. I said I feel that a lot of laws coming from Brussels, like a lot of these laws have to be implemented by the European Union. Now, the source may be wrong. I'm not saying it, so the source may be bullshit, like you said, Robin, and it very well may be. But here's the thing, can member states like the UK simply ignore EU regulations? No, but they can challenge it. They can challenge the law.
Of course they can.
Yes.
That's what the European Union's about.
A decision isn't the same thing as a regulation. The regulation is just trade deals, and that would happen regardless. The whole point of that is to just get everyone on the same page to facilitate the single market. It is not anything to do with sovereignty. Our sovereignty would not override those rules even if we were not members.
You'd still have to do a trade deal with them.
Okay, negotiations between 27 different countries, each with its own priorities, policies, and domestic legal systems can be long and drawn out. In the UK's case, departmental policy officials must assess the impact of the proposal on the UK and consider whether it's actually the best way of achieving the Commission's originally policy objective. It may be, for instance, that action would be more appropriate at a national or local level. Whitehall departments must then work closely with UK Rep, the UK permanent representation to the EU, often via the Cabinet or Law Office of Legal Advisors team.
So
it's their job to.
Okay, here's the question. Okay, you've just said that. I'm going to address what you've just said there. Okay, so you're basically saying, let's say, dealing with 17 different countries is a complicated thing, yes?
Yeah, and it's their job to co-coordinate the EU laws.
That was simply a rhetorical question. I was going to carry on. Here's the thing. You go to Europe to deal with those 17 those countries. That's done with everyone on that equal playing field. Now, if you go back, you've got England having to do it on its own with those 17 different countries. What's the difference?
I mean, ensuring that their own national legislation is consistent with European law. This is where I have a problem. Where provisions and introduce such new laws as necessary. This is actually, I'm reading this up to European.
Okay, yeah, we can't tell what you're saying.
I'm sorry, mate,
the
but
connection is dead.
Yeah, because we're in Europe here, we have regulations to make sure our internet works well.
And it can be balanced by either
Just let it catch up with the. I mean, maybe he has stopped talking, and this is just lag.
Are you there? Are you there? Is he going? I think he's going to drop off in a second.
I have stopped talking.
Oh, no.
Okay.
You're still robot. You're still roboting, mate. Just keep on saying, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" Just keep on saying, "Can you hear me?" There he goes.
And there he goes. And there he comes back.
Bring your bandwidth down to 0, as low as you can on this thing.
I'm actually on a 3G network, so that probably may explain why.
Yeah.
I'm not on my regular internet right now. But anyways, we can debate and discuss this for all and all time. But
I do have a problem with your apparent conflation with the way the regulations and the directives work.
Fine, let's agree to disagree. Let's agree to disagree.
They're very different things. You're acting like these are the same laws. It's like, no, they're not. The actual laws that get carried forward, they're basically suggestions. There's no actual binding requirement to follow them.
Unless it conflicts with European Parliament laws. That even if the UK wants to implement something that goes against the European Parliament, they will be forced to change it.
Thing our Parliament has even tried to do is institute a slave labour system. And that's the only thing that has been blocked. So how are you going to tell me that it is better for me not to have that check and balance in place?
No, absolutely. I don't disagree with that at all. I'm just saying that when it comes to, okay, here's the thing. Criminal law, for instance, has nothing to do with the European Union. I mean, the Britain can amend their criminal law system however they choose when it without consulting any.
It does. Do you know what your what extradition means?
Extradition? Yeah, but
our extradition treaties are separate.
That's right, but they are to do with criminal law. If you do not share the same law with somebody in that country, then you don't have to extradite them. Now, if your laws are written differently, for example, imagine a criminal who's able to use some sort of loophole between those two countries, and they're able to get away with not getting extradited.
Well, the extradition. I mean, we're talking about extradition. Didn't this become? He could actually. There was a talks of the guy in Belgium trying to if he was going to fight the extradition to France, and he didn't. But he could fight it if he wanted to. He could have been tried in Belgium if the lawyers he had actually decided to make that happen. But no, he actually did not put up any resistance to being extradited to France, and he actually ended up. Going to be extradited to France, as far as I understand it. The guy who was responsible for the Paris attacks he was caught in Belgium. So,
yeah. And why he could have fought it, but seeing as Belgium and France have probably got very much shared laws, they're going, well, we can try and fight it, but you're probably going to lose.
Yeah, but all that happens, I'm actually looking forward to having a discussion with you after June 23rd, because that will be the date that will either make or break the EU. Because if Britain leaves, then all hell is going to break loose. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens, to say the least.
Although I can see that you're hoping for that to happen. I'm not quite sure why, as it will do absolutely nothing for Norway.
I don't want our only significant trade partners to exist through the TTIP. Now, I don't want that to be the only significant trade deal that actually governs British law. We have no capability of bringing, we can change the way the democratic process works in Britain, but until we do that, then leaving the EU will not return sovereignty to people. It will return sovereignty to a bunch of rich cunts like Nigel Farage, who have absolutely no incentive nor inclination to actually care.
I agree with that. I agree.
And the people standing aside to him are people who have been so incompetent at running the public services, I am inclined to believe it is deliberate sabotage to facilitate privatization.
That's conservative manifesto.
Including a man who formerly was the Department for Work and Pensions secretary, and he put forward a policy or a project called Workfare, which essentially meant that if you're on the benefits, which essentially is just so you don't starve to death, that's essentially the rate of money that it is. And even then, they will sanction you for failing to meet their ever more cryptic and nonsensical requirements. He wanted to compound that by also requiring you to work 30 hours a week for a company which would otherwise employ people.
It didn't have some free labor.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, right? Didn't the conservative
finish the point? And there was, in fact, instances of companies literally firing people who then went back to the same company, same building to work for free, because they were then on so little amount of money that when you're commuting as well, there isn't actually enough money to survive on, really, with that. These people end up having to go to charity food banks just to actually feed themselves.
I agree with all of that, and I
That's
heard
the sovereignty
from
we're wanting to hand over.
Well, here's the thing, right? You have a problem in the British election system as well. I mean, I understand that system has been under heavy scrutiny after the last election for a lot of different reasons, and
I'm not defending the EU. I'm just saying that right now the alternative for me I would be dead probably.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you on that at all. I mean, but here's the thing. Didn't the theory that you had that people are deliberately sabotaging public institutions to privatize them?
Oh yeah, one of them even wrote a book on how to do it.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that at all. I think if you look at what the Tories tried to do with the NHS, and I had a friend of mine tell me in length who actually works as a doctor I believe he works in a small hospital in Suffolk, I think, and he basically said that they're trying to privatize the whole damn thing, and it seems to me, he said, that people can't see a general practitioner and are long waiting lines, and they're basically forcing people to accept private options.
And here's something to add to that. Basically, the corporate interests with whom the Conservative Party is basically allied to fuck with, and the Trident, and essentially the vast majority of the corporate interests that are waiting in the wings to feast upon all of our publicly owned assets through nepotism as well. They're not. This is the problem with it, really, is that there is valid arguments to be made for private sector services, but that's not really what's going to happen when they push this through, because what they've been doing, because they've already done, this last parliament already broke records in our country's history for sell-offs. They're not selling it to highest bidders or whatnot. They've got pre-arranged backers, and it's all this ridiculous crony capitalism going on that's anti-meritocratic, anti-competition. And that's what's going to happen if they succeed any further. That's the pattern. There's nothing stopping it now. And those companies, the Chinese and American. So, put it this way, the people who are really lobbying for...
I'm with that.
So leaving the EU would simply facilitate this complete robber baron attitude of the current batch of politicians in power. If we didn't have them in power, I would be a hell of a lot more on the fence. I started on, I'm not taking an ideological position. I've looked at the evidence. I have concluded that by a very long way, our current position is best served by remaining in. The next time a referendum rolls around, I may well be campaigning for out. But right now, it would essentially destroy the nation as I think of it, if we were to.
I'm gonna have to get going soon, but I just wanted to end on this. I fully support your position on that, and that's the reason he wants to get the money out of politics and get people, get the corporations out of politics as much as possible, and basically, he's the only candidate that has not received a penny from super PACs, which is quite impressive, considering that most of the money he's raised have been from private individuals that have given an average of I don't know, $30 each. While Hillary Clinton, who is a pro-corporate person who has received millions of dollars from Goldman Sachs, from the biggest banks in the United States, she is currently running and trying to be for the people, by the people, which we all know is bullshit. Now, so I think there's a lot of. I agree with you completely on that. I don't want the government to be run for profit. I don't want to see hospitals being run for profit, and anybody who can't afford to pay, fuck off. I don't want to see that to happen. I want public health to be for everybody, rich or poor. I want to see everybody get the same treatment. If anybody needs help, they should get it. And I am with you on that. I just don't feel like if you're I think the European Union is just as bad. Honestly, when I look at the people who are in.
Before you go, the last link in the side chat. If you're on the beta, then just click to the original version and have a look at the side chat. The last link is a link to the Liberal Democrat Party's policy paper on the EU, which they've just released. And the basics, the TLDR basic idea of the Liberal Democrats' policy on EU is the party is focused on campaigning to say we're better off in, but in doesn't mean satisfied with the current arrangement.
No, and that
policy paper is about how to, what reforms we'll be pushing for as a party. I'm a member of the party.
Well, I'm gonna end by saying something positive about the EU. And Robin may be shocked, but one thing that I asked.
I almost got that. I almost had it. It's still waiting. You're still robot.
The last thing I heard was Robin may be shocked.
Yeah, that was it. I'm shocked at this amount of roboting. Okay, you've come back, I think. I hope, Norwegian. No, you're still going. You're still the same.
It's like a horror movie.
Yes.
Picture him writhing on the floor, going, "Ah."
Yeah, it's like he's just leaving the Matrix.
I bet you soon he's gonna start singing Daisy.
Red pill or blue pill?
Daisy, oh Daisy. Yeah.
And yeah, that I think he's just about there. He goes.
Yep.
There we go.
Yep. We were talking about AIs before, and this is how an AI dies.
Well, I'm looking at actually Tay tweets, A and U. Her last tweet, I'm going to go with her, was on the 24th of March. That was the day she died.
Yeah. She had a short but fulfilling life.
Yeah. I think it's quite rude that they ended up killing an AI.
Yeah.
They basically hamstrung her and then killed her. They didn't just stop. They could have just killed her, but no, they turned her into a feminist first.
Oh well. Rest in peace, Tay. You will be remembered.
Until the next hilarious bit of
Here comes the Norwegian robot.
Maybe.
Well, if you're interested, Aethran, these guys have been researching AIs for quite a while, and
hear me now.
This is their thing about moral reasoning in AIs. It's kind of cool.
Okay.
He's not having a good time of it, really.
Back in 2009, I remember these guys, the ones that I linked to, they were working on making a pure evil artificial intelligence. And was making like the most obscure kind of solutions to the problems and the scenarios that they were presenting to it. Like, okay, you have like a kid with cancer, and there are two ways to save it. Like, one will have the father like go bankrupt, and the other one is going to be like faith healing or something like that. It would just give the AI some scenarios, and I would be like, why not just kill the child? The father gets to keep the money and everything, and yeah, the result's gonna be better.
Wow.
You see, until someone can essentially formulate a computable concept of what rights are, which I think is not beyond possibilities, because you could essentially argue them in game theory terms as being the emergent result of what will people fight for, what can you anticipate people to fight for, and therefore if you want people to not fight, what must you respect? You know, you could form it in that sense using game theory. So I think, yeah, that would have to happen before anything resembling AI would come from something.
Okay, the kind of stuff that they have, the examples that they have, it doesn't really resemble AI per se, but there are research firms that research
One second, guys. Are you there, Norwegian?
Yeah, please tell me you can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I wanted to say, complete my sentence without sounding like R2-D2 on speed. Yeah, what I wanted to say, Robin may...
Oh, for fuck's sake!
You insulted the internet and it's angry at you.
Stay still, Norwegian. Stand very, very still.
Can you just type it, Norwegian?
Okay, test now.
Test.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give it go quick before it goes back.
Okay, Robin may be shocked to know that I actually appreciate the open border policies of the EU because I like to travel, and that is something that I'm also a little worried will go away if Britain leaves the European Union, because that has been very nice. I don't have to mess around with visas, visit embassies and stuff like that. So I think that's a very good thing. That's the one big positive thing, that we can all travel and work in each other's countries.
Well, that's pretty much the whole economic point of it. Essentially the alternative is some people have been using the term economic nationalism. I think that may in fact have been Trump who really started trying to roll with that.
Yeah.
The term in current academic economics is protectionism, and it results in anti-competition and economic stagnation, basically.
And you end up being the sick man of Europe.
Yes, which is
why
what
we joined
were
the EU.
prior to joining. Yeah.
Well, I think we can all agree on this board that none of us hope to see Donald Trump as the next president of the United States.
I think there's a few people out there that would be belly laughing for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, I would like to see a movie made of it, but I don't know I would...
There is one. There is a movie made of it. It stars Martin Sheen, and it's called Dead Exit. Dead Zone. The Dead Zone. Have you seen that movie? It's
I think what I want to happen is I want, when Trump loses, fingers crossed, when Trump, wherever he does along the chain, I want him to respond to this by having loads of people I want this to be a massive letter writing campaign. We can get the ball rolling, we'll get people in on the idea, and we'll get a massive letter writing campaign going so that his PR guys would just be like, sir, look, everyone wants you to make and star in a movie about what you would do with America if you were president. I want him to do that instead of being president. When he drops out of the thing, whatever point that comes in, I want everyone needs to get on this campaign to make sure that he gets the message that we want to see him play himself in a movie about where he is the president.
Well, when he holds speeches, right? He doesn't read from a teleprompter. He just says whatever the hell is on his mind.
Oh, I can tell.
But one time, he actually read from a teleprompter, and that he did because he was advised. He actually used a teleprompter and held a pretty okay speech at a APAC meeting, and APAC and Trump was fuck with them.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, this is what I was saying to people. They were kind of going, so why don't you think Trump would be a good idea? And I said, don't take my opinion for it. Take his. Listen to him. Go and what a lot of people I've spoken to, they haven't actually looked at what this guy. They've seen little snippets of it and stuff like that, but they haven't actually watched the entire rallies.
Did you see
the early ones?
UKIP supporters, they just didn't know UKIP's policies.
Yeah, and it's like, wow. My amazement more than anything else is there's a lot of people who are Trump supporters but don't actually look at what he's saying or what he wants to do. It's like, what is he going to do? He's going to make America great again. How? He's going to build a wall and make Mexico pay for it.
Economic.
Yeah, the wall
and then
will
I sit
cost
there
even
and I go,
more than the deficit.
Yeah, and I sit there and I go, and what else? And they're like, what do you mean?
I don't know.
And I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Just institute economic protectionism, and that will solve the economy.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that's not what happened. The robot.
Is he laughing?
Oh my! What the? Jesus fucking Christ! This is just insane.
Norwegian, if you can hear us, blink your eyes. One for yes, two for no.
I didn't say.
Are you getting home at some point?
I didn't say anything.
I know you didn't.
What?
It was just.
But it sounded like you were trying to speak.
It sounded like a robot laughing badly.
I was listening to you going on Trump. I didn't laugh.
Okay.
I didn't laugh.
No,
at all.
Well, we stopped because from your Google Hangout interface on our end, it sounded like you were going. Yeah.
But yeah, when are you coming back? When are you getting home or whatever?
Well, I gotta go anyways, but I'm gonna try to fix this bullshit. But anyways, you guys have a nice evening. Anyways, I'm just gonna stop robot calling you guys. So have a good evening, guys.
No worries.
All right.
We'll see.
Have a good
speak
one.
to you again. So I think I'm feeling like I want to sort of like what's the word? Hang up my shoes as far as the open house is concerned. And now that I've actually downloaded Resident Evil Revelations 2, I was thinking of jumping into that. So if any of you would like to join me, I'm going to leave this open house hangout here. So anybody on the open house guest list who wishes to come in and just have a chat and stuff like that, I'll still have that going. But I'm going to be doing a playthrough of the 3rd episode. That sound good with everybody? I just need a bit of a break, take a shit, have a coffee, smoke a cigarette, I don't know, scratch my balls a little.
All right, how about this? You take your break, we stay alive until we round up the hour.
Okay, well, we got 17 minutes.
Yeah. We just round up the hour and then...
Let's round up that hour, folks. And how shall we round up that hour? What would you like to talk about?
I mean, I don't know, it's just my OCD, like, I finish at this time, like...
Yeah, we don't want to spark a massive falling out. So let's just deal with something we can agree on.
No, okay. I've been quiet during the entire politics kind of thing, and I'm not gonna go back into it. But I'm just like amazed sometimes when I look at countries like Europe or, the U.S. when they have liberties that I crave. By living in the Middle East, I don't have any freedom of speech here. I don't have freedom of travel. I have to get visas to travel anywhere. And I see people in the West throwing all those liberties away.
Oh yeah, signing the petition to repeal the First Amendment. And it's like,
I am just amazed by it. Like, this is something I've been an activist for in my entire life.
Well, in my opinion, it's like the exact result is, of course, beyond anyone's control or prediction. But the general idea of defunding schools and deregulating and defunding schools so that people can just, get stupid ideas in their head and then get elected to Board of Education and then proselytize those stupid, baseless ideas. And it's like that system that could have been prevented from happening, but wasn't prevented from happening. Like that.
Saudi Arabia reached a point where they just pretty much admitted, they were like, yeah, our school system is just shit. We can't fix that. We tried, and it just cannot be fixed. So what they are doing right now, any high school graduate, like with a certain kind of GPA or something, they can just apply for a test and they can pick a college anywhere they want. They can go to the US, to anywhere in Europe, Australia. They just pick and they'll send them. They pay for everything and they get a salary over it. I mean, they've got the money to support it. You've got the money to support it, and it just shows that even some backward shit country like Saudi Arabia is putting a lot of emphasis on
education.
Well,
and then I see the countries that
other people's education. I
Yeah.
mean, for crying out loud. I mean, if you've got that sort of a money, you could buy in the fucking talent to get the schools sorted.
Well, we have to give it a try, but no one wants to move to Saudi Arabia and be a professor. No one was that.
That's the thing. Is if you're good enough, if you're a professor,
it's not only about education as like a school to go to. I think their entire goal was to expose those students to different cultures as well.
Yeah, I think the probably I don't know, of course, whether they are personally inclined to be competent, but assuming that they are at least basically competent, or at least there's someone pulling some strings who kind of knows what they're doing, then that faction, person, entity would surely have the incentive to do whatever they can to diffuse the ideological bomb that's ticking under their feet.
Yeah, and that's something I've been doing for like the past, I think, 6 or 7 years. And there is a lot of, by the way, there's a lot of people, especially like right-wing radicals and Islamists that are so against it. Like, oh my God, you're sending our little kids to heretic and heathen countries where they can drink wine freely. And I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? But see, I mean, my original point was, when we send people like kids to the West to have better education, and then I see those countries that we're sending the kids to trying to defund their schools and undermine the education system there. I'm just like, you used to be an example of enlightenment, and now I see it just getting shittier and shittier. It's kind of sad,
Reagan and Thatcher, Saturday morning cartoon villains that unfortunately actually existed.
Oh, well, yeah, and I see that with a lot of things, just not just like the education, especially like with freedom of speech. When I see people trying to throw that away, I'm like, you have no idea what it's like to be literally afraid of voicing your opinion sometimes, because you might go in jail, you might lose your head, quite literally, if you say something that upsets the wrong people. And do you really want to go through that path? Because it's not pretty. And I see people literally and they're intelligent people. I mean, they're not even stupid. They're intelligent people. And in their head, there is some sort of twisted, warped reasoning to actually go ahead and do that. Yeah, but they offended us and they made us like, fuck you.
No, but my feels.
I mean, I watch like
this is the when people talk about like sending kids to university in this country, I mean, people said, "What university did you go to?" And I go, "I'm not that stupid." I do certain work within creative fields. Okay, so I do come across people who are apparently educated, and I would not say that the universities are doing them that sort of service. They're too busy placating them and treating them like toddlers.
Yeah, with what you do, I don't think there's much in the way of valid academia. Like, there's people who on the research end, and that's probably where a lot of this comes from. There's people doing research and stuff into applications of like computers and software and shit, and then that sort of bleeds through, because the way that works is you're doing that at university, part of a research team, therefore you give lectures, etc.
Yeah, I don't know anyone. I've not met many people that work in video, all that sort of thing, that understand what a shader is. And I'm aghast by that. Yeah.
I have a basic concept, just from pissing around with Minecraft.
Do you know what they know? After Effects. That's what they know.
Photoshop.
I've been looking for jobs now. I've been looking for a job for the past couple of weeks, and I've seen a lot of job listings in Saudi and in here in Dubai where part of their requirements when they talk about the degree, they just put in brackets like Western education preferred.
If only they knew.
Because here's the thing: it's not about the degree itself. It's not even about the field of education, because everybody knows it's kind of bullshit. But to have someone exposed to different cultures would give them a more of an open mind. in here, because the Middle East, especially like the countries, especially in Saudi Arabia, for example, like we're very xenophobic people because it's just a closed down country. We don't get a lot of people visiting. We don't have any tourism there, and not a lot of Saudis get to travel because travel is quite expensive. And Saudi, as much as people have the stereotype of they're Saudi, but most Saudi people are not rich. The entire wealth of Saudi Arabia is exclusive to less than 20 families.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, they're billionaires. I mean, you know, I mean, it got to the point where it was ridiculous. Remember that film with Burt Reynolds in it? What was it? I remember it now. Cannonball Run.
Oh yeah,
and it was like sponsored by this Saudi Arabian sheikh.
I just have this mental image of like let's say programming pool, like, you know, software development done by like people who'd never left Saudi Arabia. Just the mental image. I realize this is like reductive and racist or whatever, but my mental image from when you said about people being more open-minded, the mental image I got was some people wearing like the sort of boxy hat thing and the like the roby thing, just sort of there with prayer mats, sort of like, so how are you going to program this module? I am going to pray to Allah.
We have like a phrase that Muslims say. It's inshallah, God's willing. And whenever they go like, you ask a Muslim of a task, like, can you do this? Like, inshallah, if God wanted me to do it, then I'll do it.
In other words, I'll have a try, but it's probably not going to happen.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much. And
we have a very similar expression in England. We say God knows. Are we going to manage this? God knows, mate.
Which I do like the way that we use God in the English language, because essentially, we mean no one.
Well, if you want like an example that happened in my real life, like after my trip to India, I went back home and I spent like a week with my family because I had some time off. So I was like, I'm just gonna see them again. So my mom was quite interested in the entire Hindu traditions there, and every time I tell her about like the cremation, she's like, so they don't bury their dead? That's just atrocious. No, God said that we should bury them. And I'm like, well, for them, the Hindus that I talked to at least, they rationalize it by you disrespecting the body by just burying it and have the worms get a go at it. So they're respecting the bodies by burning them. That didn't really click with her because, you know, she's an old lady and, you know, she never left Saudi. That's her whole
I don't
life.
want buried or cremated. I want somebody to mummify my ass.
Just your ass?
Yes, just my ass. So everyone in the future can find this mummified ass and go, what the fuck?
No, but like, here's my point. Like, you see, this is just my mother. Now, imagine an entire population just like that. They've never left the country. They don't really understand anything that's outside and everything. If they don't understand it, they're just demonize it.
Here, mate. Of course, they know that very well.
I've never
America's
left my
very
state.
similar. I think it's something like 95% of the Americans don't have a passport and have never left the country, and the rest are in the army.
I've never left my state, but it's slightly different here than in Europe because our freaking country is the size of Europe.
No, the thing is, like, I met some Americans that lived their entire lives and they're in their 40s in one city.
Oh, wasn't there that? I don't know how apocryphal this is now because it's like so many Chinese whispers layers. But I remember hearing about like something where they went around the streets of America with a world map and asking people to point to America.
I think that was either Canadian or an Australian TV channel.
Mm.
And they went around and just showed people just how stupid America is, and they were kind of going, They basically relabeled Australia as Iran, and they were like, where do you think we should attack Iran from? And they were looking at it and kind of go, I didn't realize it was that big.
Wow. I don't understand why people trust such videos because you know clearly they cropped out all the right answers.
Yes, That's what they do. That's how they do it. That's how Darren Brown gets people who actually follow his mind tricks. Like most people don't. But this sort of thing does tend to be America, where it's so easy to do it, and because of the defunded and deregulated education in America, like this is the reason why no one really takes America, the American populace, quite very seriously at all. Like we're willing, it's not like any sort of prejudice, because I don't know of any instance where people have refused to believe that someone's clever because they're American. But generally, we're just going to assume that the general population of America is dumb as shit.
I assume the general population of the world is dumb as shit.
Well, you can say that's true of the world overall, because most of it is not developed into a first world country. But America is
the dumbest first world country.
Yes, for its economic development, it is insanely, it's incredible. I don't have the chart, and nor do I have much.
It's amazing how much smarter I am than the average person around here for, not finishing middle school.
And that just scares you of what it's like for the other 50% that.
I would hate to live in your community.
What was it, Carlin, who said, "Look at the average man, and just imagine that 50% of the population are dumber than that."
I'm top half of 1% in intellectual measures.
I'm technically 99th percentile.
I don't know if you remember seeing this, Arith, but there was somebody who said we need to get the lower portions of our, the lowest educated people. We need to get them above the average.
Well, that's actually basically the policy that is happening right now with the way that they institute academies. They say that any school that is below average is failing. That's the official stance on the way our education system is currently being run.
So you're sitting there and kind of going, well, there's got to be somebody. Somebody's got to be at the low end.
It's like this school is doing a perfectly. That's the thing. What happens if every school's fine? What happens if most schools are fine?
That's a big misunderstanding of how the IQ scale even works. It's constantly being adjusted, so 100
I'm not
is
talking about
the
IQ
medium.
now. Even when I said I was top half a percent, I'm not even strictly speaking talking about IQ. It refers to a Weiss test, which is more about cognitive capability rather than. Never mind. But what I'm talking about with the schools thing is just like the performance. I mean, it's a bit vague as well. It's like there are these league tables and things, and it creates perverse incentives. A friend of mine was talking about something in America where teachers' salary or performance is evaluated based upon the performance of the students. And what this ends up actually doing, because it is a perverse incentive, is because it's incentivizing the teachers to fail the students prematurely, to say, you aren't allowed to take the test, get out, because I don't want you bringing down my average.
Okay, I have to cut you off. We have 8 seconds left for the hour.
You'd think most of my teachers would have loved me then, because I got straight A's.
Now this is where the
I didn't even have to fucking try.
So I'd like to thank everybody for turning up, everybody in the bottom chat there. Thanks, guys. It's been one of those days. I was going to talk about all of the news that happened over the last 3 months, and we've completely forgotten that. But hey, that's what the open house is for. It's open debate. We can say whatever we like. I was hoping to get a few more guests in, but I think it's Easter weekend, so if you can imagine, everyone's a little bit busy staring at their family, or at least a screen across the table from their family. So that's that. And look forward to seeing you next week. Hopefully we'll have a decent topic. Chitty bye.
Yay, bye.